All right, everyone. Welcome to our election night live stream. We've got a big night ahead of us. Polls have just closed on the East Coast. A lot of states coming in now: South Carolina, Georgia, Vermont. So we'll be watching these really closely. Thanks to everybody who's joined us. Although you can help us out if you share this stream, obviously, subscribe if you're new, and we'll get right into it. Obviously, we're going to take a few minutes just to settle in here, but so far, we've got some results out of some key states, although South Carolina, we've already got called. Vermont, likewise. So we've got a number of results to cover. It'll be a long night, so bear with us as these results come in. 7 p.m., we've got some poll closings that we've just had. 8 o'clock, 9 o'clock, 10 o'clock. I don't think we get Alaska till 1 in the morning, so we might be up for that. We might not. Really depends on how quickly the results come in tonight and whether or not you've all got the patience to stay on here. So that's really contingent on those things. So thank you all again for joining us. We'll kind of settle in here. We'll figure out how we're going to do the whole speaker thing that I talked about in the Discord. If you guys want to come in and talk for a bit, sort of give your thoughts on what you think's going on in these races. So we'll probably do that sometime later in the stream, obviously when things get a little bit quieter. No results in out of South Carolina yet. Tim Scott has already been declared the winner in that state, so really nothing that shocking, although Peter Welch in Vermont, same thing. So yeah, we're just kind of following some of these results right now. Again, polls have closed across the East Coast. Polls in New York, I think, don't close until 9 p.m., so we're going to have at least 2 hours before we figure out who's the winner in those races. And of course, all across the country, we're watching Senate races, we're watching House races, we're watching governor's races. I really want to take a look at Virginia because that's really the first bellwether that I think we're going to be paying attention to, because this state has 3 congressional districts, which I think are indicative of really a plethora of districts around the country. You've got sort of a safe blue district in Northern Virginia. You have a sort of leaning Biden in the Hampton Roads area kind of district in Virginia's 2nd. No results out of Virginia yet. Yeah, Virginia's 2nd is one we're going to be watching closely. Obviously, Virginia's 7th with Abigail Spanberger, Yesli Vega, and then, of course, Virginia 10 with Hung Cao and Jennifer Wexton. So all of those are going to be really important. We're going to be watching those closely as we get on throughout the night. Good evening, everyone. Thank you all for joining. We've got a lot of people in live chat. We've already got 35 viewers. Share the stream, like the stream, subscribe if you haven't already. Of course, in order to talk in the live chat, you have to be a subscriber. So if you really want to say something, subscribe down below. Obviously, share the stream if you enjoyed, like this video. But we've got a lot we're going to go into. Like I said before, we're going to be talking to some speakers. Again, I'll figure out that system sort of as we go along here. I've got one sort of lined up, so whenever he's ready, he'll be joining us. So until then, we sort of wait until some of these results come in. So if you guys have any super chats, anything you want to say to me, of course, feel free to send them. Any questions or comments, of course. But so far, the only races we have to look at are, in terms of Senate anyway, Indiana, Kentucky. I don't like how they don't have the % sign next to both numbers, but we'll deal with that, I guess. Georgia, we've got 1% in. That 1%. Don't know if this is the early vote or not. Floyd County is a very red county. We'll be comparing these results to the 2020 results and 2021 results as we go throughout the evening. Turnout's expected to be relatively high across the country, especially in races that are pretty competitive, so that's really not a shock to anybody. But yeah, I'll look at live chat. Obviously, send super chats if you want to ask something specific. I'll skim through live chat a little bit. Of course, we're also going to be bringing in speakers as well, but not exactly sure when polls close in Florida. Oh, they already have, I guess. Wow. Okay. 67% of the vote, and we've got Marco Rubio leading in Miami-Dade County, 53-46. Duval County, 51-48. Marco Rubio. I'm guessing this is the early vote. Someone in chat correct me if I'm mistaken. Leon County, we've got 63-36 for Marco Rubio. So far, pretty predictable results. Again, a lot of people expected Marco Rubio to win Miami-Dade. The early vote was sort of telling us that Miami-Dade was going to come in red. Obviously, that's a huge disaster for Democrats. Really, Miami-Dade should be a blue county. It's a very urban county. high Latino population, but these are areas where you've sort of seen a realignment in recent years, and you're probably going to see very different results than what we saw back in 2016, 2018, when Miami-Dade was going plus 30 for the Democrats. So that's the state of the Senate race. Let's take a look at the governor's race. I think they don't have a separate tab, so we'll just go into the state results. So right now, Rubio is up 49.7 to Val Demings 49.4. In the governor's race, I don't know why that's not on here. Maybe it's down below. I don't know why New York Times usually has it right below. State results. Oh, maybe I've got to click this. All right, so we'll take a look at the governor's race if they have results for that yet. Yeah, so Rubio is outrunning DeSantis is outrunning Rubio. That's expected. 54-46 in Miami-Dade. Rubio is up 53-46. So he's slightly outrunning Rubio in Miami-Dade County. Broward County 62-37. That result back in 2020 was, we'll pull it up, 64-34. So DeSantis is overperforming Trump 2020. Obviously, he's doing well in Duval County. It would be kind of interesting to see if he somewhat underperforms what our expectations are in Miami-Dade, because some people thought he was going to win it by 5 or 10. So we'll see. Obviously, if the election day vote is coming in later, then this is obviously going to get redder. So good sign for the GOP so far. New York Times has added back their needles. I don't know if you guys remember this from 2020 where they had the needles sort of indicating which way the races were going to go. They've added these back. So we've got these little things to look at. They didn't have them for the Virginia governor's race. Let's look at this Kentucky amendment. Amendment 2, no right to an abortion. An amendment would state that there is no right to an abortion. Wow. Yeah, so this is failing so far by a pretty large margin. Again, there's a lot of rural counties still left out there, but again, abortion in the strictest sense is not a GOP issue. When you talk about banning abortion outright, it's really not popular with even some Republican voters. They usually like exceptions and certain trimester requirements. So I'm not too surprised that result isn't really the way the GOP wants it to be. But yeah, so we'll be browsing all throughout these races. Obviously, leave your questions down below, comments, and what have you. Of course, we're competing with a lot of big streams, so if you want to go watch other streams for a bit, obviously feel free, although certainly come back to our stream. Try to tell your friends to join our stream as well, because we'll be going well into the night. Hopefully, there's a lot of races we've got to cover. Obviously, a little aside, we're probably not going to know the final results for a lot of these races. So just a heads up, again, this was the case in 2020 as well. So far, Maggie Hassan with a huge lead in Merrimack County. And I think New Hampshire has the results by municipality. So, yeah, it's Concord, 76-23. That's a pretty large lead, but only 12% reporting. Concord back in 2020 wasn't that lopsided, I don't believe. I don't expect it to go that blue. 65-33, yeah. But again, I had New Hampshire as tilt blue in my prediction. I have it 53-47 for the Senate, so we'll see how that pans out. Let's see how we're doing in terms of speakers. We'll get that sorted out. So those are results out of New Hampshire. Let's take a look back at South Carolina. So far, Tim Scott, I mean, we've got less than 1%, so there's really not much you can go off of, but of course he's overperforming. Again, Crystal Matthews was sort of a train wreck in terms of the things she was accused of and the things she was saying on the campaign trail. She didn't really run much of a campaign at all. She was telling Democrats to basically infiltrate the Republican Party. 56% of the vote in Fulton County, 75% of the vote going to Herschel, God, I'm messing this up. 75% of the vote going to Raphael Warnock, 23 for Walker, 56 in. This is probably the early vote, so I would expect Walker to do better again. Even in 2020, if we pull up those results, I'm pretty sure Trump got 26%. So, yeah, I doubt Herschel Walker is going to get only 23% in Fulton County. Let's look at the governor's race, because I'm really interested in the comparison here. So we've got a 67-30 lead in the Senate race. Oh, and of course, we got to pull up the full results. I guess that's what they're doing now. They used to have this all on the same exact page. So let's see where Brian Kemp is at. Yeah, so Kemp is doing significantly better. He's at 35.4%, and he's getting 28% in Fulton. So this isn't really a surprise. We knew Kemp was going to do better. He's doing significantly better, outrunning Walker by 5 or 6 points. So that's good for him so far. Will it be enough to drag Walker over the finish line? That's the real question. But, you know, we'll have to see. Obviously, Georgia's one of those toss-up races we talked about. Pennsylvania, Nevada, etc. Those are all big toss-up races. But yeah, we're going to be skipping through these. We've got a lot of results to go through. Once the polls really start closing everywhere, we could skip around to all sorts of states. So if you have any states you want me to check on, put them down in the live chat below. But we've got a big stream ahead of us. Share the stream, like the stream, subscribe. Really helps out, obviously. But yeah, Kentucky being called for Rand Paul, not really a huge shock there. But we still got a lot of the vote outstanding, so we have no idea what the actual margin's going to be. Virginia is the state for a while I'm probably going to be focused on once we get results out of Virginia, because that's got the bellwethers I was talking about. All right, we've already got results out of Virginia. So I guess I can't click it. I'll drag it like this. So we've got Hung Cal leading 78-22 right now, and Virginia 10. Virginia 7th, Yesley Vega 70-30. No idea what counties are in or what's reporting. Whitman's up 77-22. Jen Kiggins is up 61-39 in Virginia 2nd. Of course, we got some of these races already called. These are uncontested. So we're going to be watching Virginia pretty closely throughout the night. Kind of wish they would shade this in the color of the candidate that's leading. But these are the bellwethers that I was talking about. So Virginia 2nd, Virginia 7th, Virginia 10. These are the races I'm going to be watching the most closely, because these are the races that are going to determine really the mood of the country. Because if the Republicans are going to lose the 7th district, they lose the 10th, obviously. And then even if they lose the 2nd, they're in a lot of trouble. So we've got just 3 calls so far on the House. Let me pull up my... we'll pull up the Senate map, I guess. And we'll fill this in as we go along once the Senate races get called. I believe Kentucky was already called. So we'll fill this map in. I'm not going to do one for the House, but I'll do one for the Senate. We'll do one for the governorships as well, probably, just so we can get sort of an idea of where we're at right now. I don't think any of the governorships have been called yet. But we'll be comparing these results, obviously, to 2016. We've got 2020 results up. We've got 2018. So there's a lot to look at, obviously. And, of course, leave your thoughts in the live chat, what you guys think is going to happen. What are your guys' midterm prediction? What do you think the Senate makeup is going to be at the end of the night? Drop that in the live chat down below. And, again, if you haven't already, subscribe, like this stream, and share this stream, because we're competing with a lot of big names tonight in terms of election night streams. So share this around. We've got a long night ahead of us. We'll take a look at some of the Senate races now. 8% out of Georgia now. 36 out of Florida. Florida is going to come in early. So this is what happened in 2020. A lot of the metrics are looking good for the GOP. They're leading Miami-Dade County by 6. They're doing pretty well elsewhere around the state. So far, it looks very good for the GOP, but we'll see. Again, the polls had Rubio up almost double digits. DeSantis was up double digits in the governorship polls, so we'll see if that holds on throughout the night. But this is the first state. I guess you could say Florida's an indicator. If the Republicans are outperforming what the polls say they will, I would say that's probably really good news for them. Obviously, if they're underperforming, a little bit concerning. 68-31 in Georgia. Again, Georgia's a state where a lot of the first votes being counted are out of these blue areas, so this is a little deceptive. Obviously, Walker's not going to lose by such a lopsided margin. But nonetheless, again, it's always good to be up ahead. But that's just how Georgia reports its votes. This is what happened in... Take a look at live chat now. Like and subscribe. It's the best way to help out. But no, we've got... It's exciting. It's exciting. You know, 2 years have led all up to this exact moment. So it is pretty exciting. We've got a lot to look forward to. Obviously, if you're a Republican, it looks good for you right now nationally, again, given just the midterm fundamentals. Republicans are looking good. We're really not going to get a sense of how the night's going to go for a couple more hours once we start getting the House results out of Virginia. That's going to be a huge bellwether really going forward. So let's take a look here. Yes, that's going to be a big result for us. But House seats we'll kind of focus on a bit later once we get more results. Senate, we've got some... It's just Vermont, Kentucky, and South Carolina. So we can fill those in, I guess, in our map for now. We'll fill those out. But these are always the first states to be called anyway, so it's not really a huge shock. But if you guys have any races you want me to look at, put them down in the chat below. Can't believe how much Kemp is outpacing Walker. Yeah, no, it really is incredible. I always knew Kemp was going to run ahead of Walker, but he's ahead by a decent amount, and that's probably because there's a decent amount of suburban Republicans and independents swinging towards Kemp. Northeastern Pennsylvania Republican, whenever you want, you could chime in.
You ready for me?
Yeah, absolutely. So first off, give me your take. What you think's going to happen? What do you think the Senate's going to look like tonight? If you have a House prediction, what do you think that's going to look like? And what do you think about what we're seeing so far out of Georgia and some of these other states? How are you feeling about it?
Well. First off, I'd just like to say thank you for having me on your show.
Absolutely.
As far as the Senate race and all that in Georgia goes, I think it's still very early on. There's still a lot of votes to count. I know it looks like Raphael Warnock has like this huge lead right now, but it's still very, very early, and they got a lot of votes to count, especially in rural areas. So we got to give that one a little bit more time. I'd say that's probably going to be too early to call right now, but I'm optimistic. I think, the theory that Brian Kemp could pull Herschel Walker over the finish line is, I think that's definitely a plausible scenario at the moment. I mean, Herschel Walker was doing pretty good in the polls leading up to the election, so we'll see what ends up happening there.
Yeah, I think he was in the lead. I'll pull it up right now, but I think he was leading narrowly. So again, Georgia polls I think are sort of accurate. Yeah, he's up 1.4 in RCP. So if that's the case, he might just avoid a runoff, but there is a third party so far getting I to pull up the percentage here, but they're getting a decent amount of the vote. I think it's like 1 or 2%. So we'll see what happens. Yeah, he's getting 1%, Chase Oliver. So if that turns out to be true, if Walker's actually up by 1.4, then he might just avoid a runoff. It really just depends on the Atlanta suburbs and how they come in, because I think Cobb County is going to be really close. If not, I think Brian Kemp might actually win it. So if that happens, I can't see Walker running that far behind him. You know what I mean? So we'll see. Obviously, the Florida results are coming in really quick. Somehow Florida is able to count ballots effectively, but we've got 40...
Well, I think they learned their lesson from 2000.
Oh no, they did. They learned their lesson, and they learned their lesson, and they've gotten their act together, because we've already got 46% of the vote in, and polls have only been closed for less than a half hour. So it is coming in
that's
fast.
Really fast. Okay. Well, I'm optimistic for Florida, for the GOP. I think that Ron DeSantis and Marco Rubio are going to do very well down there. I think a lot of people have been predicting that. The state's been trending right for a while now. And even in 2020, I think Real Clear Politics projected that state was going to go to Biden, and surprise, it actually went for Trump.
Yeah, so. I mean, I thought Florida was going to go to Trump, but I was honestly surprised at how lopsided it was in comparison. Like, I thought Florida was going to be a razor-thin margin, but Trump would eke it out, and he ended up winning by, like, 3.5 or something. So, again, Florida likes its incumbents, but I think it is indicative of a trend, especially when you have Florida going red in 2018. I mean, that was a blue wave year, and we flipped a Senate seat. The Republicans flipped a Senate seat, knocked off Bill Nelson. So I think that was really indicative of the overall trend that Florida was taking, because it went from a purple state, now it's just a red state, in my opinion. So I'm not surprised that, Florida's coming in so well for the GOP. But I mean, Pennsylvania is the one that I don't really know. Like, I think Oz has the advantage, but I've heard so many conflicting things about Pennsylvania, and you've got the lawyers descending on Pennsylvania that I don't know what's going to happen there. Things have looked good for Republicans in Arizona and Nevada, especially early vote in Arizona, although you've got that Maricopa County nonsense going on, so I don't know what's going to happen with that. But
yeah. And polls don't close there for a while, right?
Yeah, I don't think so. I should get a map of the poll closings. I'll pull that up.
Oh, I have one in my camera roll, actually. This is from 270 to Win's website. So, okay, so Arizona's polls will close at 9. That's across the entire state. Nevada's will close at 10.
All right. And I actually pulled up a graphic from New York Times that has all of this. So in some of the states that have divided time zones, it's a little complicated, but Virginia's closed already. 7:30 is North Carolina, West Virginia, Ohio. 8 p.m. is a bunch of states. You've got Maine, you've got Rhode Island, you've got Pennsylvania, New Jersey, Maryland, Delaware. I'm not going to list all, just the important ones. Michigan, Texas.
Yeah.
So we've got a lot.
And don't forget there. Oklahoma, too.
Oklahoma, yeah, the governor's race. That's going to be interesting. I don't know how that managed to get so close, but someone told me that Governor Stitt was like selling, farmland to China, and there was problems with crime in Oklahoma that people didn't think he was addressing. So again, Stitt didn't win by a tremendous margin back in 2018, so I'm not like tremendously surprised. But I mean, given like that this is supposed to be a wave year, it's kind of interesting. But
yeah,
statewide politics is different than federal politics, so I'm not 100% surprised.
Yeah, I mean, as far as that goes, I don't know much about Governor Stitt. I've never really read about his policies or how popular or unpopular he is in Oklahoma. I think part of the reason for that, why no one really pays attention, is because Oklahoma is just such a deep red state that nobody expects it to do anything but vote Republican. But tonight's result could be very interesting.
Yeah, I don't think the Democrats are going to pull an upset here, but I mean, if they get it within like a likely margin, if they're getting it within 10, I mean, that's pretty interesting. I mean, pulling up the 2018 results, I think Stitt only won by 12 back in 2018, and that was a totally different environment. So it just goes to show you that governorships are totally different than federal offices. I mean, the fact we're talking about New York is just a perfect example of that. Like New York, the statewide issues are much different than the federal issues. Yeah. And, you've got crime, you've got obviously cost of living, but crime is really the big one. And the fact that it's gotten so close can really be attributed to the fact that Zeldin is talking so much about crime. I mean, that's been his entire message. I can tell you on Long Island, there's a lot of energy for Zeldin. Turnout is really high. So we'll see what that means. Obviously, it all depends on what the city turnout is, what the turnout is, in Onondaga County and Syracuse, Buffalo, Rochester, all those other areas. But polls don't close in New York till 9, so I'm not really concerned with New York right now. It's mainly just the states we've got. Really, we're just looking at Georgia and Florida.
Yeah. And I think the clock just struck 7:30, which means polls have closed in Ohio, West Virginia, and North Carolina. Yep. And those are all interesting. So Ohio, we got the governor's race, which at this point is sure to go to Mike DeWine. Yeah. And we got the Senate race, which should go to J.D. Vance by probably likely margin, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, no, I agree.
And then North Carolina, Ted Budd. I have no doubt that he's going to win, but is he going to win by a lean or a likely margin? That's going to be interesting to see.
I think Ted Budd's going to do fairly well, mainly because in North Carolina you have polls that tend to overestimate Democratic support. And so far, the polls in North Carolina, Ted Budd has been up, and I think in the average, RCP, he's up by 6. So if these polls are accurate, he's winning by a likely margin. And if they're off, as they usually are, in more in Republicans' direction, you could be looking at an even bigger one. Now, that's not something I think is going to happen. It might. Obviously, we could see a lot of surprises. Again, if this is really, the big red wave that everyone's talking about, certainly could happen. And, looking at the Florida map, some of these counties, you've got that county south of Orlando, Osceola County, which I think back in 2020, Biden won by like 14 points. And with 81% of the vote reporting, Val Demings is only up by less than a point there. So that's showing you how far in the Republicans' direction Florida's swinging right now. It's really crazy. 51% of the votes statewide, so I don't know what that has in store for us. And some of these counties are a lot more in than other ones. Pinellas County is 83%. Marco Rubio's up 51-47. And I think, is it, am I right with the Panhandle? Doesn't the Panhandle close later, or they all close at the same time in Florida?
No, you're correct. The Panhandle does close a little later, probably because it's on a different time zone. So
Yeah.
that's going to close at 8, but the rest of the state closes at 7.
That's what I thought. Yeah, that's gonna give both Rubio and DeSantis a big boost, because Rubio's up 53-46 right now. If I pull up the governor's race, I think DeSantis is at 54, possibly 55. Let me pull it up. Yeah, he's up 54-45 on Crist, 56% of the vote in. Palm Beach County, 54-46 Crist. So DeSantis doing really well there. Wow. I mean, yeah, DeSantis is really killing it in some of these suburban counties. And we haven't even gotten the Panhandle in yet. So this is going to be interesting.
It is going to be interesting.
DeSantis is up by 8 in Miami-Dade County. So Florida, I wouldn't say is indicative of the country, mainly because Florida's been trending like pretty right-wing lately. But
Yeah.
Virginia, the Virginia House races, I think are really going to be indicative. And we did have some results out of there. I'll pull them up. I don't know if there's a lot reporting. Yeah, we've got 5% reporting in Virginia's 7th. That's Abigail Spanberger's district. She's down 63-37. It's probably some of the rural precincts coming in. Loudoun County, we've got Hung Cal up 60-40 on Jennifer Wexton. And then the second, Elaine Luria, is down by double digits to Jen Kiggins right now. So far looking good for Republicans there. If they flip the 7th and they flip the 2nd, that's already a pretty good sign. If Republicans flip the 10th, I think it's a 5-alarm fire for Democrats, because that is a Biden plus like 18 district. And, you know, Loudoun County is ancestrally Republican, so you've got a lot of those high propensity Republican suburban voters that are going to come out. So we'll see what happens with that race. But, I mean, yeah, there's so much around the country to really look forward to. I mean, Pennsylvania closes at 8, right? I said 8 o'clock. I think it's 8. I'll pull it up.
Pennsylvania does close at 8, yeah, but keep in mind Luzerne County is going to be, the polls there are going to close at 10 because they were having some problems.
Yeah. And that's going to be a big county for Oz and potentially Mastriano.
Yes, because remember, Luzerne County voted Democrat in every presidential election from the 90s till 2012, and Trump flipped it. And in 2020, he kept it.
Yeah.
So that's a really interesting county. A lot of interesting stuff going on there. And the polls there are, at least as far as I know, are going to remain open until 10 p.m. today. So that's going to be interesting to see, you know, the result out of that county and out of the whole state. I mean, you and I have both put a lot of time and effort into campaigning for Republicans in this state.
Absolutely. I mean, Luzerne is the one that is, I don't know, it could either go like, you know, like 55-43 for Republicans, or it could go like 58 or something. I have no idea how Luzerne County is going to vote. That's the thing, because it's one of those blue collar Trump counties. And the question is, can Republicans like Mastriano and Oz keep those strong margins there? Because, you know, it's an ancestrally Democratic county. Pretty sure the county government there is Democratic. So it's an interesting county. Lou Barletta actually won it back in 2018 in his Senate run by like 4 or 5 points, I think. Might even have been more. Yeah, Luzerne. He won Luzerne, even though he did really poorly statewide. Well, pull it up.
As far as that goes, is he... I know he's from Hazleton. What county is Hazleton in?
Luzerne.
Is that in Luzerne?
Yep.
Oh, okay. Well, that's probably part of the reason why there's a little bit of favorite sonism going on there.
Yeah.
But yeah, I mean, the fact that he was able to keep it in what was then a blue wave year is still impressive.
Yeah, and the thing about like Barletta too is he's a staple in like northeastern Pennsylvania. I mean, just look at the primary results for the governor's primary. He did extremely well in northeastern PA, but Mastriano did well basically everywhere else. So that's really what killed him. And honestly, Barletta really didn't campaign. I don't know what happened there. I don't know why he thought the primary was going to go his direction, but he decided kind of just sit around and rely on name recognition. And even back in February, I was sounding the alarm, so to speak, about that, because I'm like, you can't win by just sitting around and doing nothing, because Mastriano, like him or not, whatever your opinion is of him, he was campaigning all across the state, like everywhere, so.
Yeah, you and me both. I mean, look, I back in February, I think I told you about this. I tried to volunteer for Lou Barletta's campaign.
Yeah.
And they did not make making phone calls easy. It was they didn't have any like easy, simple to use app to do it, like Campaign Sidekick or Red Dialer GOP.
Yeah.
They had like a PDF document that you had to open here, an Excel spreadsheet you had to open here, a script that you had to open from your phone. You had to download, Google Voice on your phone and switch back between that and the script. It was a very just complicated process where there were a million things going on. And I tried to suggest to some of the people like, hey, have you ever heard of, this app or that app, like Red Dialer or Campaign Sidekick or whatever? And I don't know. I just kind of got the vibe that they were indifferent about it, and that they just thought that they were, because they were so ahead in the polls and, everybody loves Lou, that they were just going to sail right into victory when the primaries came around. And I understand that the polls had Barletta ahead for a while, but Mastriano, man, he really surged in those last 2 weeks.
Yeah, big time.
And that was it. By the time the primary elections came around, I mean, Lou Barletta, as you mentioned, won a lot of counties in Northeast PA, but outside of that, it was like nobody had ever heard of him.
No, and that's the thing with primaries is favorite sonism and that whole local aspect is huge. Because you've got your base of support in areas where you're from. I mean, if Lou Barletta was from Erie County, he'd be doing well in Erie County and so on and so forth. So, again, Luzerne, I guess, isn't the strongest place to be from because it's not that large of a county. I mean, it's only got about 300 some odd thousand people. But that primary was interesting. The fact that Mastriano was able to win with virtually no money at all. I mean, he really only had his online presence on Facebook Lives or whatever, like fireside chats he was doing on Facebook. So it's impressive. When an insurgent candidate is able to do that. And, the PA GOP, I think if they wanted someone else as their nominee, they failed in that objective, coalescing around one candidate. Because they didn't coalesce around Lou. They tried to get people to coalesce around him. I think Dave White, one of the candidates running, endorsed him, but McSwain decided to stay in the race, and there was some other guy, I forget his name, he also stayed in the race too, and they sort of gobbled up not even the anti-Mastriano vote, just the rest of the vote in general,
Yeah, and I think that's part of the problem. That was part of the problem with the Senate race too. You had all these candidates that just stayed around and refused to drop out and endorse somebody.
Yeah.
And that's why both of those races, part of the reason they went the way that they did. It's interesting about the favorite sonism, though, because I think you could see a similar thing in the New York GOP primary where Zeldin easily won Long Island. I mean, I know he won some upstate counties, too, but Long Island was like gung-ho for Zeldin. No surprise there. That's where he's
over 70% for him, yeah.
Yeah, and then you had Giuliani's son win big in the city. Mm-hmm. So that, no surprise there. Giuliani's a big name with the New York City GOP, as small as it may be.
Yeah. And that's the thing, too, because if your base of support is in New York City in a Republican primary, that's not a strong base of support, because think about how few registered Republicans there are in New York City. It's probably 14% of the electorate that's actually registered to vote as a Republican. There's obviously independents that vote Republican there, but I mean, primaries are interesting. They're a totally different ballgame than generals. And again, just with this entire race, we've gotten so many like conflicting reports about, we've had polls out of Washington Senate that have it within the margin of error. I mean, that's, insane to think about that, an incumbent Democrat is only up by 3 in RCP. Like, how does that happen in a state that Biden won by almost 20 points?
I almost wonder if we're entering an era in American politics where it's much harder to be an incumbent. I know a lot of people talk about like oh, like incumbents have an advantage because of name recognition and all the other privileges that they may have.
Yeah.
But I almost wonder if people, like, they're just starting to feel like, look, you've been in office for God knows how long. What have
Yeah.
you done for me? What have you done for my state? What
Yeah.
have you done for my community? I'm not going to keep voting for you if you keep doing this. And I almost wonder if that's also part of the reason why Doug Mastriano had the support he did in the primary, despite having almost no money. Like, because he was somebody who was a grassroots candidate. He was somebody who, you know, maybe people saw him as somebody who would bring something new to the table. I don't know, you know, but I just wonder if we're going into a phase in American politics where, you know, it's going to be harder to be an incumbent, and people are going to be, you know, much more, I guess, kind of, you know.
Yeah, just that anti-incumbent sort of
strict
fervor. Yeah, they're more likely to throw out their elected officials. And I mean, this year I think is unique because you've got, again, a lot of stuff going on around the country. People are concerned about, number one, the economy, crime. Democratic voters are energized about abortion, although I don't really know how much of an impact that's going to have. We've had conflicting reports. The vast majority of exit polls have the economy well ahead of abortion or anything like that. So, you know, I think one of the reasons why tonight will be bad for Democrats as of right now is because they've really only been running on social issues, abortion, January 6th, these things to try and, you know, scare their base to get out and vote. And they're not addressing the economic concerns that a lot of people have, including Democrats. You know, like the economy and whatnot. I mean, you know, I think...
Which candidates are you talking about?
Well, just in general. The messaging from Democrats across the board has mainly been on abortion. Attacking Republicans on abortion. That's what they're running on.
No, you're absolutely right.
They're not talking about the economy. They're not talking about, you know, inflation.
Crime.
They're not talking crime. Exactly. It's all been abortion, January 6th, Trump. And for Democrats, you know, if I was a Democratic advisor, I would not advise them to go in that direction because I don't think it's working for them. And again, we'll see tonight if this pays off, but I don't think it will. But that's just my analysis.
You're absolutely right that they have just been neglecting to talk about economic issues, first of all, enough, and second of all, in a way that connects with Republican voters. I mean, this is something that I think the Oz campaign's been doing very well, is he's made inflation a big issue of his campaign. We saw that in the debate. And I think it's part of the reason it worked.
I mean, yeah, it worked in just in general. And I mean, we'll see how it ends up at the end of the day if Oz does pull it out. I think he will. I mean, based on the polls, again, when you look at Pennsylvania polling history, polls in Pennsylvania tend to underestimate Republican support. So if that's the trend, if that trend continues, then we're looking at Oz winning by 3 to 4. Now, do I think that's going to happen? Probably not. I would be very surprised, just because I feel like in Pennsylvania we have a low ceiling for Republicans because you've got Philadelphia, Pittsburgh sort of anchor the state in one way or the other. Because, you know, when Democrats win statewide in Pennsylvania, they're winning by 6, 7, 10 points sometimes in these statewide races. When Republicans win, they're winning by 1, 1.5, 2 maybe. You know what I mean? Even Toomey in 2010 only won by 2 points. And that was a red tsunami to an extent. So it's interesting. But Pennsylvania's one I'm going to be watching really closely. Pennsylvania governor, I'm interested to see what the difference in the vote actually is, because I mean, you and I have both met Oz Shapiro voters before. I want to see how much of a factor they actually are. I mean, how many of those did you actually experience when you were out, like, you know, canvassing and whatnot?
Well, when I was in Old Forge, I definitely met a few people who would fall into that category. Definitely here in the Hill section of Scranton, I met several voters who would fall into that category. And it is interesting, you know, to try to figure out why, you know, someone would vote for Oz at the Senate level and then vote for Shapiro at the governor's level. I mean, there's a lot of talk about Mastriano being a radical, Mastriano being an extremist, Mastriano wasn't a good candidate. Regardless of my personal opinion about any of those claims, you know, has Mastriano had the money to, you know, really get out the message that he is not those things and connect and actually be able to connect with voters who are going to vote for Oz, but not necessarily going to vote for him. It doesn't really seem like he's been able to do that. And there's, we've discussed this before. There's a lot of reasons for why that may be. But I did meet a few number of Oz Shapiro voters, if you want to call them that. Part of the thing is, too, I think Fetterman was just not a good candidate for the Democrats, and the stroke only made things worse.
Yeah, that definitely played a real, in my opinion, a game-changing role in the race because, Fetterman was up in the polls by double digits. And again, some of those polls were trashed. It's like, all right, early polls are really not that reliable. But again, the polls had Fetterman up 4, 5, 6 points. And, we didn't really see the full effects of the stroke because Fetterman was off the campaign trail for like 2 to 3 months. So nobody saw him at all.
Hey, we saw plenty of the effects of the stroke when that debate happened.
Yeah, and debate definitely did not help him.
And look, I'm not sitting here making fun of him. That was
absolutely.
sad to watch.
Of course.
I wish him a speedy recovery.
Yeah.
But when you see somebody like that, is that really somebody who should be in the Senate? I think a lot of voters would say no, and I think people have a right to be concerned about, the state of his health.
Yeah,
and whether or not he's fit to serve.
Yeah, and I think that's something that's like you're gonna have independents, and that's something I heard from independents in the final weeks that I was in Pennsylvania, was people didn't think Fetterman was up to par. Whether you agree with that or not, that's the sentiment that I heard. So it really depends. Again, Fetterman's down in the polls right now. We're looking at a Republican wave environment. That's what's predicted anyway. If he pulls through, that would really be remarkable. It would say something both about Pennsylvania and Fetterman as a candidate, or the electorate, that our people just didn't show up. And I think Mastriano is the wild card. Does he bring out more Democrats that are coming out to vote against him and are going to vote Fetterman as well? Or are these just like Republican voters that just, they're going to come out anyway. They're going to vote Republican in the House races. They're going to vote Republican in the Senate, but they're not going to vote for Doug. I don't know the answer to that. I guess we'll find out in a couple of, an hour or so whenever the polls close. That's the
really
$1 million
question.
Yeah, well,
who knows? Who knows what the answer to that is? Because you're absolutely right. The reaction to Doug Mastriano could, on both sides, could totally swing stuff one way or another.
And that's the thing. Like, I have no idea which way, because I've heard it said both ways. I've heard people say that Mastriano is a reason why they voted, because they're voting against him because he's, he scares them and whatnot, and he's very much against their positions. And then I've heard the opposite, that you have these Trump voters that are disillusioned with Oz. They're not fans of Oz, but they're going to come out and vote because Mastriano's there, and they're just going to vote R down ballot, including Oz, because Mastriano has gotten them out to vote. I've heard on Twitter and things like that central Pennsylvania turnout is high. It's obviously a good news for Republicans in general, because that means Mastriano and Oz are going to get good margins there.
Yeah.
So I
highly doubt anybody that votes for Mastriano is also going to vote for Fetterman.
Yeah, I don't.
Oz Shapiro voters, but yes. I highly doubt that there's going to be a whole crowd of Fetterman Mastriano.
Oh, well, I totally agree. I know it's sort of a meme with like the trailer park people that they're going to vote Mastriano and Fetterman. I don't see that happening. I'd be really surprised, to tell you the truth, if obviously people have joked about it, but
that's a meme.
Yeah, that's not real life. Voters don't really, maybe 2% of whatever, a small number of people are going to vote that way, but I mean, those are people that really aren't very ideological. They're just voting off of vibes or whatever else. Florida is 69% in now, which is wild. Ooh. I mean, Rubio is up by 11 points, and we still haven't even counted the panhandle. So this is absolutely incredible for Republicans. Now, again, I will stress that Florida is not the state I would look at in terms of a bellwether. That's the Virginia House races. But so far, you'd want to be the Republicans right now, because this is looking really good in Florida. Again, Florida is Florida. It's sort of its own thing. It's had a lot of in-state migration, a lot of people moving in that are more Republican-leaning, especially from like the Northeast. Sherry Beasley is up in North Carolina, 56-42, 38% reporting. I will add the caveat, though, that North Carolina, the Democratic precincts usually come in first. So
yes,
there's some...
we saw this in 2020.
Yeah, and then it's going to narrow up, but it is going to do really well. I don't know what exactly the margin was at this point in 2020, but, I mean, I still think Bud's going to win by a decent amount. I mean, Sherry Beasley lost her re-election in 2020 for the state Supreme Court. She lost that in a year where Biden only lost the state by less than 2 points. So that's on the same ballot that Roy Cooper won re-election. So I've always said I don't.
Their governor.
Yes, and I've always said that I never bought the idea that there were some Democrats saying, "Well, Sherry Beasley's a really strong candidate." I don't really see it. She doesn't strike me as very charismatic. Again, she lost re-election in 2020. So if she lost in 2020, we're looking at a year that's supposedly redder than 2020. How is she supposed to win that? But I guess Democrats didn't have anyone else on their bench, and Roy Cooper didn't run. So, I mean, Roy Cooper would have been a tough opponent, but I still think the Republicans probably would have won at the end of the day. But now we've got results out of Ohio, 6% in. Tim Ryan is up 63-37. A lot of the blue areas reporting. And then let me see how the governor's race is turning out just to get a sense of what the split is. So in the Senate race, 63-37. Let me pull up the full results. They used to be able to hit the full results from the interface. Wow. Oh my God. Okay, so listen to this. So Tim Ryan is up 62-37, right, in the Senate race. In the governor's race, Nan Whaley, the Democrat, is only up 52-48. So
okay, so what does that mean?
That means, well, it means basically what we expected to happen. DeWine is going to absolutely crush Nan Whaley. So she's probably going to lose by 20-25 points at this rate. So for some reason, Ohio likes to reelect their Republican governors by insane margins. I don't know why. Because, I mean, objectively speaking, DeWine isn't some sort of Baker Republican. He is just a regular Republican. You know what I mean? So you have a sizable chunk of Democrats that are voting for DeWine, and I don't know why. You know, I really don't know what their reason is.
I don't know either. I remember a lot of, like, more Trumpian Republicans were upset with the results of the Ohio Republican primary. A lot of them felt like Mike DeWine's lockdowns were too strict.
Yeah.
And wanted somebody who was a little bit more MAGA, but Mike DeWine ended up winning that primary, and in the polls, he was so ahead.
Yeah.
So ahead.
And, go ahead.
As far as that Senate race goes, okay, so you're seeing now that Ryan is up?
Yeah, he's up pretty big right now. Again, a lot of the counties that are already in are Democratic counties, so it's not something that J.D. Vance should be concerned by. I don't think there's any situation in which he loses this race. It's really just a question of the margin.
Yeah, I mean, it's too early to be making a call in Ohio as of now, but I remember in 2020 and probably 2016 too, it looked like Hillary Clinton and Joe Biden were ahead of, in Ohio for a little bit, and then you had the votes come in from, places outside of cities, and, and then Trump caught up and was able to win
because
the state.
most of the night, well, not most of the night, but for the first couple hours, Biden was ahead considerably. But that's just how Ohio reports its votes. Same with North Carolina. They almost have an opposite of the so-called red mirage. They have a blue mirage in those states.
Yes.
So, again, I'm not sure how Virginia works, because I've heard in past elections, I've seen past election coverages before, like 2012 and 2016. Usually Nova comes in last in terms of reporting.
Yes.
So Republicans will be up for a considerable amount, and then right at the end, all the Nova precincts come in and they end up losing. So
yes, we saw that in 2020 too. I remember being on, I think it was MSNBC's channel on the TV, and Virginia, Trump was leading there for a while, but then the votes came in from the counties around Washington, D.C., and that was over pretty quickly.
Yeah, and that's really important for, like, the House races. Like, these three districts, Virginia 2nd, Virginia 7, Virginia 10, They're all in very different situations. Like, you've got Virginia 10, like I said, nearly a safe Biden district. 41% of the vote in. Wexton is up 53-47. Spanberger, Virginia 7th. Yesley Vega's up 59-41. And Virginia 2nd, Jen Kiggins is up 58-42, 25% reporting. So, I don't know when we're going to get the full results out of Virginia's 10th, because that's a Nova district. But the 7th, we should get a good idea soon. I mean, it's partly Nova, but most of it stretches down into north central Virginia. So, I'm not sure how those will go. But those are like the bellwethers that I'm watching the most, tonight.
And it's interesting that a Biden plus, what was it, 15 district is now competitive.
Yeah. See, that's what I mean, though, when I'm talking about, good signs for Republicans overall. Like, that district should not be competitive in any way. I mean, even in 2018, I don't really think Democrats were seriously contesting Trump 15 districts, except that one in Oklahoma. But, we've got Republicans contesting districts in upstate New York around Rochester that are Biden plus 20. So there's that district in Pennsylvania around Pittsburgh that's Biden plus 20, where you kind of have this far left progressive running and the Republican running in that race. I think his name is Mike Doyle, and that's the exact same name as the Democrat that's retiring. So a lot of people are getting confused of like who to vote for, because Mike Doyle has these leaflets, I think, that says like a trusted name, Mike Doyle for Congress. And it's very funny because a lot of Democrats might vote for him thinking that that's the same Mike Doyle they've always voted for. So that'll be interesting. I don't know if that's really going to materialize. I know I've seen a lot online, and some people...
I think Red Eagle Politics had something about that on his channel last night or the night before, and I thought that was kind of funny. That we'll see. We'll see.
Yeah, I'm not banking my hopes on that, though. I don't think that's going to happen. Somebody in the live chat said first flip of the night. What flip is that? First flip.
Yeah, I see that actually. What flip is he talking about?
Wait, let's look. Hold on. It's not a house flip yet.
He said 13th Florida.
Oh, okay. Yeah, let me pull that up. Hold on, wait, let's zoom in here. 13th Florida is a flip. I wonder who's calling that. 13th, yeah. Oh, okay. It's Pinellas. So that's the first flip of the night. 95% of the vote already in. Republicans up 53-45 in that district. New York Times has not called it, though. I guess they're waiting for the panhandle to come in. Let's look at the statewide results, because Florida, man, I don't know why every state doesn't count votes like Florida, because... we're going to be done with Florida results in like an hour or so, literally. We're going to have basically everything in already. So
now, does New York Times get their calls from the Associated Press, or do they have a different way of doing it?
I think they do Associated Press. I'm pretty sure that's like the gold standard for just about everybody. I don't know. I know the networks do it that way. I'm not 100% though. But if they do, the AP usually... these races should be called pretty quickly, but in terms, we've already got a house flip in the Tampa Bay area. 95% of the vote in Pinellas County, and it's 53-45 Marco Rubio. So we don't even have the panhandle up. Marco Rubio is up 55-43, and the panhandle isn't even in yet. So, I'll look at some of the blue counties, but we could be in for, wow, I don't even know, like a 16-point victory for Marco Rubio right now.
That would be very impressive, and that would be by a lot more than everyone was expecting.
Oh, yeah. It was more than I was expecting. I never expected Florida to be this red. My final call on Rubio, I think, would have been Rubio plus 10 or 12. So, if current trends continue, then it's going to exceed even my best expectations for Marco Rubio. Wow.
Yes.
So, if this sets the tone for the night, then Republicans are having a good night. Again, I'm going to stress to everyone watching, I don't necessarily think that Florida is going to be the big bellwether. I think it's going to be Virginia. Pennsylvania. Oh, I can't wait for Pennsylvania to come in. Because you mentioned, I've worked on that race for over a month, so I really, really want to see Pennsylvania's results more than anything.
the clock has struck 8 o'clock, and that means the polls have closed in Pennsylvania minus Luzerne County, and if there's any other counties that had to extend it for some reason that I don't know about, then there you go. But they're supposed to close at 8 o'clock, and it's going to be interesting to see the results that come out of there. Now, we both know that that's going to take a long time for them to finalize the result. I do wonder if they'll be able to call the governor's race tonight, though, because that's not as close.
We'll see. I mean, Pennsylvania, we've already got results in. They've just called the uncontested races for Pennsylvania, PA 14, PA 13.
Wait, they called those already?
Already, yep. And Pennsylvania just closed literally 3 minutes ago. So, wow.
That was
okay.
fast.
We've got no results out of the statewide races yet. Oh boy, buckle up. It's coming. They've already called Maryland Senate. That's not a surprise at poll closing. They've called Tammy Duckworth's race at poll closing. They've called Richard Blumenthal's race at poll closing, which means the predictors are pretty confident in their victories. I mean, I've heard some people speculate that Duckworth might only win by 9 or 10 points. But I feel like if they're calling it this early, that's probably not the case, unless they're just jumping the gun. You know what I mean?
Wow, they called Illinois already, too. Huh?
Pennsylvania, 3% in. Oh, boy. Fetterman's leading 84-15 in Allegheny County, 27% of the vote in. This is the mail-in. So 84-15 lead for Fetterman in Allegheny. It's the only county we have results in so far. Wow.
Allegheny is where Pittsburgh is, correct?
Yep. 3% in. That's where all the votes. So Fetterman is up 84-15.
Look, it's too early to be making calls in PA. Of course. And I would hope that the reporters and analysts who are putting this information up on the New York Times and stuff like that, like it's a little early to be making a lot of these calls. Let's wait till more of the votes come in. Polls just closed in PA 4 minutes ago,
Yeah, let me look at the governor's race, because I just checked something on Twitter, and somebody said Doug Mastriano's getting destroyed in the results that we have. So I want to see if that's true. So let's pull up PA Gov. So 84-14.
Still very early
88-10.
to be making like that.
88-10 right now in Allegheny. Again, this is all early vote. This is probably from urban Pittsburgh, but Oz is so far outrunning Mastriano a decent amount. Again, Josh Shapiro's up 88-10. John Fetterman's up 84-14. So we're already seeing the ticket split happen in real time. Again, the early votes in Pennsylvania heavily favor Democrats. So PA 12, that district I was talking about with the Doyles, Summer Lee is only up 75-25 on her Republican opponent. So that seems to be an underperformance. I don't know. We'll see. We have no votes out of the Philadelphia area yet. It's just out of Pittsburgh. DeSantis has been called. He's won his re-election. 57-42. The panhandle is not even in yet. Wow.
All right.
I am in. That is incredible. I mean, all right, so that's the first call in the governor's race besides all the safe ones. Good news for Republicans. It certainly isn't bad news for the GOP if DeSantis is winning by literally safe margins, and we've still got the panhandle not even in yet. For those of you just joining, make sure to like down below, share this stream, subscribe down below, send any super chats if you have any questions. But I mean, yeah, Palm Beach County is red right now in the governor's race, and that was a county that Donald Trump lost by, I think, like 14 points. So that's it.
Wow.
I mean, Charlie Crist was running a terrible campaign. I mean, he ran on Resist Lib January 6th, DeSantis bad because he didn't lock down the state. I mean, that's my crude explanation of it, but Democrats could have had a stronger candidate, and I think Charlie Crist was just a disaster, in my opinion.
Is it true that he used to be a Republican?
He was a Republican. He was an independent. He was everything under the sun.
Okay, so he's one of those types of people.
Yeah, they've called both of the Oklahoma Senate races. Not a surprise. They've got a special, so there's two coinciding. 4%
And
out of
both of them went for the
Pennsylvania.
Republican?
Yes. 12% of the vote in Philadelphia. Fetterman up 92-6 on Oz. Let's see what the governor's result is for that. Because, again, I don't think that Oz is only going to get 6% in Philadelphia. I mean, this is all early vote. This skews insanely Democrat in Philadelphia. Mastriano at 4% right now, 11% reporting. Again, this is probably the bluest of bluest precincts. Not exactly super indicative of what's happening.
Yes,
but,
we gotta.
I mean,
it's still
really,
very early
really
for
early.
PA. We gotta let more votes come in before everybody starts making predictions and calls and projections and all that.
Yeah, we've got no votes out of Illinois yet, although they've called that race. Indiana, Todd Young is up 62-35. He's out. He's underperforming a bit, but this is the early vote coming in. Gary coming in 60-39. Some of these areas. There's actually a competitive House seat in Indiana. Indiana's first. I don't know if you know about that. The one by Gary, Indiana.
Yeah,
It's a Biden +8 district, and Republicans might be able to flip it. Don't know if we have the results out of there yet. We should have something.
Now, can that congressional district be treated as a bellwether for today?
Oh, sure. Oh, absolutely. I mean, this is an incumbent Democrat that might lose. 60-40 right now. He's up 22%. Again, this is early vote. It's a Biden +8. So if this district flips, it's very much indicative, I think, of where the country's headed. Because you could certainly forecast a red wave if that district flips. I can tell you that. Wow. Yeah. The Miami districts are coming in safe Republican. I knew that was going to happen. Again, DeSantis is a commodity, and he is a formidable 2024 contender. Very much so on the national stage.
Yeah, and it's going to be really interesting to see what ends up going down between him and Trump.
Well,
I mean,
yeah,
I'm really hoping that they don't fight it out. I'm sure there's a lot of people in the Democrat Party that would love to see that.
Oh, and they're certainly fanning this sort of feud. We've just got results out of Michigan now. Oh boy, let's see. Early
Michigan,
vote.
huh? I didn't think the poll. Oh no, you're right. Yeah, the polls.
Yeah,
closed.
Michigan polls
for most of the.
We're gonna be
there at 8
jumping.
o'clock.
We're gonna be jumping all over the place. Texas polls actually closed, although we've got no results out of Texas yet. Oh wait, no, I spoke too soon. We do have results out of Texas. Let's pull up the governor's race there. And again, if you guys in the audience have any races you want me to look at, just put them in the live chat, at me in the live chat, super chat it, whatever you want to do. 154 live viewers. Share the stream, like the stream, subscribe. We'll be going well into the night. It looks like Abbott so far he's down 56-42. That's mostly because Austin's coming in. Fort Worth is coming in red, 51-48. This early on, that's good news for Abbott. Dallas County, 64-35. Again, good for Abbott this early. Denton, 55-43. We've got a lot of vote to count, but Abbott's going to win by a pretty considerable margin. I'd be very shocked if this is a single-digit race. I don't think it will be. I think Beto would have been better served if he had ran in a better year for Democrats. But
I don't know. He just does a lot of things that make him very unappealing to voters, let's just say.
Well,
I
yeah,
mean, did you
and
see that weird
voters.
TikTok dance he did?
Oh, yeah, I did. A lot of Democrats have been doing that. You've had Stacey Abrams. You've had a lot of people doing those weird little things as if that's going to win them votes.
Yeah, Beto's was like the worst, though, because he was doing this like weird, creepy face at the camera. And it's like,
I've
I'm
seen
just thinking to
reaction
myself,
to that.
like, do these people think that like this is going to help them win?
I guess so. I mean, there's no better way to speak to Gen Z than doing cringy TikTok dances, I guess, in the minds of Democratic strategists. I don't know why they thought that was a good idea. More vote out of Georgia. We're getting a lot of suburban Atlanta coming in. Cobb, 59-39. Warnock, 27% in. Let's see how Kemp is doing, because that's what I'm really interested in. How well is Kemp outrunning Walker in Cobb County? Oh, my goodness. Okay, wait. 55-44. So he's actually not outrunning him by his... Oh, no, that's pretty considerable. Look, comparing the two. 28% of the vote in the governor's race already counted. 30% in the Senate race. Oh, gosh, I really just don't want to run off. That's going to be such a mess.
No one wants that.
Nobody wants a runoff. Let's get this race settled tonight. I don't want to see a runoff. If Kemp is winning by 8 points, I don't see a way he doesn't drag Walker over with him. I'd be very shocked. And Abrams is leading right now, 52-47. And this is still the early vote. So I'd be very concerned if I was the Democrats right now. Especially because Fulton County, the Atlanta suburbs, are disproportionately reporting a higher percentage of the vote. So there's a lot of red rural counties that have to be counted. So we're in for a long one with Georgia. Hopefully we get results tonight, or at least for governor. We should have it for governor. I've got some people on Twitter saying it's over for Oz. Don't know why they're saying
why
that.
are they saying that?
No idea. I'll take a look.
Again, there's still a lot of votes to be counted, and the polls just closed in PA 12 minutes ago. I don't know. I don't understand why everybody rushes to make projections when we barely have any votes in,
Yeah, people are starting to say that New Hampshire is looking bad for the GOP. Hassan is doing better than expected there. 12% of the vote is in, though. Leaning D, 62% to 36, 12% in. I'm guessing it's the blue areas that are reporting. Let's see. If they've got the full town results, they should have them. Yeah, it's the blue areas reporting right now, so I wouldn't be as concerned, although Manchester is coming in 59-39. What was that margin back in 2020? See, I think you're going to see this throughout the night. That's why I'm really not going to check Twitter much tonight, because people are going to be dooming on both sides. You're going to see Democrats saying it's over, Republicans saying it's over. I don't know. We'll have to see, honestly. But
and look, we knew New Hampshire was a stretch anyway.
That's what I think. But, I mean, the polls narrowed up, so I think a lot of Republicans were hoping that New Hampshire would be a bit more competitive than it seems to be going right now. Right now, they're giving Hassan a 69% chance to win on the forecast needles for New York Times, which, again, are very malleable, very flexible. So, all right, now we have votes out of Cumberland and Perry County. Perry County, 78% for Oz so far, 18% for John Fetterman. This county back in 2020 was, and I'll pull it up, just so we can get an idea of how the vote's turning out right now. Perry County was 74-24 Trump. So Oz is doing better in Perry right now with 10% in. So that's good news for Oz right now. Let's see what the New York Times needles have Pennsylvania as in terms of chance to win with these results coming in so far. Let's see. I don't know. What do you think? So New York Times is estimating that Dr. Oz wins by 0.2% as of right now.
Interesting. Okay. All right.
So it's a complete toss-up. I guess, again, we still got a lot of early vote going in, so I don't know if they're just not comfortable making a stronger projection. But again, I mean, I always expected this to be close, and I'm not ruling out that John Fetterman wins, because my predictions have consistently been Fetterman tilting. I mean, Oz, a tilt Oz margin, but again, I've always acknowledged that this could theoretically go any way. But again, I mean, if this is a race that's an outlier, and we've got other races around the country going strong for Republicans, then Pennsylvania going blue would really be surprising. And I don't know if that would be an indictment on Oz as a candidate. If Fetterman really is just that beloved by a lot of general election voters, I wouldn't know. But I mean, it was always a possibility.
Yeah, it's always a possibility, but I think that's very unlikely that Fetterman would be that loved by, so many independents in PA. But I mean, look, even 270 to win had that as tilt Oz in the past couple of days, which I thought was really interesting, because they've had that race as tilt D for a long time, but I think it was yesterday they switched it to tilt Republican. So, and 270 to win is not a conservative site in terms of, how they predict these races are going to go. A lot of times I feel like they've overestimated Democrats a little bit.
Oh yeah, I mean, it's even what is it? 538 even has Oz as a favorite, but again, it's 50-50. I just see it as an important gauge for the rest of the country because, again, Pennsylvania is a state that votes consistently to the right of the country. So if Pennsylvania is going blue, but the rest of the country is going red, that's just probably down to candidate quality and that bitter primary that Oz went through that, really didn't help him at all. But I really don't think a lot of Republican primary voters are voting for John Fetterman, so it would really surprise me. But, I mean, we'll see. We'll take a look at chat, see what chat is saying. But no, I really think that Pennsylvania is going to be a nail-biter. Georgia is going to be a nail-biter. Florida is going a lot better for Republicans than I expected. So obviously good for Republicans. 50% of the vote in North Carolina. Sherry Beasley's lead has dropped now to just 9 points with 50% in. So this is definitely going to go down. I think Bud wins by 6. That was my prediction. I don't know if that looks like it'll hold up at this rate. Kentucky's weird. All the blue precincts are reporting early, and still you've got Rand Paul with 54-46 lead, but that was called a while ago. Tim Ryan is doing really well in the early vote, especially in his home area of northeastern Ohio. Although for some reason Cuyahoga County is coming in red, which is Cleveland. But that's 31%. I mean, oh, sorry, I got the wrong thing. That's 1% of the vote reporting. So that's probably just a rural precinct in there.
Interesting.
Let's take a look at Texas again, because someone's telling me that apparently Abbott is doing extremely well in the Dallas area. 58-48. 51-48, sorry.
That one was unlikely to go to the Democrats. I mean, we knew that. Beto O'Rourke, as we just discussed, was just not a good candidate at all. It would have been interesting to see how the race would have played out if Matthew McConaughey ended up running.
Yeah, running as a third party.
What he did. Yeah. I wonder who if he. I mean, I doubt he would have won, but would he have taken away votes from one of the candidates or another? Who knows?
I don't know. I mean, it really does depend if you consider, like, I don't know, how serious, like, a contender Matthew McConaughey would have been. I don't know. If he would have been, like, a Kanye West sort of candidate that sort of ran sort of a joke of a campaign, or if he would have been serious about actually winning. Because Oregon has that interesting three-way race with Drazen, Johnson, and Kotek.
Yes.
We're not going to get latest. Yeah.
In your latest video, you had mentioned that a lot of the supporters of the third-party independent candidate, what was her name again? Johnson?
Betsy Johnson, yeah.
Yeah, that they were, going to be supporting the Democrat instead, and that the third-party candidate was starting to drop in the polls, and a lot of those people were going to go to the Democrat. So it's going to be interesting to see how that race ends up going.
Yeah, I mean, it's up in the air because Drazen, because of the vote split, was ahead in most of the polls most of the election. And, now we're in a situation where we're starting to see Kotek pull ahead. She's up in some cases by 4 points. So I don't know. That's going to be interesting. I mean, if Republicans flip Oregon, though, I mean, that would be the first time Republicans win that seat since I believe 1982. It's been a long time, so that would certainly be huge. They have not had a
Republican governor since the 80s.
Yeah, no, that's going to be tremendous. Pennsylvania 84-14 Fetterman. This is all early vote coming out of blue areas. I don't know. What do you think about Oz? Do you think Oz does better than Trump in the rurals, or do you think he does slightly worse, but he makes up for it in the suburbs?
That's a good question. I mean, it is interesting because I think a lot of rural Pennsylvania did go for McCormick in the primaries, which surprised me at the time.
Yeah.
So I don't know if that was just because Kathy Barnett was taking votes away from Oz, and if it had just been Oz versus McCormick, they would have gone for Oz anyway, or if they have a problem with Oz that maybe we're not really seeing clearly right now. I don't know. The short answer to that is I don't know. I don't think that Oz is going to do poorly in the rural parts of PA though.
Yeah.
I don't think they're going to just stay home or leave that part of the ballot blank just because they don't like him. I think Oz has ran a good campaign. He's really been trying to connect with voters and talk about issues that a lot of people are concerned about right now: crime, inflation, getting the drug trafficking at the border to stop. Those have been his three big issues, and there's a lot. It's working with a lot of voters.
So here's an interesting one. So there's a governor. I don't know if you've probably not following this one, but the governor's race in Rhode Island is actually some speculated would be very competitive, and so far. Again, Providence isn't in, but the Republican is only down by 8 points, Ashley Kalis. Dan McKee is incredibly unpopular. He barely won his primary as an incumbent governor. And, some have thought of this as a sleeper flip. I've always had this as likely Democrat. But I will be watching this race throughout the night. Obviously, New York, once the polls close there, because I'm going to be watching that really closely to see what we get. But New York tends to be notoriously slow when it comes to vote counting, so I'm not getting too excited about getting real results anytime soon. But I'm interested to see how Schumer runs in comparison to Zeldin. So yeah, we'll be watching that really closely. But Missouri, we've got some results out of Georgia, North Carolina. So did you think what was your Senate prediction? Did you have Republicans winning how many seats? Did you ever have one in your head, or you just kind of wait and see what happens?
No, I had one.
Yeah.
I have my prediction for most of this cycle has been 53 Republicans to what would the number be? 47 for
47,
Democrats.
Yeah.
That's been my prediction for a while, because I have thought this entire time that yes, Republicans will win Pennsylvania. Yes, Republicans, Herschel Walker will win in Georgia. Yes, Blake Masters will win in Arizona, even if that one's close. Yes, Laxalt's going to win in Nevada. So I have, even though those races are close, and yes, a lot of those could go either way, I've thought that those four were going to be going Republican. New Hampshire, that one was always a stretch. I think it was interesting that Bolduc led a few polls, and that even Real Clear Politics for a little while projected that one was going to go to him. But you had been saying on your channel that was going to be a stretch. I completely agree.
Yeah,
I think that one was always going to be a stretch. It seems like New Hampshire is just not the state that it was maybe 20 years ago, and even before that. It seems to be much more blue now for reasons that I don't really know all the details about.
Yeah.
But I that one was always going to be a stretch. But as far as Pennsylvania, Nevada, Arizona, and Georgia go, I've thought that those were going to go Republican, But who knows?
Yeah.
I don't know. There's a lot of votes to count. A lot of things could happen in PA. A lot of things could happen in Arizona, and Nevada, even though Laxalt's been up in the polls, you've, correctly stated on your channel that sometimes the polls overestimate Republicans in Nevada. It happened in 2016, so
yeah.
Who knows what that's going to end up looking like,
That's why I think that's why my prediction was Laxalt 1-2 because, and in Lombardo 2-3, because the polls do tend to overestimate Republicans. Now, that's not always the case. I think in 2020, I'm pretty sure they were spot on in terms of the margin. I could be totally wrong, but I think they were right about the margin there. And if that's the case, then I think Laxalt wins by 2, which is probably what I think is going to happen. But people in chat are saying to look at the Atlanta suburbs. Georgia will go blue. Look at DeKalb County. I'll take a look at DeKalb County. I mean, it's definitely not going to go blue in the governor's race, but we'll take a look at Senate. DeKalb County is 7% in. Oh, well, that's not news. Only 7%. Yeah, we've still got a lot of vote to count. I mean, there's safe red counters that are coming in blue right now because of the early votes. So we're not really seeing any crazy real results right now out of Georgia. But I mean, what do you think? Where you were in Pennsylvania, what do you think some of the margins are going to be in some of the key counties if you had to guess? Like, Luzerne, Lackawanna. Like, do you have any predictions on those or?
That's a good question. I think Lackawanna County will kind of be where it's been the past couple elections, which will be, it'll be a Democrat county, but it'll be by a lean margin. I doubt it would be any more blue than that, especially in a red wave environment like this. Luzerne County, I think, even though there's weird stuff going on there with the, elections having to be, the polls having to close at 10 p.m. instead of 8. Who knows what's going to happen there, but I think it would be, strange if it was anything other than a lean red, county. Maybe it'll be more Republican than that, but I don't really see Democrats winning that county, but who knows,
Yeah.
Pennsylvania's a toss up, and that, Lackawanna and Luzerne counties are not solid red or blue, so they could both go either way.
I mean, that's exactly it, though. And I think especially in the governor's race, Luzerne is more of a toss-up than the Senate race, because I'm very, very confident that Oz will win Luzerne. I mean, Trump won Luzerne twice. Blue Barletta won Luzerne. I think Luzerne's a red county.
Yeah.
Mastriano, I mean, if Mastriano lost by 10, maybe. I don't think that's going to happen. Like I've said, I think there's going to be a polling miss in Pennsylvania governor. I think it's Shapiro 4-5 right now. I could be wrong. But that's sort of where I'm at with Pennsylvania governor. Senate, I still think Oz wins by about a point. Tilt margin, give or take. So
yeah,
it's honestly crazy.
Look, the only thing I'll say, kind of in defense of Shapiro on that is he did win Luzerne County when he ran for attorney general.
Yep, that he did
2 years ago. So that is interesting. But is that going to stay the same this time in his race against Mastriano? I don't know. We'll have to wait and see.
Yeah, I mean, I'm just in awe right now. I'm looking back at Florida again. How much of a margin DeSantis is on track to win by 20 points. I mean, this is incredible.
Nobody was predicting that.
Nobody was predicting that. And I'm looking at some of the blue counties. Orange County is 95% in. This is a county that Trump got. I'll pull it up right here. So Trump got 37% of the vote, 38% of the vote in Orange County. DeSantis got 46%. So we are looking at a total and complete landslide for Republicans in the state of Florida, the likes of which I didn't expect. And honestly, I've always underestimated Republican support in Florida. I've always had it going bluer than it ends up going. So,
I think the days of Florida being a swing state are over. And I know, you can't say any of that with 100% certainty because elections are a weird thing and sometimes things happen that you didn't expect. But geez, that state has just been trending red and red and red.
Yeah.
It would just, I think the days of that thing being a swing state that could go either way, I think those days are over.
Yeah, we've got some results out of Rhode Island's 2nd again, which is a really blue district that's competitive because of Alan Fung, mayor of Cranston. He's up 56-42 right now. We've only got 10% in, but I don't know. I saw a notification on Twitter that 70% of the vote's in, unless New York Times is being slow with their results. So I'll hold off on that. But that is very interesting if that's true. Polls close in New York in less than a half hour. Trying to see what happened.
And I think polls close in Arkansas now too.
Yes, for 8:30 is literally just Arkansas for whatever reason.
Now, was there anything competitive out of there, or was that all?
There's no competitive districts in Arkansas, so we're probably not going to pay too much attention to it. Might pop into it just to see what the margin is. Politics Made Simple in the live chat says Alan Fung is doing well in East Greenwich. That's really good, especially considering that's like a 61-39 Biden town in Rhode Island.
That's insane. And he's
Yeah.
doing well there right now?
Supposedly, yeah. I'll pull up. Let me pull up the results if they have the town results for the congressional districts. But if that's true, that's really surprising and in a good way for Republicans. If Alan Fung wins the second district, it's going to be a really good night for the GOP.
Oh yeah.
Because this is a district that should not be competitive.
No.
All right, let me pull up. Do they have the full? They should have the. This is the wrong one. They should have the municipality breakdown in the second. They do. Yeah, East Greenwich, Fung has 43. That's definitely a big improvement on Trump's margins. North Kingston, 45. Hopkinton is... Oh, Hopkinton is 57.40 for Fung. 67.29 in northern part of the district. So this will be interesting. Cranston
where
is...
I used to go to summer camp.
Yeah. That's pretty. Yeah, it's a red. I think Trump won. I think Trump won that town back in 2020. I'll look it up.
Interesting. Okay.
But Rhode Island's a bit weird because he won at 50-47. Rhode Island's a bit weird though because even some of the rural areas are not exactly rural because it's such a small state. So, a very suburban state overall. But, I mean, yeah, so far, if you're the GOP, things are looking good. 36% of the voting we now have Providence in. 55-42 for Kalis. I don't really think anyone thought she was going to win, but I think certainly people thought that she would get it close-ish. But I think people are treating this as two separate races in terms of Fung and Kalis. So we'll see. No call out of there. Richard Blumenthal was called winner in Connecticut. We covered that already. I'll fill it in on our little board. So we've got, this is Senate, Illinois, Connecticut, a couple of other ones that are coming in. But yeah, Pennsylvania, we've got 6% in now. Oh, we've got a lot of rural counties coming in. Northampton, early vote 78-20 for Fetterman. Lehigh, 1% in, 52-45. We've got more votes from the Libertarian in this county, 2%. Let me pull up some of the Virginia races. And, dude, Virginia flipping last year, I think, really was a big deal. Because even in off years, it goes to show you that Virginia is still competitive. 69% of the vote in Wexton is up by just 3 percentage points. 2. What am I saying? 2 percentage points. Kiggins is up 56-44 in Virginia second. Again, these are the bellwethers. This is the whole ball game right here, I think, for the rest of the night. Republicans do well in these districts, they're going to do well nationally. And I stand by that. Because I really think that these districts are representative of the country. You've got sort of a very suburban, urbanish district in the 10th. You've got a mix of suburbs and rural areas in the 7th. And then in Hampton Roads, you've got Virginia Beach and some rural areas. So it's a good portrait of the country overall, I think. That's why I think it's such a good bellwether. But if any of you guys in the live chat have anything you want to chime in, any questions, comments, feel free to send super chats if you want, or comment down any suggestions of races you want me to look at. Obviously, the live chat goes very fast, so I can't see a lot of what you guys actually say. So obviously, super chat is the best way to get that to me. But
one user had commented a while ago, I think New Hampshire will only go for moderate Republicans from now on. What do you think of that take?
I think that's a pretty reasonable take. I mean, take a look at what happened in 2020. I mean, Chris Sununu won by 30 some odd points, and Trump lost by 7. And Chris Sununu isn't exactly the, he's not the most liberal Republican. He's not a Charlie Baker. But he's I don't know. He's a centrist-y Republican. I don't know how to describe him because he's a pro-gun guy, but he's not a big fan of Trump, and I don't know. He's difficult to categorize.
Yeah.
Wow. So we've got some more race calls now. Some in North Carolina's 3rd was called. These are not competitive though, so I don't know why I should really be announcing these. Al Lawson is down. Sorry. 58-42, he's going to get destroyed. He was an incumbent. He was in a VRA district that stretched from Jacksonville all the way to Tallahassee. That little snake district in northern Florida. So he's losing because they made the districts a lot more compact. Florida is absolutely wild. I mean, Florida's 28th. This was sort of a swing district. You have the Republican up 64-36. Marie Salazar, 95% of the votes in. She's leading 57-43. I mean, good night for the GOP down ballot, especially in Florida. Let's look at some of the congressional races in PA. Somebody brought them up in the live chat. Let me pull those up. Now, the ones I'm interested in the most are the 8th and the 7th. Lackawanna County is red right now. 61-38 for Doug Mastriano. Just 2% reporting, though. In terms of Senate, 64-34 Oz. So this doesn't mean a lot, but is interesting.
We'll see if Republicans can keep their lead there. I know that's
heavily, I was gonna say I heavily doubt that. I think Republicans will lose Lackawanna. It's just a question of how much. It's really just a game of margins. I mean, if Dr. Oz is coming within 5 in Lackawanna, he's going to win.
Yeah, and also I right above Lackawanna there you have what's that? That's Susquehanna County. That's not going blue. They have it as colored in blue.
Absolutely not, yeah.
That's early vote stuff. That's not going blue.
Early vote in Pennsylvania is very weird because you're going to have not a really good picture of how the election's going, mainly because of the early vote swinging so heavily in Democrats' favor. So we won't really know what those results are like. But in terms of like overall results here, I mean, 85-13, 80-18 for Oz. I mean, you know, there clearly is a separation between Oz and Fetterman, like we all predicted. I mean, every poll predicted that. We've talked to people that feel that way.
Yes.
But
yes,
we don't really have a clear picture. We won't have a clear picture on PA for another hour or so because the early votes, again, York County is going safe Shapiro, 79-19.
Okay.
So that's certainly not going to happen. And Berks County is coming in safe Mastriano. So, you know.
Yeah, and don't forget about PA's 8th congressional district.
I'll pull that up now. That's an important bellwether, and we've got no results out of there yet. Unfortunately,
it's going to be interesting to see if Jim Bognett can unseat Matt Cartwright.
I think he does. Mainly due to the fact that he came close to it in 2020, and that wasn't exactly our Republicans' strongest year.
Yeah, and I remember when the redistricting was done, 538 seemed to think that PA's 8th congressional district actually got a little bit redder with the new boundaries. So
did it?
We'll see how that ends
I don't know.
out.
I mean, I guess if that's the case, then that's the case. I thought it got bluer, but I could be totally wrong. Either way, though, it's going to be interesting because that is the ultimate Trump bellwether because that's a Trump district that I think Trump won by about 3 points or so in the current one. So if Bognett is winning, or if Cartwright's winning that, then, you know, obviously Democrats are doing well in Pennsylvania. I don't necessarily know if I think that's going to happen based on what we're seeing, but we'll see.
We'll see. It's hard to know. I mean, I was actually talking to somebody who works for the some of the Democrats that are running right now.
Yeah.
He's campaigned for Cartwright. He's campaigned for Fetterman. He's campaigned for Shapiro.
Yeah.
And it is interesting that PA's 8th congressional district is one of those Trump Democrat districts that will vote for Trump at the presidential level, but then Republicans have lost there in 2016 and 2018. And it's interesting that that's the case, and I still can't quite put my finger on why. A lot of people have told me a lot of different things. Some people have told me that, you know, this is a big union district, and a lot of the unions support Cartwright.
Yeah.
So that, you know, that could be part of it. I like to think that Jim Bognett is somebody who appeals to a lot of people in this district, and that he'll be able to get people to vote for him. But we'll see. We'll see. I who knows how voters in this district are going to respond to him, you know, the second time around now, especially in this red wave environment.
Yeah, I mean, that's the thing. I don't exactly know, and it's really a question of how many Republican voters Cartwright's winning over. Because he's clearly demonstrated that he can do that before. You know, he's been able to do that.
And it's really confusing to me as to why, because it's when he's in the House of Representatives, he votes with Nancy Pelosi. I mean, the political ads in Northeast PA will tell you 100% of the time he votes with Nancy Pelosi.
Yeah.
I don't know if that's actually true, but I mean, I know he voted for Trump's impeachment both times. So
well, yeah, he's a Democrat, so I wouldn't be surprised. Every Democrat but Tulsi Gabbard voted for Trump's impeachment. I got a Politics Made Simple in the live chat is saying that NBC has called the race for Rhode Island governor for Dan McKee. So that's a done race. I heard some people think it was relatively competitive. I didn't think Republicans really had a chance to flip it. I thought it was going to be somewhat competitive. I don't know what the final margin is going to be, or whether or not we're going to see a lot of Fung McKee voters. But, I mean, Dan McKee was certainly vulnerable. I just don't know if the Republican candidate really had the fundraising necessary to win that race. Because Kalis is... Let's pull up the... let me copy the tab. I want to compare the two results between Kalis and Fung right now in Rhode Island. So Fung is up 0.9%. He's up basically a point with 71% of the vote in. We still got a chunk of votes outstanding in the rural parts of the district. 66% of the vote is in Providence. It's looking like... Well, New York Times thinks Fung is still going to win. So, interesting. So, because I'm looking at this now, and only 66% of the vote in Providence is in. So, I'm thinking, Magaziner is going to build up a lead. But I guess if New York Times thinks that he has a better shot, I think it's because of Warwick and Cranston. Fung is doing really well in Cranston. He's winning Warwick right now. I don't even think Kalis is winning Warwick. No, she's losing Warwick. She's only got 45% of the vote there. Cranston, she's only got 45. So Kalis is significantly running behind Alan Fung in this district. So really interesting. I mean, if Fung wins Warwick, he's going to win this seat. And again, this would be huge for Republicans. And I'm not thinking much about the future, but it really begs the question, how long will he be able to hold on to a district like this? Because this is a Biden plus 13 district. I mean, I think it was a Trump plus 8, but Biden plus 13 is nothing to scoff at. That's pretty remarkable for a Republican to be able to flip that, if that is the case. So we've got poll closings in 15 minutes. I think 9 o'clock is a big one. New York, Wisconsin, Minnesota, Colorado, New Mexico, Arizona. So big news. 9 o'clock. Like you said, we're not going to get results out of Luzerne until at least 10:15, maybe 10:30. So, we're not going to have a clear picture of Pennsylvania until then. So, I mean, we'll see. I mean, Erie right now, Oz is up, but we've only got 2% of the vote in. So I'm going to stop looking at Pennsylvania for a little bit. We're really not going to get any results that mean anything yet, because you've got Oz leading in Montgomery County, but then you have Fetterman leading in York County. So the results literally make no sense. We're not even going to bother with them right now. The gap has narrowed a bit in terms of Mastriano and Oz. Mastriano's at 16%. Oz is at about 19.5. So there was a 4-point gap. Now there's about a 3-point gap. That's interesting. So we'll see if that holds. But again, in my opinion, in order for Doug Mastriano to win, I think Oz would need to win by 4 points. But that's just my guess.
All right, and that's unlikely that he win by that much.
I know.
I mean,
I don't think it's going to happen. I would be stunned if Oz wins by 4 points. I really would. Maybe I'll eat those words later tonight, or maybe I'll be vindicated. But I'd be very surprised. Georgia results are coming in quickly. Let me take a look at Georgia, because
unfortunately, I have to get going. But Empire State Politics, it's been a pleasure being a guest on your channel. I'd like to thank you again for having me on.
Yeah, absolutely, man.
The rest of the election results are going to be really interesting to see as they come in.
Absolutely. Well, thank you for joining me, and enjoy the rest of your evening.
Enjoy the rest of your evening.
All right, take care.
Take care.
All right, so we'll keep looking at these results now. Georgia, Herschel Walker is down by a little less than 3 points. Warnock is up 60% in Cobb County with 51% of the vote in, 66 in Gwinnett. Kemp is down 56-44 in Cobb. 62-37 in Gwinnett. So those are really the big counties. Fulton County 71-29 Kemp. Kemp's looking really good in Fulton or this early on. 23-75 for Walker. So in terms of Republicans being able to flip that seat, it's looking in their direction right now, but again, a lot could change. Anyway, again, if you guys are new to this stream, like the stream down below, subscribe. If you have any questions you want to ask me, send a super chat, or if you just feel generous and want to donate to the channel, it really helps out. Of course, we're going to be streaming well into the night, so it's almost 9 o'clock. We're going to be going for at least another several hours. We've got a lot of poll closings still to wait, a lot of House races to look at. So if you're feeling free, again, super chat, like, subscribe, share. It really helps out the stream and helps out the channel. So maybe we'll do some guests soon. Kemp is up by 5 now. I don't know how that happened. So Kemp is leading by 5 points in the governor's race. Raffensperger is up 6. All right, so we'll figure out how to do this. So if any of you guys are interested in coming on, giving some of your thoughts, I know I talked about having speakers on in the community tab in the Discord. By the way, Discord link in the description if you want to join. Feel free to hop in the waiting room, I guess. I've got a waiting room voice call down at the bottom. Should be visible to everybody. If you want to join and give us some of your takes, feel free to join there. I'll probably get to you in a couple of minutes. So we'll get to that in just a second. Maybe I'll put the webcam on soon. We'll see. I was kind of adjusting my tie for like the past half hour or so without really looking at it or the mirror or anything. So we got the American flag tie on. We're very patriotic tonight for election night. Share the stream, like the stream, subscribe. All you guys watching are subscribers anyway, so appreciate you guys a lot. Star says Wexton wins Virginia 10. We'll take a look at that. Has that been called yet? Or is that just your prediction? Let's take a look. Wexton's up 51-49, leaning Democrat. Leaning Democrat for Virginia 7th. Interesting. Let's take a look at let's take a look at the county breakdown for Virginia's House races, because this is really going to give us a better indicator of what's left to count and how it's looking. So Kiggins looks like she's in a strong position right now. She is up by 12 points. Let's see where the votes are coming from and where they've already come. Looks like Kiggins is winning. Virginia Beach 56-44 with 60% reporting for Kiggins. Suffolk, the city, not county, 55-45 for Loria. Chesapeake, the part of Chesapeake in the district, 63-37 for Kiggins. Northampton County, 69% reporting. Kiggins up by 10. Accomack County, 71-29 with 57% reporting. So, Kiggins looks to be in a good spot there. We'll take a look now at the 7th. We'll take a look at the 10th, and then I'll take a look at the Discord. And if any of you guys want to speak, give us some of your thoughts. I'll let you do that. Maybe I'll take a quick water restroom break before I do that, before we get right into the nitty-gritty of all of that. But we'll take a look now at the 7th. We'll take a look at the 10th. Vega's up by 5 right now. Let's see where the votes are left to be counted. 50% of the vote is in Prince William. That's certainly good news for Spamberger because she has room to grow. Stafford County, 95% of the vote is in. Oh, wow. Okay, it does look like Spamberger is going to win then because she's got 49.6% of the vote out of Stafford. Interesting. Culpeper, Vega's up 61-39. Spamberger's proven surprisingly resilient. She's hitting the metrics she needs to hit. Stafford County, Fredericksburg, 71% of the vote in. So it does look like Spamberger's going to win this race. It could be very close, but I think Spamberger's probably going to win the 7th at this race, which is certainly better news for Democrats tonight. Finally, we'll go on to the 10th district and see what the state of the race is there. I don't know if they have... Oh, there we go. That's what I'm looking for. Wexton is up by 3. Let's see how the counties are coming in terms of this district. All right, so Hunkow's got 45% in Loudoun. That's pretty good. That's slightly better than Youngkin. Fairfax, 48% in the Fairfax district. It's very small. Prince William, 54-46. Hunkow, 48% reporting. Fauquier County, 69% for Hung Cao. That's incredible, with 95% of the vote reporting. The race is leaning in Wexton's favor, but I certainly have to say Hung Cao is exceeding my expectations for where he would do in some of these counties. But interestingly enough, it looks like Spanberger is going to pull through in the 7th. So what we're going to do, we're going to take... hello, DeSantis. Welcome to the Voice channel. How you doing?
Hello.
Yeah, what's up?
What's up?
All right, so I'll get to you in a second. I'm probably going to take a quick water and restroom break, so we'll probably be back in a minute, and then we'll drag Politics Made Simple up in here, and we'll get his take on some of these races. So I'll be right back. Again, like, subscribe, share the stream. Send any super chats if you have any questions for me of any of the guests that I have on, and we'll be right back. Oh, we actually do have a super chat from Jackson rather. Been here since 2020 stream. Keep up the good work. Thank you so much, man. Loyal fan. I have to give people like you props for staying around so long. So I really appreciate it. Again, back in 2020, I think I had less than 100 subs. So yeah, thank you so much for sticking through, man. I really appreciate it. And yeah, all right. So we'll be right back. We're going to take a quick break. And when we come back, we'll have Politics Made Simple come up in here. And we'll get thoughts from DeSantis as well. So we'll be right back. All right, we're back. So, DeSantis from the Discord left. All right, so we'll bring in, let's get this all set up, and we'll bring Politics Made Simple up into call here. Again, if you're new, like, subscribe. We'll be covering the results well into the night. We're just looking at the Virginia House races right now. I didn't realize this was mute. All right, so we're back, if that didn't come through. All right, let's put this back up on the screen. We'll get everything set up. But so far, looks like in Virginia, we're going to have a lot of results waiting in terms of Virginia's 10th when it comes to the mail-in ballots. I think I was muted when I came back, so I had to make sure if I'm repeating myself, I'm sorry. Okay, so let's bring DeSantis is back. Welcome, DeSantis. And Politics Made Simple, we'll move him. What's up, man? All right, Politics, you're here. What's up, man? How's it going? right, so DeSantis, what are you thinking about some of the Florida results? It looks like Big Ron has won by a larger margin than a lot of people expected.
Yeah, I think a lot of people here.
I'm so. Can you hear me?
Yeah, what's up? I can hear you now. Hey, what were you saying, Johnny? Continue.
Well, I don't know. I mean, I don't know too much about it.
No, I know. Well, like, what was the sentiment? I mean, have you noticed like a lot of like liberals voting for DeSantis? Like, what's your take on the ground there in terms of
Well, I've seen
how things have been going?
absolute ton of DeSantis, like everywhere.
Oh, I believe it.
Like today on my way back from school, there was a few cars like plastered with DeSantis stuff.
Yeah, I mean, I expected DeSantis to win by like a likely margin, but I didn't expect DeSantis to win by nearly 20 points. I'll put it that way. So
I think it has to do a lot with with COVID and all that. Like, you got a lot of support for that.
yeah, I mean that's a lot of the reason why you saw a lot of people move to Florida in the first place. Hold on, let me send this invite out to a couple other people.
I have a question for you. Do you think that like, I think it was a couple of days ago, Trump attacked DeSantis? Do you think that affected him at all? Like, prevented some Trumpian Republicans?
No, on the contrary, I think that the attacks on DeSantis from Trump have actually sort of hurt Trump in a sense.
Oh yeah, I saw that too.
All right, we'll get Sonny in here, I guess. Let me.
There was a few people that were actually complaining Trump has no discipline.
Yeah.
He can't wait like 2 days to
Does one hear me or no?
Can hear you now. What's up, man? How you doing?
Hey, I'm Ilhan.
Yeah. So what's your take on everything right now? All the races together. You've obviously been following this closely. What do you think about Republicans, Democrats' chances this cycle? What are your thoughts?
So, first of all, for Florida, that really surprised me the most.
Yeah. I mean, that was shocking. I did not expect like Rubio to be up 57-41 right now. Kristi is barely above 40% right now. He's at 40.4%.
Yeah, that's insane.
Yeah, I did not expect Florida to be this lopsided. Yeah, I mean, Pennsylvania, we're still getting results coming in really slowly, so not going to be checking too much into Pennsylvania as of right now. Yeah, the early vote is making everything sort of a mess.
So, I think that's good.
Yeah, I mean, hold on, I'm trying to get some other folks in here. Made it the other day. But, yeah, what's up? Go ahead.
Oh, yeah, I'm having a lot of glitches for some.
Yeah, you were having trouble with the audio earlier, or getting through.
Yeah, I don't know.
Guess we can move Mr. Mask Dude in here. Get his take. I'm gonna try to not have like a ton of people in this lounge, so I'll kind of cycle through people. Obviously, you're welcome to stay as long as you want. But we've got some other people from the audience wanting to join, so I don't want it to get too hectic.
What I can do in a second. I'll leave now.
Yeah, no problem. All right. In the meantime, we'll bring up Mr. Mask Dude was waiting, so I'll bring him up here. Yeah, tell us your thoughts, man. What's up? All right, Mr. Mask Dude, you're in the lounge. What is up? Yeah, how's it going, man? What's your take so far on everything that's going on right now? What are you thinking in terms of the direction of this midterm?
Well, Florida was a disaster.
Yeah, I would say Florida was a disaster. Let me turn you up a bit. All right, there you go.
Georgia's pretty close. It's actually tied now. Herschel Walker took the lead.
Yeah, I've seen that. Well, actually, no. Warnock is up narrowly now by 0.1%, so it's going to be pretty tight.
Ted Budd's closed the gap.
Yeah, Ted Budd is going to win. It's a question of by how much, I think.
Okay, the Pennsylvania Senate, I don't see like Dr. Oz being crushed like this. It's like,
well, this isn't going. Well, this is very misleading because this is all the early vote coming in. This is going to be a mess. Wait until All right, they already called the race for Chuck Schumer in New York at poll close. Let's see about governor. Of course, I got to do this because this is New York, but let me take a look. New York, we've got nothing yet. They've just called it outset, but they haven't called Hochul, so that is interesting. But again, I've said in my prediction, Hochul's favorite. I think she wins by a likely margin, but I am curious to see what the margins are in some of the key counties and whatnot. Long Island, other areas.
The district is very close.
Yeah.
That's a Washington suburbs.
Yeah, I mean, the 3rd district in New York is important because of it's a suburban district. It's on Long Island. Let me tell these folks to join the general. Hold on, so I can grab them in here. But no, that's a pretty important bellwether. The upstate district, Mark Molinaro's the 19th is important. 18th is important. So let me get these folks in here. Get a couple other people in here.
Oh wow, Herschel Walker, we took the lead once again.
Yeah, it's going back and forth. Really, it is kind of interesting.
I think it's safe to say that Brian Kemp's gonna win.
Oh yeah, Brian Kemp was going to win anyway. It's a question of by how much. I think just like with North Carolina. I mean, every single poll had Abrams down. There really was a significant change from her 2018 campaign to now. I guess the energy just wasn't there for her or something. And also Brian Kemp had incumbency advantage, so you have to factor that in too.
The 2nd district's pretty close, and I thought that was not going to be competitive. But Georgia.
Oh, Georgia. Well, yeah. Let me pull it up.
Georgia's 2nd's pretty
Yeah, that's Sanford Bishop's district. So.
You know, up by 0.6.
Wow. Well, 42% of the votes in. We'll see, but that is pretty interesting right off the bat. We've got some calls out of Wisconsin. They called the 6th congressional district. It's got somebody running unopposed. I'm going to be watching New York very closely. So far, 5% of the vote is in New York 13. Robert Zimmerman is up by 20 points over George Santos, but we've only got 5% in. That's the only congressional district I think that's reporting so far in New York. We've got a couple in the city, but those are very lopsided anyway, so not really any huge indicators, I think. But
if the 5th district falls, then that's not a good night for Democrats.
No, not at all. I mean, District 3 is a district Democrats should be winning. I mean, it's been held by Democrats for decades. I mean, Swazi's held it. You had Steve Israel before him. But, yeah, so, I mean, overall, like, before all this, what was your prediction, if you had one, on the Senate? What did you think was going to happen?
I was, like, if it's going to be 53, if Republicans win the Senate, I think Georgia's going to flip, because I don't see Democrats wasting their energy on Georgia if it's already flipped.
Yeah. That's yeah.
Arizona, it depends how close it is. It depends how, like, if Masters is able to get some moderates.
I mean, that's the real question in Arizona, and it looks like, based on the polling, that Carrie Lake is going to run ahead of him. It's a question of whether or not he wins along with her. I think she's definitely the favorite. I mean, the polls have her as a favorite. And I certainly think Katie Hobbs didn't help herself in that race with the kind of campaign she ran.
Dixon caught up a little bit. She's down by 10.
Down by 10. Let's take a look at that race. I wish they had the governor's races as a tab, but they don't. So I'm just going to have to like go manually through these unless I'm totally missing something. But all right, 7% of the vote is in. You're right. Wayne County, Tudor Dixon has 46%, but that's probably some sort of exurban, suburban precinct. Grand Rapids, Tudor Dixon's winning by 1. I mean, it's 1% of the vote in, so that's really nothing. So still a lot of the vote outstanding in Michigan. Don't really know how much of an indicator that is. But, I mean, Schumer's Senate race being called at poll closing definitely tells you he's in a very comfortable position. All right, so now we've got results out of the Senate race. 28% in on Staten Island, 58-42 for Pinion. Pinion's getting Schumer's getting 80% in Brooklyn right now, 73% in Queens, Bronx 84, Manhattan 88. So, yeah, he's obviously going to win. It was always a question of how much, and it does remain to be seen. But yeah, I mean, in terms of competitive races. I mean, Pennsylvania, we still don't really have an idea yet of how that's going to go. Again, the early vote is really chaotic. A lot of the counties only have 1% of the vote in, so it's hard to tell how that's going, especially when this is all early vote. So it's still very much up in the air.
Indiana first is a bellwether.
That's a big one, yeah. I was mostly watching Virginia first just because that comes first, but I mean, that's a huge one because that's Biden plus 8. So if Republicans flip that, that's pretty big news. And so far, the incumbent Democrat is up 60-40 with 23% in. So, as of right now, that's really just a toss-up. There's not much to make from that yet.
Ted Buzz took in the lead for the first time.
Yeah, he's gonna stay in the lead. This is exactly what happened in 2020 with Trump. Once Trump took the lead towards the end, he never lost it. Even when it narrowed up a bit, he always stayed in the lead. Pull that up now.
Washington's pulled ahead again by 5 points.
Georgia's going to be a dogfight back and forth, I think. So Bud is ahead. Wake County is 54% in, so still a lot of vote outstanding in Wake County. Greensboro, Guilford County is 54% in. Mecklenburg, 54%. So a lot of the urban counties are less reporting. We've got some rural counties with a lot of the vote in. Some not so much. Wilkes County, 79-19 for Bud. In 2020, that was... we'll pull it up here in just a second. But, I mean, Bud looks to be outperforming Trump in both the urban and the rural areas right now. Yeah, Wilkes was 77-21 for Trump. So if that holds up, Bud's going to be outperforming in both the rural and the urban parts of the state, which is definitely pretty big.
Alan Fung's down by 5.
All right, we've got Christian waiting in the waiting room. I'll bring him up here. All right, there we go. What's up, Christian? How you doing? Sometimes takes a second. So we've got tons of races to look at. Again, we've really got so many states outstanding. Colorado I think just started reporting. Obviously, Arizona, Nevada not coming in until 10 p.m., 9 p.m. Eastern. I don't know what's going to happen in Arizona in terms of the Maricopa County stuff that's going on with a lot of voting machines like breaking down or whatever. So they've got to open those later. So we'll see what happens with those. But again, Republicans need Nevada. They need Arizona if they're going to flip the Senate. Democrats obviously have to hold their own and flip Pennsylvania to get, a 51-seat majority. Not the most likely option as of right now, but again, anything could happen. Some of the House races have been very good for Republicans. Others have been a little disappointing for them. I think Virginia 7th is definitely one they wanted to win. It doesn't look like they're going to win it right now unless New York Times' turnout model is incorrect. So far, we don't really know. So it's all up in the air. Christian, whenever you're ready, you can talk. No pressure.
Check Pennsylvania. I don't know how. Pennsylvania's narrowed a little bit.
Pennsylvania's narrow. The 8th District, Cartwright is up 76-24. Susan Wild 61-39. And then the 17th is 71-29. So those are really the three big bellwethers in PA. Maryland, Neil Parrott is up 52-48 on David Trone. I want to see the Texas statewide results because I'm curious because we've got a lot of congressional districts being called in Texas. And it looks like the northern part of the state's coming in pretty big.
Gonzalez is winning right now with 34.
All right, so with 34% reporting, Abbott is up 52-46 on Beto O'Rourke. Tarrant County is 51-48 with 60% reporting. Denton and Collin are about 69% reporting. 54 for Abbott, 55 for Abbott in Collin and Denton respectively. So I think Texas will at the end of the day be a double-digit race. Not 100% sure again. But Travis County, 61% in. Harris County that's only 3%. Dallas County is 52%. So these urban areas are disproportionately already coming in. So we'll see. But
discuss the Florida governor race for a second because Palm Beach actually flipped West Palm Beach, which is pretty huge. Palm Beach and Miami.
Yeah. Let me take a look at that. So Rubio's up 57-41.
DeSantis flipped Orlando.
Wow. Yeah, that's incredible. Yeah, so DeSantis is up 59-40. Imagine if Chris gets under 40%. That's a total train wreck for Democrats. That's a total train wreck. There's no other way to describe that. And as I mentioned earlier with my other guest, who's a friend of mine, I really think Democrats should have run somebody else besides Charlie Crist, because you're running some guy who's run for office many times and really hasn't gotten anywhere. He was governor back in like 2006, I think, and then ever since then he's been running as a Democrat, running as an independent. So,
There's in Orange County where Orlando is, there was a 17-point swing towards DeSantis.
It's incredible. Yeah. So DeSantis has 46% in Orange, and Rubio has 44%. So, the fact that DeSantis is outrunning Rubio is surprising, because early on the conventional wisdom was that Rubio was going to be the juggernaut, and he was going to run ahead. But doesn't seem to be the case.
Georgia's kind of stalled a little bit.
Yeah, Georgia stalled reporting for a little bit. Florida is getting a bit slower.
Ohio the only Vance is only up by a point now, 2 points.
Interesting. 42% reporting.
But it's like all the rural counties. That's pretty much that's outstanding in my opinion.
Yeah. Interestingly enough, Tim Ryan has a 10-point lead in Lorain County. This is a county Trump actually won narrowly. DeWine is up 59-40 so far, and he's absolutely landsliding. The only area he's not doing well is Franklin County, which I thought he would do better. He's also losing Hamilton, which I thought he'd probably win. There's still a lot of the vote outstanding there, so it could be a bit of a different story. So we'll see. I'll move Politics Made Simple back in here, see if he's got his stuff all figured out. What's up, Politics? How's it going?
What up? Can you hear me well?
Yeah, let me just turn you up, but you're pretty good. How's it going?
I'm good. I think I just saw that Magaziner just defeated Alan Fung.
Really? Let's take a look at that.
Yeah, one of the news networks, I think a reporter from CBS just reported that Alan Fung barely lost or something like that.
51-46. My initial prediction on this race was correct. I shouldn't have changed it. I had it as a lean Democratic. I would have been right. But that's different. Interesting. Okay.
Thank God I moved it down to guard. That would have been a mess if I put it as lean on.
Yeah, what's up, Christian? We can hear you. How's it going?
Hello.
Yeah, man.
I'm just looking at other ones right here. Let me see. I think that's the main big one at the moment, is that Alan Fung is probably going to lose unless that reporter got it wrong, which I doubt.
I doubt it. It's 51-46. Looks like Fung's going to lose. He got it really close, but this was always going to be a tough race for the GOP because this is a Biden plus 13. So that flipping for Republicans would be disastrous. For the Democrats. So the fact that it hasn't is somewhat good news, especially since Fung is a really strong candidate. And wow, the governor's race in Rhode Island is way more lopsided than I thought it would be. My goodness. Kalis is losing by 20 points right now.
Man, I wish we had gotten a poll then. There was 0 polls for Rhode Island, so I was like, okay,
I know.
Maybe this could be a sleeper.
I was going off the gap narrowing, and I was like, all right, well, there's 10 points. I think it's going to get closer. I think McKee wins by 10. So, in some ways, I was wrong in both directions. I was wrong about Florida. Florida's a lot redder than I thought, and it looks like Rhode Island is a lot bluer than I thought. So that is pretty interesting. Wow.
I had this gambling by 12%, which technically in my channel, that is safe.
Yeah.
But I didn't think he was going to win by.
That's mine too.
one.
Yeah, I had McKee winning by 10 because I took into account, well, he's not popular. He barely won his primary, and I thought Kalis was running a stronger race than she was. I guess I was more of a bubble then, because I mean these numbers in Warwick, for instance, Kalis getting 41%, 42 in Cranston, total disaster. So I did not expect Kalis to be doing this poorly. So that's interesting.
Well, what did you think was going to happen in Arizona? What do you think is going to happen in Arizona?
Well, Arizona I originally had as tilt for Masters based on the RCP polling, and then I had Lake winning by a lean margin. I still think Lake is going to win by a lean margin, but we're certainly getting some interesting results tonight.
It looks like they closed polling at 7 instead of the extension of a couple hours, I guess, because of the voting.
Yeah, they had some issues with some machines getting broken.
I don't know if you saw that.
Which kind of sucks, but whatever.
Yeah, North Carolina's gone. Durham County is almost in. I don't see them winning. It's like 57% Charlotte.
Yeah. These results are really interesting because in some cases you've got Republicans outperforming in areas that we didn't expect them to, like parts of Florida. But then in other parts, blue parts of the country, like New England, Democrats are doing really well. So it's interesting. And now we've got results out of New York. Let me pull up the governor's results.
By how much Chuck Schumer will win by. That's really what I'm looking forward to seeing.
Yeah, so this is early vote right now. Schumer is up 74%. Hochul is up 71%. So it's 71-29 for Hochul v. Zeldin. And then the Senate race is 74-25 for Schumer v. Pinion. So in both cases, the Republicans are winning Suffolk County. Interestingly enough, they're winning Ulster County, but we've got 1% of the vote in, so that doesn't really mean a whole lot.
I haven't checked New Hampshire for a while, but Don Bolduc's getting crushed still. It's only 18% of the vote, though.
Yeah, I'm just hearing a lot that Bolduc is not doing as well in that. Maggie Hassan is...
Also, Mandela Barnes is winning in Wisconsin, but that's because of the Milwaukee area.
I don't know.
I mean, yeah, it's interesting because I don't know what to make of it, especially with a lot of these states like New York and etc. Like, I mean, again, if Zeldin is getting it within 10, that's a good night for the GOP. I mean, him winning would be unbelievable. I mean, I never had him winning, but again, there were some people, analysts in New York, that thought it was possible. Again, it really all depends how the election day vote breaks, because the early vote right now is really good for the Democrats. I don't know what the comparison is to 2020 though. So the fact that they've called the Schumer race already and not the governor's race is interesting. Because if they called the governor's race, it would certainly be a done deal. But I guess they've assessed that even in a scenario where Zeldin wins, Schumer probably wins as well, which is what I think everybody thought. But what I'm really surprised by is... Well, go ahead.
Yeah, I don't think Schumer was going to lose at any point, to be honest. I mean, if he lost and somehow lost, then it would have been a huge landslide win for the Republicans, which was not going to happen.
Oh, yeah. No, exactly. And, some of these other House races, I think, are really looking better for Democrats than I think they would have been based on the polling that we had. Like Virginia, like the fact that it looks like Spamberger hangs on. Wexton obviously looks like she's going to hang on based on what we have left. Obviously, they haven't called those races, but Kiggins is in a good position, though, it seems, especially given where the outstanding vote is. So,
by the way, Miami native here. I kind of wanted to ask: do you think like the Hispanic vote for the GOP is something that could kind of expand in the future?
Oh, 100%, without a doubt. There's a reason why Republicans have been investing so heavily in Hispanic areas. It's because they see potential to grow the GOP base. Because a lot of Hispanic voters have the same cultural values as Republicans. They just might have different economic values or are just, voting Democratic. So to have Republicans do this amount of outreach is incredible. I mean, again, DeSantis winning by this margin is insane. I mean, it looks like we could literally see Charlie Crist at under 40%, which I never thought was possible.
Yeah, it's crazy down here.
I think it's safe to say that even if Tim Ryan does decent in like the northeastern Ohio, Tim Ryan's still. I mean, JD Vance is still gonna win.
Oh, of
because
course, yeah, of course.
Yeah. Like some people are saying, Vance is probably gonna win by 8%, but like, who knows? It could even go up to like.
You can even go up to 9 or 10 because we're at 43% reporting. Tim Ryan is at 51-49, and this is usually around the point in the night where things start to switch and you start to see the Republican take the lead statewide in Ohio. So
Ted Budd's gonna win.
we'll see if that trend continues. Yeah, 50-48 with 70% reporting. Ted Budd's definitely going to expand his lead.
Georgia's a dogfight.
Yeah, Georgia's going to keep going back and forth. Warnock is up by 4 right now. Governor's race, I think Kemp is up decently. I'll pull up those results.
So do you think people in Georgia are voting Kemp and not voting Walker?
To an extent, in the Atlanta suburbs, I definitely think that's the case. You have more people that are more open to Kemp for a number of reasons. They, maybe they like Warnock, so they're going to vote for Warnock. Kemp obviously is overseeing a better economic recovery in Georgia than other states, so he's certainly going to get credit for that. So there's a number of reasons why I think people are swinging towards Kemp. And also, he's just the incumbent, so people tend to like to reelect incumbents, especially incumbent governors. So that's pretty big. So
I'm worried about Pennsylvania's like, I don't know what's going on.
Pennsylvania, I literally have no idea what's going to happen. We've got no clear picture on Pennsylvania yet. 62-36 Fetterman lead. 4% of the vote in Monroe, 52-46. Bucks is a landslide for Fetterman. This is probably all the early votes, 79-18. Montgomery County, 54-44, 1% in. Chester is red right now, 1% in, 50-46. So it's tough. I don't know how to categorize this state right now. We're really going to have to wait to see all these votes come in.
Pennsylvania's having like really high turnouts, especially in Philadelphia, which is interesting. But a lot of the votes being counted at the moment are of mail-ins and that sort of stuff. So who knows what's going to happen in the following days, though.
Yeah.
Some of the outstanding vote in Georgia is in like the red areas.
Yeah, so it's going to narrow up. It's definitely going to narrow up. But we're still at only 61% reporting. So let's see what the New York Times Needle says. I wonder where they think this race is going based on.
Because of Louisiana or something.
Interesting. Yeah, so New York Times isn't even tracking the votes. We're looking into an issue with our estimates in Louisiana. Please come back to the Needle. Ugh, come on.
Louisiana's an interesting one, but I don't think Bill Cassidy's losing.
Oh, not at all. Not at all. Oh, you're thinking of Kennedy. It's not Cassidy, it's Kennedy.
Yeah,
Yeah, 37% in. I know this is South Carolina, but 61-38 for Tim Scott. He's winning Charleston County. That's certainly good for him. Henry McMaster is winning 57-41 with 35% in. In Charleston, he's got 44, so he's underperforming in Charleston. He's overperforming Trump, but he's underperforming where you'd expect him to be. So we'll certainly keep an eye on those races. And again, if you guys in the audience have any races you want us to cover, comment them in the live chat. But
Alan Funk's making somewhat of a comeback. He lowered it by a point. He's only down by 4 now. He's cut back a little bit.
Might be lean. I should have kept my prediction as lean Democrat. It would have been spot on. But I was accounting for momentum being more in Republicans' favor in that instance, which is why I'm like, all right, maybe Fung will win this by a tilt margin, especially given what we've seen. But New York Times hasn't called it. It's 92% in, so I find it really, really hard for Fung to actually win at this point. But Fung has done significantly better than Ashley Kalis. He's at 46% in the 2nd District. He's at 45 in Warwick. He's winning Cranston 50-48.
Yeah, if Kalis had done better, then I do think Alan Funk.
One district I might want to look at is I think it's like New Jersey 7th or something that has a vulnerable Democrat.
Malinowski, right? We'll pull that up. Let's take a look.
I think it's like Malinowski's leading right now, but that could be a flip.
Yeah, that is a flip that a lot of people are expecting. Tom Keene, that was a race that a lot of people had as lean Republican. Arizona, let's see if we have results out of Arizona. Oh, that's Alabama. We don't want that. Oh, Katie Britt is up 68-29. That's pretty big. Arizona. Nothing out of Arizona. Yeah, it's because of the
Early vote.
they early vote in Maricopa County and whatnot. So
Colorado 8th is a go. If Republicans are running it up big in Colorado 8th, then that's a good night. Because that's just like a swing district.
this is a district that Republicans should be winning.
Yeah.
Let's see.
Nebraska.
Yeah.
What's the competitive Iowa? Isn't it Iowa 3rd? That's really competitive.
Yeah, it's the top. It's the bottom left district. I don't know which one that is. Interestingly enough, Ganal is running. She's at almost 37%. O'Day is at 39%. So they're running a lot closer to each other than I would have thought. Bennett is up 58-39. Again, most of the areas coming in is the Denver suburbs area. Bennett's doing pretty well in Douglas County. He's got 46%. I think Trump had similar margin there. Let me take a look. Yeah, 45. Trump had Biden had 45. Bennett's actually doing better, but we still have over a quarter of the vote outstanding. So that could just be Republican votes coming in. But, I didn't expect O'Day to win. I didn't expect him to even get it that close. I thought it'd be like a lean 5 to 6 point margin. We'll see if that holds up.
Spangelberger's going to survive. The outstanding is like the D.C. area.
Spanberger survives. That's another call I had incorrectly. I had Vega winning narrowly. Interesting. So Spanberger survives. Looks like Loria's going down, though. If Loria survived, that would be extremely concerning for Republicans because that means that they're in a lot of trouble. So.
Well, the night's still young, so I really don't know yet.
Yeah, we still got a decent amount of time to go through some of these races. Paul LePage is at 48% in Maine. Interesting. I don't have it on the stream right now. I'm looking at somebody's screenshot. I'll pull up that real quick just out of curiosity to see where that's at.
Paul LePage is down.
Oh, he's at 40. That was an hour ago. Look at that. Yeah, I always had this as lean Democratic. But we'll see.
Wait, no. Whitmer's cut the Tudor Dixon's cut it a little bit. Tudor Dixon's now winning Kent County.
Interesting. Yeah, she's up 58-40, but there's not a lot of votes reporting yet.
I think Ohio's about to be a turn. JD Vance just took the lead.
Yeah, okay. So this definitely seems like more of a this definitely doesn't seem like the big red wave that a lot of people were predicting. It definitely seems more like just a red ripple. Year or a red ripple, exactly, because, again, Republicans are losing the 7th. They're losing out in Fung's district, and these were districts they were pulling ahead of in some cases. In Fung's district, Fung was ahead. In Spanberger, she was ahead, but given the partisan nature of the district, the fact that Youngkin won it by 7, a lot of people thought this was going to flip. I thought it was going to flip based on that. So definitely seeing more of a red ripple at the moment than a red wave.
Republicans are doing well in the 2nd district, though. They're doing pretty decent.
Yeah, that's Virginia Beach, and those areas tend to be a bit redder overall. I mean, it is a redder district. I think Biden only won it by 3 in terms of the 2nd. But, yeah, we're at 55, 45, 70% reporting. It looks like Loria is closing the gap. Let's see what's outstanding, because I don't know what areas of the district we have left, because Virginia Beach is around 70% reporting. Right. Kiggins is up 12.
Ohio's done. Tim Ryan's losing now by a point. It's done.
Yeah, well, yeah. The 48% reporting. JD Vance is up 51-48. Tim Ryan's doing very well in northeastern Ohio, but again, I think those margins are going to narrow considerably, especially because this is all, the early vote.
I haven't checked Pennsylvania in a while.
Oh, wow. So Decision Desk has called the Georgia governor's race for Kemp.
Well,
so that's official. Not a surprise, but official. I'll fill in some of the math.
538 was a little weird, wonky, because they had the Georgia Senate as lean Republican or something like that. So,
Yeah.
I don't know if that's I don't know where they got that from, or by the polls or something. I don't know where they got it from.
Yeah. All right. So I'll take a look at Ohio, and whoever was talking, go ahead.
Oh yeah, so I'm just looking at the margins. So Georgia governor race. I'm just on Google, by the way, and it says Kemp went up around 5.6%, which would be a bit of a letdown for Republicans, of course.
That's an underperformance, yeah.
That would be bad news for Walker as well, of course.
I mean, 538 was actually a little decent with their accurate. They were right. Alabama only had a 46% chance of winning. So I guess the 538 was a little bit accurate there.
Yep. Seems like too
Rhode
many pollsters thought it was going to be I don't know, not like a 2010, but like, not even like a 2014 sort of wave, but just like
This is just
a
something
big red
else.
wave.
Yeah.
And it's like a kind of like a little brother, which is not that much. So.
Yeah, and what's interesting too is, I mean, looking at the DeWine race right now, we've got 95% of the vote in Athens. That has to be a mistake. I feel like Athens has more votes than that, but supposedly DeWine is coming really close in Athens County.
Okay, New York, New York Times is on drugs with Louisiana. They have it rated as likely Democrat or something. I don't know where they got that.
No.
That's on. They're on
That's not
drugs.
going to happen.
Yeah, I don't know why.
That's ridiculous. Even in the biggest of blue waves, you never see something like that happen.
Like I used to live in Louisiana. And yeah, that's not happening. I don't know where they got that rating from. Like John Kennedy's just killing him by like he has 68% of the vote. I feel like they need to fix that. They have issues right there. Dr. Oz made a comeback.
Yeah, but at the same time, let me pull up the needle. Where's the needle? Because I saw somebody on Twitter saying that Fetterman is the favorite in the Senate race.
The needle is toss up. The House is leaning Republican.
Yeah, no, the Republicans' chances on the Senate really run right through Pennsylvania. So if they lose Pennsylvania, it's game over because they're going to lose Georgia. They're going to lose probably Arizona, maybe Nevada. So
what's intriguing me is Georgia's second is actually closer than I expected. It's actually like Sam Bishop's actually having a fight for his life.
Yeah, that's actually really interesting. But, I mean... early vote coming in. But yeah, it really does seem that this is a very mixed night so far for Republicans. It definitely seems like this isn't, a big...
A lot of Republicans won't be happy.
Bishop loses.
No, they won't.
They won't be satisfied.
Texas has stalled a little bit. They haven't really reported anything on the House level.
Interesting.
Abbott's up by 8 points right now. Up by about 7.5.
I said before, like if Beto gets the margin below 10%, I think that's a really bad night for the Republicans.
Oh, sure, absolutely.
If it's below 10%, that's a big L.
Yeah. Well, Harris County is barely in right now. We've only got 3% of the vote in Harris. Bexar County is 61% in. Beto is up 59-40. But again, that's still 61%. That's probably early vote. Travis is 61%, 75-24. That's better for Abbott, I guess. If the vote he has to make up is in-person Republican votes, then, I mean, if Abbott gets 30 in Travis, I mean, that's really good news for him because I think Trump only got 28.
Pennsylvania's become more realistic. Westmoreland's finally flipped back to Oz. West Washington flipped back to Oz. So like the maps, so like there's just a big dump of votes in Chester County. Fetterman's destroying Oz.
Interesting. Westmoreland 51-47, only 21% of the vote. I mean, if that continues to trend that way, and I'm not sure it will, that'll certainly be interesting. I'm more interested to see where the suburbs are headed.
Well, it's only like 12% of the vote, so we really don't know yet.
Yeah, no, definitely not. Allegheny 47% in, 73-26 Fetterman. That is a massive lead. That is a very big lead. So we'll see if that narrows up considerably, but I mean, if Fetterman gets 60% in Allegheny, it's game over. He wins the race. It's game over for Oz. but we have yet to see. Again, that's only 47. We're a little less than half in, but
There was
Republicans have a lot of vote to make up in that instance.
I mean, it's a million. It's a million votes though. This is like early. I think it's like this early voting, to be honest.
Yeah. No, that the election day vote's going to skew heavily Republican. It's just a question of how close the margins get. Because if Oz is getting 40% in Allegheny, he's probably winning the election. Because not even Trump could get 40% in 2016, and he won statewide. So there's less. Well, actually, no. There's a decent amount of third-party voting. You've got the Keystone candidate 0.5. Wow, the Libertarian is getting like 2% in some cases in the rural counties. That's kind of what I expected. Once we get a county 100% in Pennsylvania, I'll be able to tell you which way the race is heading. Because if Oz is overperforming, it looks good for him. If he's underperforming, it's very bad news for him. So, we really just have to wait on some of these votes. Oz is gaining right now. It's just a question of if he could gain enough because all the early vote is coming in now. But what do you guys predict in terms of Pennsylvania? Do you think it stays red? Do you think it flips? What do you guys think as of right now?
So, before I talk about Michigan, for Pennsylvania is quite interesting because of the high turnout, as many of you know. But if Fetterman was able to get enough votes in the city, then this race basically goes from whatever it was to toss-up territory. I think that Oz pivot was really good in the suburbs. That will help him quite a lot. But even then, if the numbers are not there for him, there's just no way for him to win. But there's still a lot that can happen still. So.
Well, of course, and I think when it comes to overall turnout, I mean, Philadelphia is really the big indicator because if the people in Philadelphia are showing up, then that's really good for Fetterman and especially Shapiro. I think Shapiro was more of a foregone conclusion. The Senate race was really a toss-up, but like I said, I did expect Oz to underperform. A lot of people said Oz was going to win by 3 or 4. I never bought into that. Republicans have a very low ceiling in Pennsylvania. When they win races, they usually only win by 1 to 2 points. So we don't have a Democratic flip yet. So if Democrats are flipping a district that Republicans hold, then it's really not going to be a good night for the GOP because this should be an environment where they're holding on to a lot of what they have. They should be holding on to everything, quite frankly. I mean, given the national environment. So these high turnout races produce very interesting results. It's a lot like 2018, which while it was a blue wave, Republicans gained in the Senate. So it wasn't a blue wave across the board. So that's what's interesting about these races now. Is are we going to see more years like this where we don't really have blue or red waves alike? It's really somewhat of a mix of all of them. We kind of have like years that lean one way or the other, but it's mostly a neutral year. That's really what's up in the air right now, I think.
Yeah, let me see. How's Michigan governor race going like? Can you check the needle on that one?
Yeah, let's take a look at that.
Because I see people, like not calling it, but like saying it. Whitmer is doing better than expected in some areas, so I just want to check that out.
Yeah, let's take a look. So Michigan, which I had going to Whitmer. Let's see how this turns out. So 11% in Whitmer's at 52% to Tudor Dixon's 46%. Wayne County 52-40. Oh, that's ridiculous. That's Wayne County. Which counties in specific? We got a lot of these counties aren't really in yet. Oakland County's 41% in, 60-39 for Whitmer. That's less than half. Marquette, I want to take a look at. That's a college area. 53-46 Whitmer. So that's interesting. We'll take a look at some of the down ballot races. So far, John Gibbs is up 52-45 with 1% reporting, so take that with a grain of salt. Kidley in the 8th district is down 54-42. This was rated as leaning Democratic. District 3 is a toss-up. So it doesn't look like Republicans are winning every toss-up tonight, especially since Rhode Island ended up slipping out of their grasp in terms of the 2nd congressional district. But we'll see. Again, I always thought that one was sort of far-fetched. But interestingly enough, New York Times hasn't called it, and Fung seems to be gaining every time I check it. So I don't know what areas are coming in. I don't think Magaziner is going to lose, but he might only win by around 2 to 3 points.
Yeah, but it will be close for sure.
Yeah. So, I mean, honestly, in some areas, again, blue areas, I think abortion really energized a lot of Democrats to turn out. And like places like Rhode Island, these blue areas. New York is up in the air, though. I don't know if New York was so much of a factor.
Yeah.
Crime was really the big issue in New York. Less than 1% of the vote in a lot of Long Island. So it's really hard to get a gauge of how things are going in terms of the governor's race. In terms of, I wish I could zoom in these. I wish they had more of a better result. Oh, here we go. In terms of the city, Zeldin is at 35% in Queens right now with 32% reporting. That's really good. Bronx, he's at 23%. Brooklyn, 26%. And Manhattan, 16% with 45% reporting. So, interesting results. A lot of the upstate counties, we only have early vote in, so it's hard to get a determination. Hochul is up 52-48 in Erie County. That's Buffalo, so he's up 4 points with a little less than half the vote in right now. Onondaga County is 1% in, but Zeldin is leading 54-46. So that's pretty interesting. Yeah, so we've got a lot going on. A lot to cover. Again, if you guys want to send super chats, let me know any of your comments, thoughts, any questions. Like, subscribe, obviously share the stream if you can. Yeah, if you guys have to go because you got school tomorrow, good night. We'll see what happens tomorrow. But I'll be up for quite a bit. I don't have school tomorrow, so we'll continue this for quite some time now. We'll see if we've got any results out of Arizona. I'm not sure what we've got. Nothing. Yeah, I forgot. Okay, we've got that issue. New Hampshire is... Yeah, Hassan is up big. They still haven't called this race. Sununu is up 53-45. In terms of the gap between Sununu and Bolduc, it's really big. Bolduc is only getting 39% of the vote in Manchester. Chris Sununu is getting 55%. So we've got a gigantic gap between the two of them. So, yeah, no, it definitely looks like that seat's going blue. It's not really much of a surprise. Let's see. What else can we look at? 2 pickups in governors. In what sense? Which governor's race? Wait, which Matt Chicken? Which governor's races in the live chat are you talking about? Unfortunately, the 2022 governor's race, the midterm interface does not have a governor's tab like the 2018 one did, which is very annoying because that was very convenient to have. But polls close at 9 in a number of areas. Obviously, New York we're looking at. Kemp is up R+5. That seems to be the margin they think he's going to win. Perhaps the House composition so far is 229 Republican as an estimate, 206 Dem. That's not good for Republicans. That's pretty good for Democrats. Senate composition estimate is 51-49 in favor of Republicans. So that's also good for Dems because the forecast RCP had was 54. So, and again, these needles move throughout the night, but things are getting close. Pennsylvania's narrowing up. We're looking at an 11-point race now.
Mm-hmm. So yeah, as I was going to say, if you're like a pollster like Trafalgar or like Kevin McCarthy, this really ain't your night.
Yeah, definitely. Again, Trafalgar had Oz up by 2. Oz could still win in Pennsylvania. Mastriano is down a ridiculous amount. He's down over 20 points. Oz is only down by 11, so that shift really made the difference there. My goodness.
Yeah, that pivot was insane, and let's see what happens. Well, for Michigan, I think Whitmer's in a pretty decent spot at the moment. I think everything will go well for her. I'm looking really into Nevada and Arizona. Nevada will take a lot, probably a couple days, if not more. The mail-ins in Nevada, they are looking like who knows what's going to happen there, but that's where the Democrats are really hoping to get their vote out because the Republicans are doing well in person, of course. So I'm really, really going to see what happens in Nevada because that will tell you not only for the Senate map, but also about the Latino vote.
Yeah, I mean, it's a huge factor. And even if the Latino vote is moving to the right, in some states like Pennsylvania, where it's not really a large percentage,
of course,
it doesn't, we don't know how much it matters. Now, what's interesting in this race is third parties are making up over 2% of the vote right now in PA, which, take that for what you will, I suppose. Berks County is 49% in, 51-46 Oz. Oz definitely needs better than that in Berks. Carbon County, 67-30 Oz. Those are good numbers for him. Let's see. I'm trying to get the counties that are most in. 58-40 in Lackawanna for Fetterman. That's good for Fetterman if that holds. I think it's going to narrow up. But Wyoming County is 62-34 for Oz. What was it in 2020? It was 66-31. So Oz is underperforming in rural Pennsylvania. Interesting.
Yeah,
That's what I predicted.
Lycoming
County 68-29. That's an underperformance with 91% reporting.
Yeah, I'm going to look at what is happening in New Hampshire at the moment because with this national environment happening, Bulldog is really in a rough spot then.
Yeah, I think Oz's break is really going to come down to the Philly suburbs because he's underperforming in rural Pennsylvania with what we have. Lycoming County, 68-29. That's an underperformance on Trump. I'm trying to get the counties that are the most reported because that'll give us the best indicator. Because, again, Bucks County is only 12% in. Philadelphia is only 27% in. Delaware is 8%. Montgomery is literally 1%. Fetterman is up 51-47 in Erie. It's tough. It's tough to see which way this race is going. But as of right now, Fetterman is he's holding his own in the areas that he needs to.
Mm-hmm. It's really gonna come down to the suburbs.
Yeah,
That's
it's
really
the collar counties. Because if the collar counties are reporting tonight and we have accurate results and Oz is underperforming, you can call the race for Fetterman tonight.
Exactly.
Yeah. In terms of the rural counties, we'll go into some of these Pennsylvania counties, see if any of these are reporting. Fulton is 86-12 Oz. That's really good for him with a 76% reporting. Center County is now in 45%, 64-34. All right, so still a lot out in PA. I won't focus too much on PA, but my goodness, Mastriano's certainly in trouble with these PA numbers. Lancaster.
Yeah.
All right, so Lancaster's a really interesting area. So 17% reporting 20% reporting in the Senate race, 17 in the governor's, but Mastriano has only 52% in Lancaster right now. Oz is 58. So you're seeing the spread there. Will it be enough? Nevada polls close in 10 minutes. So a lot happening right now. But we'll see. So
yeah, there's so many things happening at the same time. So I'm
hearing news in New York that Zeldin is hitting all of his metrics downstate. I'll take a look at New York. That's incredible. I mean, imagine New York goes red, but these other states go blue. I mean, that would just go to show you that we're in for one really weird night if that happens.
Hear me out. Imagine both are New York, but likely be Pennsylvania.
Yeah, I mean, some people predicted that would be the case, and it's pretty remarkable. In terms of the city, so far, Zeldin is hitting the numbers he needs in the boroughs, or at least the numbers that I had him at. 23% in the Bronx, 36% in Queens. Staten Island, 67-33 with with 82% reporting. Wow. So Staten Island, there's a massive overperformance for where I thought it would be.
Yeah. Oh wow, there's so many races going in really different ways that we thought they were going to go. So I think Florida goes down to the DeSantis did quite well, and and also the Latino vote. Pennsylvania and other states, it does show that the abortion issue has really been a great motivator by the Democrats.
Yeah, and I think Mastriano on the ballot drove out a lot of Democrats that would not have voted otherwise.
Yeah, it's a really high turnout midterm too, so extremely high turnout.
All right, let's see where the rest of these races are going. Comment down below any races you want us to check on. We're staying pretty consistent with concurrent viewers, so if you haven't already, like, subscribe, share, send in any super chats if you've got any questions for me or have any thoughts or comments. Virginia 7th is R+2, but we've got 88% reporting. Yeah, Spamberger is very likely to win. I mean, that Stafford County margin is the death knell for Vegas. She only got 50%. I mean, Youngkin got, what, 54%? So
I think he got 54.5 or something like that. I don't remember well.
Yeah. This is a really, really interesting night.
Yeah, I'm looking at Texas. I think my margin of around 12% may be right, but I'm not too sure how the race is going to turn out like.
Yeah. I mean, in terms of the red states, it looks like Republicans have done really well getting their people out, but in terms of like toss-ups, they really are toss-ups. And then in the blue states, it seems like besides in New York, Republicans are underperforming there. So 45% of the vote in Texas. Trying to get any one of the big counties that's mostly in to kind of get a sense, but I really can't. Williamson, Beto is up by 3 with 72% in, so that will flip at that rate if trends continue. Harris, we've only got 3% in, so really nothing out of Harris. Denton and Collins, 69, 70% coming in respectively. So there's still a lot of what ifs going on right now in terms of Texas and what the actual margin is going to be. West PA. Apparently Shapiro is doing better than Fetterman in West PA. That's not a surprise, honestly. I think Shapiro is going to do better than Fetterman across the board. 53-44, 34% reporting here in Pennsylvania. Any more counties that we've got a lot of the votes in? Let's see votes left. So 91% in Lycoming County. Oz underperforms. Clinton County, we've got 61% in, 59-38. That was a Trump 67-31. A lot of people predicted that Oz would do worse in the rural areas. It's really a question of how he does in the suburbs. Of course, if he does worse than Trump in the suburbs, it's game over for Dr. Oz. No surprises there. Lawrence County 53-45 with 60% of the vote in. This is going to be a tight one. I've always said this was going to be a tight one. 57-40 for Josh Shapiro. Josh Shapiro overperforming by every metric. Lackawanna County is really, really interesting because we've got 92% in. Oz is at 41%. He needs 44-45% in order to win. I think if that isn't the case, then you could be looking at a Fetterman victory here.
Yeah, that would be a good sign for Fetterman, but it is getting a bit late, so I'm probably going to have to log off.
Absolutely, man. Thanks for joining us. Take
Yeah,
care.
I mean, I'm sorry about the technical issues, but
No, not
I'll
at
see
all.
what I
Don't
do
worry about
next
it.
time.
Absolutely. Take care.
Thank you, man. I gotta go. See you.
Have a good night. Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah, so we've still got a lot of races to cover, and boy, are we getting a lot of surprises, especially when it comes to Pennsylvania. In terms of Kansas, looks like Laura Kelly is hanging on. Wow, yeah. Northeastern Pennsylvania is really good for Fetterman. That's an area that Oz was supposed to do better in. Again, Lackawanna, we still have to wait for the full results there. Certainly these third-party candidates seem to be hurting Oz considerably. You know, they're Keystone, Libertarian. These are people that should be voting Republican, aren't voting Republican. In terms of votes left, we've got Mifflin County, Juniata County, 90% in Jefferson. So Jefferson is 75-23 Oz. It was 78-19 for Trump. So all across the board, Oz seems to be underperforming. If that's the case, then John Fetterman wins this, which would be very interesting because it's certainly going to be a very interesting night. All right, let's any comments again? Anyone who's new, like, subscribe, send any super chats if you've got anything to say down below. Any comments, questions, whatever have you. Bring it to me. We're really just waiting for polls to close in places like Nevada and these other areas. But yeah, so far, I mean, Pennsylvania's the one to watch. Once we get to Nevada, that's one I'm going to be watching very closely. Because again, control of the Senate's really at stake. So we've got a lot to go over. 69 viewers. Let's bump that up back over 100. Obviously, we've got a lot of big streamers. So if you're just tuning in, come and stay for a bit. Obviously, if you can't, be sure to leave a like, a subscription, of course, down below. But yeah, the results are narrowing up pretty considerably. Oz now at 45%. That's mostly because we've got a lot of the rural areas coming in big. A lot of the suburban and urban areas are still not really fully reported. New York's going to be interesting. Very much so. But definitely Republicans underperforming expectations, which was something some people cautioned when people jumped to conclusions in the polls. Can you check on Lauren Boebert of Colorado? I'll check on that. Called PA when Fetterman announced his campaign. Stroke just made it closer than expected. I wouldn't say Fetterman wins yet, but he's definitely looking like the favorite if trends continue. But that just goes to show you Republicans really, really dropped the ball in Pennsylvania all across the board. Yeah, not good for them. Mastriano massively underperforming, 70-28 in Jefferson. This is a county that Biden got less than 20% in. We knew Shapiro was going to win that race. It's really a question. It's really a question now if he drags Oz down with him. That's the main thing. If he drags Oz down with him, we don't know if that's going to happen yet. ESP, can you check out house races? Yeah. Give me some house races to check out. We'll go over some of them. Let's see what we've got. Oh, we've got New Mexico results coming in. Pennsylvania. All right, so the 8th district, Cartwright is up 56-44. That actually looks like it could hold for the Democrats if trends continue. Susan Wild up 56-44. That's a toss-up. Comment down below what ones you want to see. Texas. I'll pull up some of the Texas ones. So Flores is down 43 to 54 in 34th. Monica De La Cruz 52-46 with 63% reporting. Cuellar up 57-43. I always thought Cuellar was going to win. That's not really too much of a surprise. Those are really the main toss-ups in terms of Texas. Tony Gonzalez up 53-41 in the 23rd district. Where? Yeah. Yeah. Comment down any other races you've got. We'll look at house races. I'm kind of going back and forth trying to see what other people I can get on the stream here. So we'll take a look at some of those. We'll go back up to New Hampshire. We haven't checked on New Hampshire in a hot minute. Bolduc at 42%, Hassan at 56%, Sununu at 54%, the Democrat at 44. So that race was always going to be closer. How about Gonzalez? I thought I checked Gonzalez already. I'll go back over though. Yeah, Gonzalez is at 54-43. So he's leading decently. This is a toss-up though, just because of Myra Flores being incumbent and how well she's doing there. Virginia 7th, 56-44, Malinowski. We'll take a look at New York Gov now because I'm very curious. 64-35 for Hochul. No real results out of Long Island yet. The city is what's coming in. And so far, Zeldin's hitting his metrics in the city. He needs to do extremely well there, and he also needs very low turnout in the city. Of course, Hochul's got massive leads in the city. Still a lot of votes outstanding in upstate New York. Schumer, he's down in Nassau. He's down in Suffolk. There's a huge gap. Suffolk seems to be way redder, at least the precincts reporting, than the ones in Nassau. Boebert of Colorado. Sorry, I'll get to that. Probably another hour till we get more complete results from states east of the Mississippi. Yeah, that's definitely true. Let me take a look at Boebert in Colorado. All right, we'll pull that up. So we'll take a look at some of those races. I think I have the House races up on one of these. All right, so Boebert should be, she's down right now, 58-42, 25% reporting. I'll look at the 8th. That's the competitive one. Kirkmeyer's at 47%, 53% reporting. It looks like Republicans are going to pull ahead in that race if this continues. 225, 210 has been my pre-election night prediction. Well, if that's so, then that's looking better than expected. Let's see. Walker down to .14. We'll take a look back at Georgia. All right, we'll take a look at Georgia now. This is going to be the nail biter. Obviously, Kemp won. That was expected. He won by a decent amount. Walker's up. This is going to be a dogfight back and forth. 66 in Cobb, 40% for Walker. Walker's got 35% in Gwinnett. Certainly not where you want to be. Fulton, 23% with 70% reporting. Again, certainly not where you want to be for a Republican. Take a look at Georgia. I'm very interested, though. If Republicans do underperform, do you think their messaging on abortion will change? Because that's really the only issue I could think that would, get Democrats to turn out. Is abortion the issue that Republicans, really dropped the ball in terms of their messaging? And I certainly think even before that, that was definitely the case, where Republicans, I think, were doing much worse than was anticipated because of abortion and things like that. So, again, comment your thoughts down below on that. But the fact, it's really weird. Florida seems to defy the nation. Florida is going super, super to the right of where other states are. I mean, it looks like Ron DeSantis could get over 60% of the vote with about 90% reporting. That's absolutely incredible. But these results don't seem to be mirrored in the rest of the country. It seems like New York Republicans are doing better. Again, Zeldin's hitting his metrics downstate. It's really just a question of how he does in the rest of the state. He needs to win big in Rockland. He needs to win big in some of these other counties. He needs to win out in Daga. There's a bunch of other areas that he needs to do well in. So we shall see. But let's see. I'll look at some of the Discord. Someone says Mastriano's going to win. Doesn't seem very likely. Fetterman is outrunning Lackawanna. Wow. Oz is getting 40% in Lackawanna County. If that's the case, then it might just be game over for Dr. Oz at this point. Because 40%, I mean, Toomey got 39 in Lackawanna. But, I mean, that might have been a... oh, wait, I'm looking at the totally wrong thing. 92%, 41%. That's definitely not where you want to be. Of course, Mastriano's getting destroyed. But, I mean, we'll see as the night goes on. Again, Pennsylvania is the one to watch. Arizona's not going to come in for a while. Georgia's another one to watch. This feels bleak. Democrats holding the House. I don't think Democrats are holding the House. But it certainly is crazy. Trafalgar was wrong. Yeah, I never believed Trafalgar when they had, Republicans up 2 or 3 in Pennsylvania. I certainly didn't think that was believable. But again, a lot of the polling conventional wisdom would have you say that the Democrats would be overestimated in polls in Pennsylvania. It seems like that might not be the case. Again, Lackawanna really seems to be turning out strong for Fetterman, unless the rest of the vote is coming from very red parts of the county. Good news for Fetterman. 59% in Northampton, 53-44. Lehigh, 68-29. I'd be very surprised if Fetterman does win just because of the national climate. But I mean, these numbers right now, at least in Lackawanna, not good for Dr. Oz. Very good for Fetterman. He's doing very well there. He's doing much better than Biden there. So, all about the suburbs. Walker point 2. And Georgia's going to be going back and forth throughout the rest of the night. Bots, leaderboard. Yeah, very interesting night so far. New Hampshire, Arizona. Arizona we're not going to check yet. We'll check it, why not? Oh, we've got results out of Arizona. Wow, we've got a lot of results out of Arizona. I'm glad I decided to cover that. Mark Kelly up 20 points in Maricopa as of right now. Pima County we've got no results out of. Lake is at 42% in Maricopa. Masters 39. Right now, Masters seems to be running behind Lake to the point where Kelly might pull ahead. He might end up holding it out. ESP, check out Predict It, Big Batch. Oh boy, let's see what Predict It says. That's a good idea. All right, let's Predict It. What does Predict It have for the Senate? Oh, so Democratic odds went way up in New York. Congress. No. State and local. How do I pull up the dashboard? Oh, wait, no, I don't want to do that. It's my account information. This is awful, LMAO. Yeah, definitely not a red wave by any stretch of the imagination. So, this is definitely more of a red ripple at this point. And, Democrats are very likely at this point to retain the Senate, which is shocking given the national figures. But again, issues like abortion and others really did energize Democrats in a way that I didn't think it was going to an extent. Because, again, when you think about the economy and other issues, you'd imagine that that would be much bigger. So I'll take a look back at Predicted. I'm stalling a bit. We'll go back to that. Had it up before. Closed out of it. Senate. We'll go to Senate. Wow. Fetterman went up huge in the betting odds in Pennsylvania. And looking at the 90-day forecast, Oz was up big. And now Fetterman is up big. I predict it's going to be wild throughout the night, though. But it definitely looks like Fetterman is in a good position. I mean, Oz getting 41 in Lackawanna County. That's abysmal, for him. So we shall see how the rest of this ends up going. But click the first link. Oh, this is better. 75% for Fetterman. Yeah, no, Democrats are doing a lot better. 57 in Georgia, 76% around in Arizona. Yeah, it definitely looks more like a red ripple at this point. Definitely doesn't seem like a red wave. Obviously, I'm just repeating myself, but we'll keep looking through these results. We might have a good indicator tonight. Again, if Pennsylvania gets called tonight somehow, that's going to be big. The suburban counties really aren't in yet. We've only got 32% in Philadelphia. So this is going to be interesting. 60% in Lawrence. Let's see where the votes are left. So Lycoming County, we have Elk County. Elk County is 67-30 for Oz. These are not the metrics he needs to get at all. At all. So when Philadelphia comes in, I'll make a final projection, but if we're underperforming in some of the Philly areas, Fetterman's going to win. So I'm going to check out Red Eagle Politics Dooming. Oh boy, I'm going to watch that stream after this. I want to keep streaming for a decent amount, but I definitely want to also enjoy myself and watch some other streams because it's always nice to see other people's perspectives. But I'm sure there's a lot of dooming from Red Eagle right now. I can't put him on because obviously not going to have his stream on mine, but it's going to be interesting. Pennsylvania certainly is not looking good for the Republicans at all with some of these numbers that we're seeing. Oz needs incredible suburban turnout and suburban margins to win. And I'm just, I'm not seeing it right now. So we'll keep up to date. Again, like, subscribe, share the stream, send any super chats if you've got any questions. I'm going to take another break real quick. We'll be right back. Going to grab a quick snack. I'll be back in 2 minutes. So don't go anywhere. We'll be right back. Like, share, subscribe. Send any super chats if you've got any questions or comments. All right, we are back. Thank you guys for waiting. We'll pull up the stream back again. And we'll look at a lot of races because we've got a lot of races going on. Fetterman is still up 57-41 in Lackawanna. Again, for reference, Lackawanna was 53-45 for Biden, so Fetterman's overperforming there. And a couple other areas where Fetterman's overperforming as well. He's doing better in rural Pennsylvania, which was sort of predictable. But Democratic turnout is up. It is up around Pennsylvania, and Mastriano might be the reason why that happened, because he's just so toxic on the ballot that it seems to be bringing down Oz. So, Shapiro getting Mastriano the victory in the gubernatorial primary really was one of the best things that could happen to Democrats if trends continue. I stress if, because we don't know. Still no real solid results out of New York. Zeldin is doing well in the city. He's doing where he needs to be. So maybe Republicans will have their one bright spot in the state of New York, of all places. But around the rest of the country, it's not really looking too good for them. New York is looking very strong for the GOP in that regard. And again, I'll take a look at some of the House races as well, because we've got House races in New York. But we really, the third, we've got Zimmerman up 53. That's the fourth. 53-47 for Gillen in New York, fourth. New York third, 53-47 for Santos. Again, Oz can still win. I'm going to stress that. But, I mean, again, if I see results out of the collar counties that are looking bad, definitely going to call that then for John Fetterman, because Oz cannot win underperforming in the collar counties and rural PA. It just can't happen. So, we'll see. Michael Bennet has been declared the winner of Colorado with 54% in. O'Day underperforming. Really interesting. Yeah, so perhaps, maybe, honestly, the fundamentals of the midterms this time around are not going in Republicans' favor, despite everything they did in terms of trying to message on the economy. It doesn't seem like voters cared that much, in a sense, and, prioritize social issues and things like that. But, so far around the country in places like Pennsylvania, Republicans underperforming. In Georgia, state officials expect results will be reported faster than 2020, when 77% of the vote is reported by midnight Eastern and 95% is reported by noon Wednesday. So we're not going to have a result out of Georgia tonight. Put that right out there. Walker's up 49.4, 48.7. This might go to a runoff. Again, in the areas where we have votes left, it's all the suburban counties. Wow. Yeah, Brian Kemp is up 9 points, which is honestly crazy to see. But he's just overperforming everywhere. He's killing it. 28% in Fulton, 15. Gwinetti's getting 41. He's getting 47. So by all metrics, Kemp is doing extraordinary, but I don't think it's going to help out Walker in any significant way as it stands. I mean, we'll see, but the drop-off is very interesting. All Walker needs is 50+1 to avoid a runoff, and if Kemp can provide that for Walker, then Georgia flips. And Georgia flipping wouldn't be that surprising, considering this was the closest state in 2020. In fact, it should be a given for the GOP, considering the partisan lean. And we're slowly waiting for these results to trickle in. If anyone's interested in coming on the Discord, wanted to be part of the live discussion, you can wait in the waiting room. Voice channel down at the bottom. I'll drag you up here if you want to make some comments, have any thoughts about the race. But again, at this point in time, J.B. Pritzker and Duckworth win. Not a surprise. Yeah, Pennsylvania is looking very bad for the GOP. I always had a gut feeling, though, that Fetterman could win Pennsylvania. And, I never bought the polls that Oz was up 1 or 2 and he was going to win by 4. It was totally ridiculous. Democratic turnout is high, and Mastriano appears to be completely toxic on the ballot. Again, Oz can still win. There's no runoff in Pennsylvania. Kiggins is up big. 55-45. So she's doing extremely well. Wow, yeah, no, she's doing pretty well. If that holds, I don't know if it will. We'll take a look at Virginia 10th. Wexton's up by 5, 95% of the reporting. This is still a good night for Republicans. This is exactly where they needed it to be. You know, this district flipping wasn't really realistic, but for them to get it within a lean margin, which it looks like might happen, is about where you want to be. Again, this is about a 5-point margin. So, pretty good, I guess, in that sense. But CNN called it. Yeah, I kind of figured that Wexton won. You know, especially with 95% reporting. You know, Hung Cow's not going to... All right, so... That's Virginia. Comment down if you've got any other races, because there's really so much to look at right now. I feel like I keep jumping through the same couple of states. I'm going to Nevada. I'm going to Georgia. I keep flipping back and forth. So I'll try and mix it up a bit if I can. Let me move Sunny down here. Yo, what's up?
Hey, how you doing?
I'm doing great. I'm just having a fun stream here. I've got good news for you. I've got really good news for you in terms of Pennsylvania.
Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you. Yeah. What's up?
Are we the only people in this?
For now, yeah. There were other people in here earlier, but they're coming and going. So tell Andrew to join if he wants to. I want to hear his take too, or Mike. Okay. But no. So in Pennsylvania, Fetterman so far is outperforming Biden by a considerable amount in Scranton. It's 57-41 with 94% reporting. So that's huge. Let's see. Yeah.
Is that the main reason?
That, and also Oz is underperforming in the counties that are about 100% in rural Pennsylvania. So Elk County, 67-30 Oz. In 2020, it was 72-26 Trump.
I really think that a lot of this... Well, first of all, are the mail-in votes in?
Mail-in votes are in. The election day votes, I think, are coming in now. I think the mail-ins mostly came in earlier.
Oh, wait, that's it?
No. Some of the election day votes are in, though. So, like I said, Elk County is 95% in. That's basically fully reporting. Oz is underperforming. Lackawanna County, that's Scranton, 94% in. Oz is only at 41. Trump was at 45.
Well,
so,
won't the election day votes be more in his favor?
They will, but I think a lot of the election day votes are already in these counties that are mostly reporting. So in these counties that are reporting,
all the mail-in votes then?
Mostly, yes.
Interesting. Actually, okay. If you had to put money down right now, what would you say?
Fetterman looks like the favorite right now. That's my honest assessment.
Interesting.
The only caveat I will say is Oz needs to do really well in the suburbs. If Oz wins Chester County or gets close, if he does well in the suburbs, he can still win. Because right now, this is looking like the Toomey coalition. He's doing worse in the rural areas, but I don't know how the suburbs are going to shape up because the turnout is so... We don't have enough of the vote in right now for me to make a determination.
Yeah, so... I wasn't trying to interrupt you, but...
Yeah, no.
Earlier on, the New York Times was predicting Oz win by about a point.
Mm-hmm.
Now it's Fetterman winning 1.7 points.
Wow. Okay, that's really big.
If you look at their like, because as like the votes come in, they're like changing like their.
I see it. Yeah, I see it right now. Wow. I did not expect that. And honestly, I'll tell you something. I did have a weird feeling about Pennsylvania, especially in the final week. Obviously, I thought Oz was going to win just because of the metrics, but I did have a gut feeling that Pennsylvania was not going to look strong for Oz like I thought it was, and that seems to be shaping up. And it's funny because I have a bet with Mike, so I've got money on the line. So if I lose, I lose. But I won the Virginia bet, so I'll say that. I thought my track record was good. So we'll see what happens. Lancaster is 41% in, 20-point lead for Oz. I'd be surprised if he holds that. York County's 38% in. Fetterman's leading, but that's probably York proper, not the rest of the county. Mastriano is getting pulverized.
Dude,
Like,
he's
absolutely pulverized.
No, I've. Do you have like one of those things that you had during 2020 where like you call the races?
In what sense? Oh, yeah. Like, I have the Yap and Mess open and whatnot. Yeah, should I call PA Gov?
Yes, 100%.
I'm calling PA Gov. Absolutely, I'm calling PA Gov. Dude, Mastriano is no at like 42%.
Oz has a shot still, but
he does.
But Mastriano does not.
No, there's no chance. And I thought he was going to lose by 5 or 6. It could even be more than that at the end of the day. Which again,
let me see what their prediction is right now on New York Times for.
Yeah, pull it up.
Mastriano.
Or tell me. But,
yeah, I have this.
Wow, we've got. I'm trying to see what other votes are mostly reporting. So Franklin County is 69, 28 Oz. In 2020, it was 70-27. So I think I just read that backwards. So Oz is up 69. Fetterman is at 28. So Oz is holding his own in some of the deep red parts.
Mm-hmm.
But in terms of the rest of the state,
for governor,
Center County looks like it's going blue. That's State College. I had that going blue in my prediction.
I did not expect Mastriano to do this horribly.
I didn't either.
Like,
I mean, then again, there is still votes coming in the red areas. He could end up with like 45, 46, but
that's still horrendous.
Yeah, it is. Interestingly enough, New York, funny enough, is actually weird because in terms of margins, Zeldin is actually hitting the metrics he needs to hit right now in the city. Those are the areas coming in right now. He's doing pretty well there. So Zeldin's at 37% right now. None of Long Island or upstate is reporting yet, really, which is really good for him.
I mean,
Long Island's not at all reporting.
I really don't think he has a shot.
I don't think he's going to win either. I always thought he'd be like a likely margin, like 10 points or so. But I'm really surprised. I mean, Zeldin is overperforming in the city. I mean, he's getting 37% in Queens. I think Trump only got 27% in Queens. Yeah, 27%. Right. So this is not a safe blue race. I've tried that. The past couple of weeks have really showed everybody that. I mean,
what are the other? Wait, has Nevada come in yet?
Nevada.
What the heck?
Nah, some of these states are taking a while. This is definitely not a red wave, though. I'll say it right now. I've said it earlier on the stream.
Dude, I was literally just going to say that exact same
No, this is not a red wave. You know what's funny, though? Florida was the first indicator, and I said on the stream, don't take Florida as an indicator because, Florida's a red state, but Kristi might not even get 40%. That's so embarrassing. I don't know how that happened. But for Kristi, that's really embarrassing. Like, Democrats could have run anyone else. They could have run Nikki Fried and they would have done better. Wow. Charlie Crist, I guess, ran that bad of a campaign. He lost Palm Beach County. Trump, this is a county Trump lost by 14 points.
Dude, what is DeSantis at right now? Because when
59.5.
No way.
Yes way. Right now with 90% in, he's at 59.5.
Right now. Florida is a safe red state now.
Jeez, I never thought.
I am saying that right
now. I'm with you. Because, dude, even if this was a neutral year, right? With these margins, Republicans would still get like 55% of the vote.
It looks like we're kind of seeing. Sorry.
2018. No. Go ahead. You weren't interrupting.
I literally think this is a parallel to 2018 in a way.
Yeah. No, I see it.
Even though it was a blue wave, it wasn't as much of a blue wave as people were expecting.
Yeah.
And it was more of like a blue puddle. Like they won the House, but like it wasn't as overwhelming as people thought it was going to be.
Yeah.
It was like I remember there were like estimates for how many seats the Democrats were going to pick up, and they literally got like less than all the predictors were saying was the lowest.
Yeah.
I feel like that might be this. Like, no doubt that like the Republicans have things in their favor, but it seems like it's not a red wave. Like this seems like it's more neutral.
Yeah, no, not at all. Honestly, I think the first indicator was Virginia, because Republicans were supposed to win 2 out of those 3 sort of competitive seats, and I think they lost 2 out of the 3. So Spamberger's holding on, which I was shocked by. I thought she'd lose by 1 or 2. She's holding on.
Wow.
Yeah, she won. She won that race.
Wait, she won already?
It's 95% in. She's got a 52-48 lead, and her opponent only got 50.4 in Stafford County. I think Youngkin got like 54 in that county. Youngkin won this district by 7. Not at all a red wave. This is a red ripple or even a sort of neutral environment. This is crazy.
Which is crazy.
I know, it's crazy. I did not expect this to happen at all. At all. I was like R+4 maybe, R+3, something like that. Republicans are going to get 240 something in the House. Not seeing that manifest tonight at all. And I don't know, what do you contribute to this? Do you think like abortion and stuff like that really was that big of an issue, or do you think like honestly, people were just scared of Republicans?
So.
Yeah,
I do think so. I was talking. This is an anecdote, but I was talking to my roommate, and he's like pretty politically neutral. But like, I think he did vote for Biden.
Yeah.
But he is not like a big like Democrat by any means. But he said that like he voted straight Dem because of abortion, and like because he thought the Republicans were acting so crazy on it.
Well, so NBC called the PA Gov for Shapiro. I know we called it like 10 minutes ago, but they made it official. Dude, Shapiro. I
expect like New York Times and stuff to call it within like the next 30
minutes. They're gonna call it soon.
I love that people really thought that Bennett had a chance of losing.
I know.
It's so funny.
Dude, honestly, oh my god, dude, Red Eagle is having a rough night. I'm gonna watch that stream later. I want to see that.
Sorry to roast him in front of everyone, but like, do you remember in 2020 how sad he was?
Dude, he's gonna be having a rough night tonight. I'll tell you that. Dude, I'm just in shock. Like, I'm surprised, like that this is happening.
Be a dumb observation, but it's something that kind of told me that like this isn't gonna be as much of a red wave as people thought.
I was kind of getting that feeling right at the end.
No, did you see how long it took for Indiana to be called?
Yeah.
It took a while. That was the first sign. I was like, I knew something wasn't like what we expected. That's when I knew.
This is crazy. I'm just in shock right now. Wow, this is incredible. I mean, like, I never would have imagined, right? You have an incumbent president, approval rating in the low 40s, and in the midterm year, their party is doing really well. Dude, abortion wrecked the GOP this cycle. Absolutely. If Roe v. Wade did not happen, the overturning rather.
Yeah, like the thing is that Republicans, like, I know this is online, but especially on Twitter, they kept mocking the idea that Dobbs isn't going to have an effect on anything, and that clearly is not the case. I really think that has had a significant impact on what's happening.
Oh, at this point now, definitely. I was skeptical too, because when I saw some of the polls that we saw a couple weeks ago, it was like, oh, abortion was at 6% in New York. I mean, and maybe it's because New York's a state where abortion isn't at risk.
The numbers?
I did. That was the first red flag. Yeah. I really think Mastriano, if Oz loses, is going to be the reason. I 100% think that's going to be the reason.
Because of all the ads where they showed him saying like, my body, my choice is ridiculous nonsense or whatever. Yeah. And oh my God, do you know what really is hurting the Republicans in PA right now?
What?
The fact that Mastriano is super anti-gay.
Oh yeah, no, that's on it. You can't run that way nowadays. It's just not acceptable.
Like people, like I don't understand why a lot of Republicans, like Oz has taken a different approach, but why Republicans can't accept that they've lost on that issue.
Yeah, no. It's been a losing issue for a while. And I mean, Oz was smart, I guess, to do the pivot and be like, hey, I want to codify gay marriage because, that was smart. It was smart, but oh my goodness.
Chuck Grassley is not doing as well as I thought he was going to do.
Oh, I didn't even look at Iowa. Wait, let me
He's
look
only
at Iowa.
leading by 5.
Wow. That is not... Kim Reynolds is doing better. She's the governor. I mean, that's kind of surprising because Chuck Grassley is a brand in
It's already
Iowa.
been called for Kim Reynolds.
Yeah. I mean, at the end of the day, that could just be kind of like the Ohio effect where the blue vote is coming in early.
No,
It's
I'm not
Ohio.
saying it's not. It's just, it feels bizarre.
82% of the vote in, 53 Vance, 46 Ryan. I mean, everyone knew Ryan was going to lose this, but it was really just a question of the margin. Looks like JD Vance might do about Trump margins. Maybe.
That's about what I was expecting.
Yeah, no, that was kind of mine. I mean, I said 8 to 10, but I mean 8 is probably really realistic.
I mean, I think you can obviously do whatever you want. I think I might be ready to call Ohio, but
oh yeah, no, Ohio, I'm gonna put on the board. I'll put Ohio on the board.
So.
I mean, I've actually been slow on some of the calls. I didn't even call Florida yet. Jeez, on the Senate. Oh, Wisconsin. Let's take a look. Wisconsin is. All right, so 55% in. I didn't even look at Wisconsin. That's bad on me. So 55% in. Mandela Barnes is up 50.1 to 49.9. Ron Johnson, as predicted, is doing really well in the WOW counties, better than Trump. So, I mean, that's a good sign for him. On the governor's race, Tim Michaels is at 47%, and Johnson is at about 50, almost 50. So Mandela Barnes is only up around 2,000 votes right now. And the areas that have left to... All right,
what percent is in?
A little bit over half.
Gotcha.
So Wisconsin will be interesting. I mean, if Johnson only holds on by like 2 or 3, I mean, that's a blue wave. I don't know what to call that. I mean, Johnson should hold at least 4 to 5. So I'm really let's see how Dan Cox is doing in Maryland. How's he hanging in? 36.
He lost.
No, I know he lost, but I wanted to see by how much because that was a total train wreck, that entire candidacy.
Why are they running January 6ers?
I don't know. The GOP really has lost it in some of these states. Like, dude, Mastriano, Dan Cox. I mean, these are like the weakest nominees you could put up.
I don't understand.
I was sounding the alarm on PA Gov for so long. I said to Republicans that I knew who lived in Pennsylvania, I'm like, dude, if this guy wins, it is a sure loss. And there was a brief period of time when I had Pennsylvania as tilt R for the governor because I'm like, Mastriano is pulling like 2 points behind Shapiro. This is before we knew like a crazy amount about Mastriano.
Yeah. And
oh boy, I mean, things are... Dude, Mastriano's 40-day fast really didn't work out for him, I guess. He posted a picture on Twitter where it was like him behind a rainbow as if like God was calling him. And I'm like, my goodness. Like, this is a yikes campaign.
Dude, he had like no money.
I know, but here's the thing. He had all that online following, though. That was the thing, though. He had such a big following online, and that's what really propelled him over the top, because on Facebook Lives and things like that, he was really popular among, like, right-wing, Q people and whatnot. 64%.
How's Kemp doing?
Oh, Kemp is won a while ago. Did I fill that in?
Oh, he already won?
Yeah, he won. He's actually up by 9 points. Jeez. Wow. He might win Cobb County, which was a safe Biden county in the suburbs.
Andrew's trying to get in.
Oh, yeah. Let me move him in. Let's bring him in here. All right, Andrew, what's up?
Oh, hello.
Dude,
you guys are having a good night. You and Cameron are having a great night.
Dude, Andrew, I'm just saying this right now. This is not a red wave.
Not at all. Have you been following like what's been happening lately?
I mean, the margin's concerning me in PA, the margin difference.
PA, all right, it's the suburbs in PA.
Stream?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
But the margins in PA are like, here's the thing. Oz is doing worse in the rural areas. And
no, what?
What? What happened?
New York Times right now is estimating Fetterman 3.4.
Oh, man.
Oh,
Well,
so Oz... So let me guess. Oz is doing better in places like Chester and Bucks, but Fetterman's performing better in the rural parts.
No, Shapiro is performing better across the board everywhere.
Shapiro won, by the way.
Yeah, Shapiro won.
Oh yeah, that's obvious.
Oh, in fact,
Yeah,
Mastriano.
saying, like...
Oh wait, no. No, yeah, Shapiro was called a couple minutes ago
That
by
doesn't
NBC.
shock me remotely. Mastriano's a clown.
Yeah, no, Mastriano was never going to win. Utah vote finally came out. Let's see how Evan McMuffin's doing in Utah. Let's check in on
They,
him.
they don't have it. They don't have it in yet.
No! I want to see that. Michael Bennett. All right, yeah.
Dude, you know what's crazy, Andrew?
What?
Chuck Grassley is underperforming.
He's actually doing worse than the
No,
governor.
yeah, he's doing horrible.
For Chuck Grassley's team, because normally he wins by like 70
Usually
points.
he wins every county. The fact
Like-
he was behind for a while.
Dude, I genuinely, and I was talking to CJ about this, all the Republicans mocked the idea that Dobbs was going to impact anything, but it looks like it did.
No, it did.
Honestly, no. I'll be frank. I was one of those people that did not think it would have this much of an impact. I really didn't.
Mhm.
Like,
But I
I'm
think-
surprised.
I think there's a hidden Dem vote
Yeah,
because
no.
of it.
Yeah, no, I see it. There's Democratic enthusiasm
I
where
mean,
yeah.
we saw signs of this before during that special election in upstate New York.
Yeah, and honestly, I was one of those
Dude,
people.
oh yeah, I was
like,
going to mention that.
Mm.
People were like, what, when that happened?
I mean, the thing is, though, it's like I thought that the turnout was going to be different, and everybody did. To be quite frank, a lot of people thought like, "Oh, the turnout's going to be
Yeah,
different."
I don't blame you for thinking what you thought.
Yeah, no, exactly. All right, New Mexico's been called for Michelle Lujan Grisham. I actually
Is that
thought,
the governor race?
yeah, I actually thought Ronchetti was doing well there because the latest polls had him surging. Like he wasn't ahead, but he was doing well. So I guess that's not working out. What do you think the GOP is going to do on abortion now? That's my question. Where does the GOP go from here in terms of their abortion messaging?
Oh, they're not
Because
going to learn anything.
This
They're-
is
I
a
mean,
mess. This is a
If
mess.
they're intelligent, they need to not go any further than they've already gone.
Well, not even just that. You need to scale back. I mean, the federal
need to-
federal
they need to
ban was
scale-
a disaster. I don't
No,
know
I'm
why they
saying
thought that was a good
federally-
idea.
Federally, they need to ignore the issue. But on the state level, they need to moderate a bit.
Oh yeah. I mean, given the
It's gonna be-
circumstances, this is I'd almost be tempted to call this a blue wave in the sense that Democrats are outperforming every expectation.
This is crazy.
This is
I mean,
wild.
I think what's going to happen realistically. I think what they need to do realistically is like, if you're a Republican, you can't be pro-choice. They can't do that, right?
Yeah, no, absolutely
But
not.
they need to stop playing around when it comes to the mother's life and when it comes to rape and incest case. They need to just avoid that.
They need to,
They
no,
need
they
to
don't
make
need to
those
avoid, no.
exceptions.
They don't need to avoid it. They need to make it clear that they want exceptions for that.
No, exactly. That's what I meant to say.
Yeah.
Like, they need to avoid restricting abortion in those cases.
Oh yeah, no, for sure. And that's the problem because the messaging on abortion from Republicans was honestly really bad because they started going all gung-ho on it even when Roe v. Wade was overturned. They started doing all these bans in all the red states and people got wind of that and they didn't want that in their state. All right, Spamberger has been called officially. She held on. This is not a red wave. It's funny.
Oh, yeah, no, in the House level, it's very stagnant.
Here's the
In
thing.
the House.
I had a weird gut feeling. I had a gut feeling that Oz was not going to do as well in Pennsylvania. And I'm being vindicated, although my brain was like, Oz is going to win. He's up in the polls. Like, red wave, whatever.
I thought he was going to win.
Yeah.
And I don't, right now, I do not hold me to this. Things could change.
Yeah, it
But
could
I
change.
really, at this point, I can't see him winning.
Oz.
Like,
Hmm.
yeah.
Fetterman's the
can't right
favorite.
now.
There's no doubt the Fetterman's the favorite right now. I
Yeah,
mean,
all like people, like New York Times.
I mean,
is
are they
saying that,
counting mail-ins yet?
I think they counted most of the early vote. It's the in-person, but I think they're trying to do the math at what's left, and they're giving Fetterman the edge. Chester's 52% in. Oz is down only 10 points. That's actually really good for him. He's overperforming
No,
Chester.
that's good for him.
Bucks County, only a third of the vote is in. He's down 20. We'll see how that turns out. That's bad.
That's not going to stay like that.
I know it
That's
won't.
gonna
Bucks
change.
is going to vote to the right of Chester. I'd be so shocked if it didn't. Northampton is 59% in. Fetterman is up 9. That's good for Fetterman. Lehigh, he's up by 68% of the vote in. He's up by 21 points.
Why is he
Wow.
doing so amazing?
I don't know. All right, so in Erie County, Fetterman is only up by 79% in, so almost 80% in. Don't know if that breaks more in favor of Oz or if Fetterman holds out there. Imagine if Erie goes red but the state of PA goes blue. That just wouldn't make sense to me.
It's not impossible.
The first red flag was when I looked at the rural counties and I saw that Oz was underperforming. And I'm like, Fetterman's going to do better than expected.
I mean, I said this to Cameron early on.
Yeah.
I saw a red flag when they didn't call Indiana immediately because I knew that
I was
would have
talking about the CJ.
Yeah.
That could have an effect on the rest of the Midwest.
I'm seeing it.
Dude, Beto O'Rourke is such a clown. He's losing by 10 points.
Oh no, I knew Beto was gonna be screwed,
What
especially this
that
time
was
around.
gonna happen.
No, I know, but like I'm just saying, like, what a clown.
Do you think he's gonna? You think he's gonna run again?
Gun grabbing comments.
I think
his career.
Dude, literally, dude. Why would you say that?
Dude, Harris County, 52% in. Abbott's at 45.
Like, dude,
Trump is at 42.
You're not in New York. You're in Texas.
I know.
If you said that in New York, okay, they might be like, all right. But, like, this is Texas.
You don't say that in any state that's remotely competitive. You don't even say that in Minnesota.
Yeah. That's insane. I mean, yeah, you can't even say that in Minnesota or Maine. Like, you'll be in trouble. Speaking of Maine, let me just look at Maine real quick. I mean, even Vermont to an extent, because that's where you have, like, lefties that like
if you're
guns.
running for governor, you can't. No,
oh, yeah.
Not in Vermont.
Remember, Bernie's, one of his first losses, people attributed that because he was aggressively for a assault weapons ban.
Really?
And I think it was his governor's race. And
did he run for governor?
He ran for governor, I think, like twice. And he was very pro assault weapons ban, and people attribute that to why he lost.
Interesting. I could see it.
It's crazy.
Vermont was very pro gun until like recently. I mean, now it's gotten less so, but it's still a gun friendly state.
It's a bit, it's probably moderated a bit.
I'm shocked though.
It's amazing though how many Bernie lost before he became senator.
Yeah, I mean, he really stuck it out.
He was a third-party candidate for a while. With the Liberty Union Party.
Kemp is winning Georgia by 9.
He was setting himself up with the Liberty Union Party.
They hate him now.
Why do they hate Bernie?
Like, he's a traitor!
Oh, he left the party and they got mad because they could have had a senator from their party, basically?
Yeah.
Well, why did he leave, though? Because he's an independent now.
Well, because nobody fucking cares about the Liberty Union. Like, the thing is, people are more likely to vote for an independent than they are to vote for a third party.
Yeah. Wait, I'm just going to pull up on my phone what's happening on the Red Eagle stream. I'm just curious. I'll be able to know right away from the facial expression. All right, let's see. Oh, I got to watch an ad first. What is he? All right, he doesn't look that sad.
Does he look like concerned?
Oh no, he sounds sad. I turned up the volume a little bit. He does not sound happy. So if Red Eagle's not having a good night, then Republicans are certainly not having a good night. This is wild. It's exciting though, because this is not what I expected. So I'm in a weird way really excited by this because I did not expect this. Okay, so Pennsylvania moved now. Fetterman's only expected to win by 2, so it did move slightly in Oz's favor. I don't know why that is.
How much mail-in is in now? Like, that's what I'm curious about.
I don't know if it tells me on here. We paused our chart for the race estimates over time while we investigate the display issue. Our overall estimate remains our best guess for the outcome. The race is leaning towards Fetterman, but they don't have a margin. But last I checked, it was 2. Wow. All the rural counties that are basically 100% in all shifted blue. In some cases, 8 to 9 points in the Senate race.
Okay, let's say I'm not calling
I have a
right
theory.
Oh, I have a theory
I was going to say,
too.
what do you think happened? Because Oz is leading in the polls
Working
right now.
class appeal. That's what happened.
Fetterman's
in the
working
rural.
class appeal, and I will say, a lot of MAGA types were not sold on Oz. Even late in the game, they really didn't like him, so they either voted third party or they might have even voted for John Fetterman.
I mean, we basically traded coalitions in PA. That's what happened.
Yeah.
We switched the suburbanites for the working class.
In this cycle,
Dude,
in this
Imagine,
cycle.
bro, even if Fetterman wins, watch them be like, look, see how close this was? Progressives can't win. Like, they're going to do that.
Even if he did win, yeah, they'd have excuses.
Oh, I'm sure. Because they'd be like, well, Oz is a bad candidate, probably, or something. Oh, Mike joined the Discord. Like, let me see if he.
I mean, as candidates, they were both bad objectively.
Well,
Like, they both ran bad
Fetterman would have
campaigns.
easily won if he didn't have this truck.
No, but that really made him a bad candidate. Like,
No, I agree. I agree.
All right, let me try to get Mike in here. He's asking to join voice. Yeah, join general. What time? Oh, he said this a while ago. I hope he's still on. I want to get his take. All right, so whenever I see him in, I'll pull him in here because I want to get his thoughts. Because me and him have a bet on the Oz race, and I want to see what he thinks about Ohio too.
I love how Joe O'Dea just got completely destroyed.
That's actually hysterical.
Well, that was so predictable, to be honest.
I mean,
14 points.
He tried to appeal
Colorado.
He tried to appeal to independents, but I think he just turned off a lot of the base.
No, Colorado's gone.
Oh,
Just
I know
like
that. I
Florida's
know that.
gone.
I know that. I never
Those-
thought
yeah, but
Republicans
states
could
are
win
gone.
Yeah, but
Colorado.
delusional people think it's not.
Would McCormick have done
Colorado
better than Oz?
is the blue Florida
definitely.
now.
Someone in chat asked if McCormick would do better than Oz. At this point, yeah, because I don't think McCormick had as much damage as... He didn't have as much to go after as Oz did. I mean, he was still a rich elite type, but, like, he didn't have the specific scandals with the Dr. Oz show.
Wins, I think it's a mix of working class appeal and also...
And just Oz. And Mastriano dragging down...
Mastriano and also Oz's anti-working class appeal, because even if you think that this isn't the case, a lot of people see him as like an
Now here's the
elitist.
one silver lining. Only way Oz wins is if we see him win like Chester or something. Then I'll say Oz is still in this for sure. If Oz wins Chester, he wins Bucks, if he's doing better in Montgomery County, which could happen because we're kind of trading coalitions here, we'll see. But if that's the case, then it's still up in the air. As of now, Fetterman's certainly the favorite, no doubt.
I mean, realistically, we got to look at this like it's the 2000s, because these were the coalitions in the 2000s in PA.
That's
Republicans back
doing
then.
very well.
Republicans back then needed Chester County to win.
Yes,
if
absolutely.
If he's going to lose this ground among the rural vote, he needs Chester County.
Wow, so that's actually crazy, though, how Kansas reelected a Republican senator by like 20 points, but yet Laura Kelly is leading right now with 80% in. Dude, that independent conservative took so many votes away from Schmidt.
I'm not calling it yet, but I think
she'll win too. I actually thought she was going to lose narrowly.
I thought she was going to win by like 0.1 or something.
Yeah, she's on track to win right now.
This is going to be so bad for the Republican Party, though. Like, they need to figure out what they're going to do going forward.
What do you think the autopsy is going to be? Because this is a bloodbath. This should have been in the bag.
This is unprecedented.
It is unprecedented. This hasn't happened. And obviously, Republicans are going to pick up the House. That's already... I think that's already decided. I think VA2 already flips. There's a couple of other flips, I think. Could be wrong.
They've only flipped, like, 3 seats so far, I think. I think they're going to flip more. I think they're going to win the House, but I'm saying it's going to be narrow.
Oh, boy, yeah. It will be. 83% of the votes in Virginia second.
I was saying this to CJ before you got on, Andrew. I feel like this is a reverse 2018.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Where like it's a red wave question mark, but like it's not what people thought it was going to be.
I don't even know if it's
all right,
red
CNN apparently has 95% in Northampton, and Fetterman is up by 0.1%.
No, like, I'm sorry. I don't even know if it's red-leaning. Because the problem with 2018, right, is, yeah, the Dems lost in the Senate, but they won in the House. You look at the seats they were losing, though. It was places like North Dakota, Tennessee. The Republicans
exactly. They were losing
right
states.
Pennsylvania.
Yeah, this is even worse than 2018. Like for the GOP, in that sense.
I mean, to be fair, the Dems did have Florida, which they lost. That was the competitive one they fumbled. But like, if we see bad results in Georgia, Arizona for the Republicans, this is going to be a wake-up call for them.
Oh yeah.
Right, I'm gonna head out for a bit. We'll probably be on later.
Alrighty.
All right, see ya.
Boo.
Dude, this is crazy though. I can't believe like Arizona, you've got Kelly up nearly 20 with 50% in. This is probably all early vote, but
Well, I think Kelly's going to... I don't really
oh no, I
that's
think
a
he will too
question.
because Kerry Lake is at 43%. Blake Masters is at 39.6. So even if Lake wins by 2, Blake Masters loses.
I mean, the split ticketing during this midterm has
It's
been
crazy.
impressive, though, overall.
It's wild. And
It's something we haven't seen in years.
oh yeah, no, and you know in terms of like pencil, see CNN is different because what Mike showed in the DM, it says 95% in I think on CNN, but New York Times is saying that it's only 87% in if I'm reading this correctly. So
I keep
there
seeing
might be more vote
conflicting
outstanding.
info.
Yeah, no, me too. I'm going to trust New York Times because, I mean, CNN has the same numbers but a higher percentage reporting. I'm going to trust them, but Oz got slaughtered in Lackawanna County. I mean, like you said, the working class
It's bad
trade
for him in
happened.
Northeast
He
PA.
got slaughtered.
It's just crazy, though, seeing it happen, like, this quick, though. I didn't think it would be this drastic.
That's what I mean, yeah. I'm surprised with how poorly Republicans did in these competitive races. I mean, Democrats are just winning outright, and my question is what the Republicans do going forward. Because, I mean, this is embarrassing. This is embarrassing for the GOP. Straight up. This is not where they want to be. If they're losing in a midterm where they're supposed to win, that's bad. Now, all right, one silver lining for Oz here. Lancaster County, he's up 61-36. He's doing a lot better than Trump. So, again, 64% reporting, that might narrow. But we might literally be looking at, like, Pennsylvania 2004 coalition right now.
Yeah,
where
that's
Chester
what it's
goes
looking like.
red, Lancaster goes much redder, but the working class areas just really are going against Oz this time around.
It's crazy, because that's what it's
Yeah, I just
looking
had a conservative friend of mine message me and said abortion is killing us, no pun intended. So he's right. He is 100% right. Abortion was way more important than I thought it was going to be.
I think that New York race was a red flag.
Yeah. What's weird though is New York Gov though is actually surprisingly good for Zeldin. He has 41% with 47% reporting, and most of his strong areas aren't even in yet. The city is the area most reporting. New York is going to be weirdly
I don't think
close.
he's going to win though, because like the margin difference between him and Schumer's race, it's not as big.
Well,
big enough for that
Zeldin's
to
at
happen.
41, Pinion's at 35, but I agree. But Zeldin's going to make it a lot closer than a lot of people expected. Oh,
No, he
Kathy
will.
Hochul won Erie County. You can call New York Gov. It's over. Zeldin needed to win Erie County by like 6 points. I'm going to call New York. I'm going to call New York Gov at this point. Hochul wins re-election. Whoops, I didn't mean to put that red. So Hochul's won New York. That's not a surprise. I had Hochul winning 8-10. So not shocking. I'm curious to see how Long Island ends up coming through.
I'm also curious, like, what's he going to do with that upstate wall that runs along, the Vermont border? What's that going to look like?
That's the question, because that's an area where you've got a lot of Manhattan transplants, and that's an area that trended really big in favor of Biden. And so far, 94% of the vote in. Zeldin is winning Dutchess by 2. That's a county Trump lost by 10. But in order for Zeldin to win, he needed to win Dutchess by like 10, 11, 12 points. So, he's going to lose. That's pretty obvious. But it's really a question of by how much.
I think Long Island's going to be the major key to that.
It will be the key. And also, Rockland County, big Orthodox Jewish county, Zeldin up 12 points. This is a county Biden won by, I think, 4? 2 points.
See,
2 points.
this right here teaches us the importance of the candidates we run,
Yeah.
right? Because you look at Pennsylvania in New York, and you see the stark contrast right now.
New York
between
ran a good...
Mastriano and Zeldin.
Gee, Zeldin is going to do better than Mastriano at this rate. I mean, Mastriano was such an awful candidate. And early on, I wasn't seeing it because in July, I'm like, oh, he's polling this close to Shapiro. I'm going to put this as like tilt R or something like that.
The polls have been a mess this midterm. They've been
polls overestimated
bad.
And they oversampled Republicans. Seth Magaziner just won in Rhode Island. Alan Fung lost by like 3 points.
That was a district. Why people thought that was going to flip.
I thought it was going to flip because Fung was leading in the polls by a lot, but I should have listened because my prediction a couple weeks ago had Fung losing by a lean margin. I should have kept it because I was right from the beginning.
It's still Rhode Island.
I know.
I did not trust that for a second.
Yeah, no, I get that. How's New Mexico? New Mexico, 53-44, Michelle Lujan. I know she won already, but I want to see the margin. Yvette Harrell is at 46%. She's the incumbent in the 2nd district. That's supposed to be a red district. She's losing right now, but there's still like 40-something% of the vote left. Dude, this is wild, though. This is wild,
This is
honestly.
wild.
It's exciting because this is not what I expected, and I like surprises.
We're getting a very competitive midterm.
Yeah.
This almost doesn't seem like a midterm.
Somebody said, did CRT play a role in the election? No, not at all. Not at all. CRT was not a factor in this election. You could argue maybe that was the Youngkin race, but I mean that was a year ago. The GOP really needed to run better candidates. They needed to run Youngkins in every single state. They needed carbon clones of Youngkin in every state. Except Pennsylvania, where they should have had a big fat redneck with a beard running on the Republican side, honestly. Because when you have a rich TV doctor who's worth millions of dollars, that's not going to appeal to working class voters.
I mean, they ran the 2 types of candidates Pennsylvania hates.
Literally.
Elitists and QAnon.
Yeah.
Like,
no,
they pissed
literally.
everyone off.
Yeah, they alienated literally everybody with their choices. All right, so what does New York Times say about the Senate race? Look at this spread. I have to mention this. Fetterman is up 1.4. Shapiro is up by 11.
Yeah, I think it's going to be a 10-point gap.
That's insane. That is insane. Wow. I didn't even think that was possible in PA, but
I did not think it was possible either. I don't think anyone did.
Yeah, no. I wish they had the votes left. They used to have it in some of the old elections where they would show you what votes were outstanding and how much.
I mean, PA does have like the highest split ticketing of like any swing state, but like it's usually not this drastic.
I'm waiting on Bucks and Chester. If Bucks and Chester, so Oz is at 45 in Chester. That's good. That's where he needs to be. But he's not getting Trump's rurals. So he needs to win Chester, or he's got to get really close in order to make this still a race. Because this is still very much a race, but he's only up by 1.4%.
Exactly.
So it's really up in the air. But I mean, you thought Oz was going to win before this, didn't you?
Yeah, I did.
Yeah, this is wild. I thought too, because even other liberal friends of mine were telling me that, like, oh yeah, no, Oz is probably going to win. Fetterman's going to make it close, but now it looks like Fetterman could win. I mean, if Oz wins tonight, narrowly, I mean, that's still not good enough for the Republicans in terms of a red wave. Like, this was supposed to be the red wave. Everyone was hyping it up as the red wave. This is not the red wave. This is a red puddle. If you could even call it that, taking back the House should be a given. I mean, wow, the polls were really
has been
wrong.
so stagnant.
Oh, yeah. Now, I wonder what the autopsy for this race is going to be for the Republicans, because it looks like at this rate, they're losing the Senate.
Abortion.
Yeah. Somebody says Oz is about to take the lead.
If they try to convince themselves otherwise, that's delusional.
Yeah.
Do you think that's why Ron DeSantis won so?
Oh, hey, Johnny.
They passed pro-abortion.
It's Florida. That was going to happen.
Yeah, Florida was going to go. Florida, is the only
They had it banned
embarrassment.
for a while, and then they passed. I mean, they let abortion back.
No, the
Well, I don't
court
think it
struck
had
down the
as
ban.
much of an effect. Though,
Yeah,
'cause the
no.
court struck it down.
Well, yeah. Well, it's same with I mean, it was the Supreme Court, not really the Republican Party.
Yeah. Well, that was like the state. That was like the state thing. Crist isn't even getting 40%, and yet we're talking about a red puddle around the country. This just goes to show you Florida is gone for Democrats. It's gone.
No, it is.
It is so gone.
We need
Florida
to stop
is a
talking
red
about
state.
Florida and Colorado. Those two states we need to stop talking about. They're gone.
This is something that like I've been telling people on both sides to ignore Florida for a while now because Republicans really shouldn't be spending money in it, and Democrats shouldn't either because it seems like it's just a red state now.
It is.
Ron's too popular.
You know, Ron is really
mean,
popular. I mean,
honestly, I think Ron had an effect on Rubio's margin.
oh, he did.
Like he was going to win regardless, but Ron definitely helped boost it.
All right, the race has been called for Abbott to no one's surprise. Currently, Abbott's up 55-43, and yeah, it looks like that's going to be the margin. I mean, I'm looking at the turnout right now. The urban areas have about the same turnout as the overall state, which, if that's any indication, this is looking like a 12-point race for Abbott. So, Texas stays blue. Texas stays blue, my God. Texas stays red. That's not really a shock to anybody. I mean, but if Abbott started to bring... If Beto got this within single digits, though, that would be really bad for Republicans, I think, because Abbott's an incumbent.
If I'm correct, didn't Abbott win by like 16 last time?
I think he won by also 12 last time. I'll pull it up. I'll pull it up right now. I have it.
Supposedly, Gavin Newsom. ABC called Gavin Newsom.
Yeah, that was going to happen anyway. That's right at polls closed. So back in 2018, Abbott won by 13. As of now,
so
he's
it's a
up
similar
12.
margin.
Yeah, it's a similar margin. I think Abbott's going to do better, slightly better than that, or about the same, because some of the areas outstanding are still red. Like some of the red counties are only at 40, 50%. Some of them are fully in though. So, but Abbott did really well. Again, I don't know why Beto, from a strategic standpoint, was talking about taking the guns. Like, my goodness, this is Texas.
That killed his career.
Oh, of course.
I guess because Congress recently passed assault rifle ban or something like that.
No, they didn't. They passed a gun control bill that was a background check bill. One of my admins says that, somebody said Red Eagle is pissed. Oh, I can imagine. REP coping hard. I knew that was going to happen if this happened. Flying Dripsies, my wonderful moderator, says Trump needs to stop touching these types of elections that much. I completely agree. That and the abortion stuff, it really made this a red ripple and not a red wave. This, by all metrics, this should have been a red wave, and it doesn't look like we're seeing that.
Yeah. I think Trump's return had a pretty decent effect.
You think Trump is even going to... Is Trump... Imagine how awkward it's going to be when Trump announces after the GOP gets routed in a year they were supposed to do well in.
It's going to be awkward. I mean, I don't know why Trump's even trying to get himself involved. Like, he's suburban poison.
Oh, no, I know. And this is going to make it even worse, because if the GOP can't perform in a year like this, they can't perform in a general election unless they have a serious overhaul of messaging.
Yeah.
Johnny, buddy, are you surprised by the results in Florida?
Not really. It seemed like he's really popular down here, so.
Well, yeah, but like I never expected him to win by like 20 points. Like that was out of the question for me anyway. Like him winning, like my prediction was DeSantis plus 12, right? That's what I thought was going to happen. I did not think DeSantis was going to win by 20 points.
I mean, I do think there does need to be some blame done on the Democratic Party, though, for, like, letting that happen.
Letting DeSantis... Dude, by the way, DeSantis was the person they feared. They were like, we want to get rid of DeSantis. I mean, wasn't Chris Hall campaign like, oh, we need to stop DeSantis 24? It's like, well, how did that turn out for you?
Yeah, no, it did not.
And I told Cameron earlier, I don't think you were here, but Chris was literally the worst nominee Democrats could have picked. The worst nominee. Nobody likes the guy.
I mean, oh yeah, wasn't he?
He ran as a Republican and independent. He just seems like a typical smarmy politician, and plus he had no money.
Lincoln Chafee.
Lincoln Chafee. One of my friends asking me how we're doing.
I mean, that's what I'm saying. The Democrats put no money into that race. Like, they have some blame.
Oh, yeah, no. They abandoned the race. I mean, if they at least contested Florida, I think you would have seen a closer result. But they really didn't bother. They seem to have just kind of given up on the state, which, again, we talked about earlier, but, you know.
Like, on one hand, I'm like, I can't blame them, but on the other hand, it's a massive state to give up on.
Oh, yeah. No, it is. How many electoral votes is Florida now? Like 30 or something? I think it's like 30.
It's like 36 or something.
No, it's not 36. Texas is like 38. I think Florida's is 31 now? Something like that. Yeah, somebody in the chat said Democrats maintaining the House isn't even a fantasy now.
No, it's possible.
Dude, I honestly, I'm really interested to see the GOP autopsy in this race, though. Like, what are
if they maintain the House, that's
oh, no. If they maintain the House, it's a blue wave, hands down. They killed it. All right, so Oz underperformed pretty big in Westmoreland County, West PA. He won by 20 points. I'm pretty sure Trump won by, let me pull it up here.
Wait, Oz overperformed?
He underperformed. Oh, wow. So Trump won Westmoreland County by, I think it's 28. Oz won by 20. So massive underperformances in Western PA.
I mean, I was kind of expecting that.
I'm still in the lean Fetterman camp. I know this is a toss-up, but I really think Fetterman's going to pull through with these margins. Unless, again, only caveat is if he gets slaughtered in the Philly suburbs.
Yeah, that would have to be like a slaughter.
New York Gov, though, is kind of crazy, though. Like, I don't know how... Oh, wow. Yeah, okay. So NBC called Kathy Hochul. That's not surprising.
Yeah. The Republicans should pay attention to it for strategic purposes, though.
Oh, yeah.
In terms
Chris
of
Pappas won in New Hampshire. That was a bellwether.
Races.
Oh my God, Rufus on Twitter. I'm high IQ, have encyclopedic knowledge of politics and history, and understand human behavior. So not to sound cocky, but I'm right about the Trump cultists are wrong, and he added Red Eagle politics. Dude, I mean, Rufus was right if that's what he predicted. Folks, when Trump is on top of the ticket, the party voting base turns out to... Oh my God, dude. Republicans are having the wrong takeaways. They're saying Trump would have helped them.
No,
Trump would have made this worse. Trump would have made... He basically announced yesterday without announcing.
Yeah, he basically did.
Someone had a theory that he was waiting to see how well the Republicans did in the midterm before he announced.
I hope that's true.
All right, let me see. Somebody messaged me a while ago, wanted to join the stream.
How's Carrie Lake doing?
Let me pull it up. Let me see.
She seemed pretty popular.
Yeah. All right, so Carrie Lake's doing a lot better than Masters. It looks like, honestly, at this point, based on what we're seeing in the country, it looks like Kelly's holding on. I'm just going to say it right now. I think Kelly holds on. But wow, this is really crazy right now. Haven't looked at chat for a while. How are you guys doing? Dang, I was hoping Zeldin could pull it off. I mean, people thought that, but I realistically had it as likely Democrat. I think Trump is going to run anyway. Probably. I think he will. Hobbs is going to win. I'd be shocked if Katie Hobbs wins. I mean, blue tsunami, hands down. All right, let me move Al into here. Hold on. All right, Al, what's up? You're in the Lion's Den now. How's it going?
Okay, so everyone take a deep breath. It's not that bad.
You don't think it's that bad for Republicans? Tell me what you're seeing.
So Oz is definitely going to win. The margin's slowly narrowing. He's going to win by the end of the night or tomorrow morning.
Interesting.
Trust me on that.
Uh-huh.
Zeldin's not doing terrible. He's at 40%, slowly ticking up.
Yeah,
NBC,
without Suffolk and Nassau, right?
Nassau is barely in. Suffolk's not in at all. He's getting the margins he needs in New York City. He's nearly at 40% in Queens. NBC called the race, but nobody else will, and I think NBC did it premature. They could have egg on their face.
Yeah.
Just the way it's going, Zeldin could have a lead by tomorrow morning.
Dude, you know what's surprising though is that Zeldin's at 44% with Suffolk barely reporting. That's incredible. That's absolutely incredible. And the turnout numbers in Erie County dropped. They said it was at like 99. Now it's at 92. And Monroe County is going to Zeldin 51-49. I'm taking this back. I'm taking this call back in New York. I prematurely called New York when I saw Erie going 99% and Hochul was winning it. I'm like, oh, it's a done deal. Now I don't know.
It's not perfect. We lost New Hampshire. I think Kari Lake's probably going to win. I'm not so sure about Masters.
Yeah, I don't know about Masters either.
Arizona has very high election day turnout, like super harsh Republicans. We saw it in 2020. Trump went from losing a landslide to barely losing at all. Lake will probably win by like 3-4%, maybe 2%. Masters could go down, unfortunately. But even if Masters does go down, we're going to win Georgia. Whether it's a runoff or tonight is irrelevant, quite honestly. We're going to win Georgia. And we're going to hold Pennsylvania.
Interesting. I mean, look, if we hold Pennsylvania, at this point, I'll consider that a victory because as of right now, it does not look good for. I mean, Oz. Like, here's the thing: Oz needs really good margins in the Philly suburbs. He needs to win Chester County and he needs to win Bucks. If he can do that, he still wins this race. But
he's going to.
The Lackawanna County margins are disastrous. I got to be honest. I mean, Fetterman up 16.
CNN just projected J.D. Vance the winner in Ohio.
All right, let me take a look at the margin there.
J.D. Vance was winning by 10 last time I checked.
Okay. 92% in, he's up 53-46.
Yeah, so it's a little slimmer than it was last time.
Wow, Mike DeWine, 63-37.
I mean, it's a pretty typical Ohio margin.
Yeah.
No. I think Oz is going to win. If you remember in 2016, Trump didn't take the lead in Pennsylvania until about midnight, 1 in the morning. What's going on here is basically the opposite of what happened in 2020.
Yeah.
In 2020, the E-Day votes were counted first, and the early votes were counted last. Now the early votes are being counted first, and the E-Day votes are being counted last. So you're seeing like a blue mirage.
Yeah.
You see, like, we're doing really good in the House. You see John Patrick Maloney's losing in a landslide.
That's incredible. New York might be the one bright spot for the GOP at this point. I mean, because if Zeldin makes it close or somehow wins, Sean Patrick Maloney lost Rockland County by 11 points. I think he's done. He might be done right now.
No, he's done.
I don't know. Wait, hold on. Westchester is only 29% in, so I'll hold off on that. But the rest of these counties, he's getting slaughtered in
Zeldin is doing really good in Westchester, by the way. You saw last time I checked, he was at around 41%.
Wow. I mean, if he can get 42, 43, I mean, Zeldin is really in this race because I didn't even expect in my Zeldin wins model. Opinion's at 40 in Westchester County. Zeldin's at 42. Wow.
Yeah, Zeldin's nearly at 40 in Queens. He might be at 40
incredible.
Now.
It's at 37. But if Zeldin was at 40 in Queens, it's actually insane. I mean,
it's pretty similar to, like,
we're probably going to lose Kansas, but that's okay.
Yeah,
Kelly has no power anyway.
Who cares about Kansas? Oh, let me move Cameron back in here.
Michigan could go either way. There's a lot of votes left in Michigan.
Who are
Got some more guests in here, Cameron, since you last left.
What'd you say?
I said I got some more guests in here since you last left.
Gotcha.
So how you... Oh, go ahead. I'll finish up. See, Onondaga is weird because Kathy's up by 11 in Onondaga, or 10 rather, in Onondaga. Which is better than I thought she was going to do. Suffolk's not even in yet. All right, Cameron, so how are you feeling about...
sorry.
Yeah, go ahead.
Sorry, I had family.
Yeah.
But Pennsylvania, just don't do them in Pennsylvania. We're good in Pennsylvania. I'm pretty confident of that. Oz is going to win.
Interesting.
It's too close.
As of now, I don't think so.
Oz is going to flip Bucks, and he's going to win. Trust me on that.
I mean, if
Michael's
Oz wins Chester, he probably wins just because. But we're looking at a reversed. We're looking at a reversed coalition because we're looking at like Pennsylvania 2010 coalition now.
No,
Basically.
Oz is bringing out the Toomey 2016 coalition.
I see it. I see it.
He's going to win the exact map as Toomey had. He is. I'm very confident in that.
Are you from PA?
No, but I go to PA all the time. My family is the second house in PA.
I have not been seeing
Oz won
that
Erie
at all.
County. Oz won Erie County. You don't win Erie County and lose. He's going to win.
Did he win? Did he win Erie County?
He has. Yeah, he won Erie County. In Nevada, what the hell's going on in Nevada? They still haven't released any votes from Nevada. Black Salt's going to win there.
No idea what's happening with Nevada. Rhode Island, I think. I thought Ashley Kalis was going to do better. She got utterly destroyed. I did not expect that at all. So,
the Michaels is going to win in Wisconsin.
I didn't even look at Wisconsin. In a while.
right now it's 48 Michaels, 50 Evers. He's been crawling all night. He's going to take the lead. He's going to win, not by much, but he's going to win.
I mean, Johnson's margins in Waukesha and like the WoW counties really. I mean, that's going to comfort his lead quite a bit. And I expected Johnson to do well there. So it all depends on suburban turnout, really, in Pennsylvania and Wisconsin.
Even if we lose Pennsylvania, we're probably still going to win Nevada. So that's a 51 Senate. But I don't think we're going to lose Pennsylvania.
Well, what about Georgia? You think we will flip Georgia then?
Oh no, we have Georgia.
You think we have Georgia?
No, if Walker wins tonight or if Walker wins in the runoff on December 6th, it doesn't matter. We have Georgia. If anything, Walker Walker will probably win by a larger margin.
What I think is interesting though is Cobb because Stacey Abrams barely won Cobb. That's why Kemp's margin is so big right now.
CNN projects Ted Budd won.
What's his margin now? Let me pull it up.
Last time I checked, he was leading by 4.
4. All right, 95% in. I mean, that's not where I expected him to be, but I mean, a win is a win, I guess, for him. But I thought it would be like a 6-point race, not a 4-point race. But given that we're underperforming everywhere, I'm not too surprised, I guess.
We had a red ripple, except in New York.
Yeah, that's basically what it... Now, here's my question for you, and I ask this to everybody, but what do you think are the takeaways from this? Because
the takeaways are crime and education are the only issues that matter. That's what won us.
Well, that's what's getting us in New York.
Who here said that he won Erie County?
The Oz is winning Erie County.
He didn't win Erie County.
Yes,
Fetterman
Oz
is up in Erie County.
When did that happen? Last time CNN was showing that Oz was leading Erie County.
Plus 1.5 for Fetterman.
Really? It's flipped?
I guess so, yeah. New York Times has Fetterman. All right, so now we had another vote dump. 79% in. Fetterman's leading Erie by 1. Northampton, it looks like Oz could pull ahead in Northampton. Only 87% reporting. He's down by 0.1%. It all depends on Bucks and Chester. Whoa. Hold on.
Win.
Okay, no, I know.
Look at the margin. It's for 49 Fetterman, 48 Oz. He's going to win. He's going to win. It's so narrow, and all the remaining votes.
It is narrow, but it's been steady. That's the thing.
But
it's been very steady.
It literally just needs a little trickle in favor of Republicans, and he wins.
That's true. I'm not saying he can't win, but I'm saying as of right now, it's not likely.
Hey, what the hell's going on in Arizona? It's been at 50% for like an hour.
It's probably the Maricopa County stuff. All right, I've got an interesting dump here because Chester County is at 77% and Oz is at 47%. That's better than I thought he was going to do. So if that holds and Bucks comes in big for Oz, and of course Oz needs to do better in Montgomery, and Philadelphia is at 65%, Oz is at 18%. So if Oz gets 20, 21 in Philly, he's literally going to have the Toomey coalition, which is crazy to think about. That's still alive in 2022.
Okay, my prediction is Oz wins Bucks, and Oz is going to narrowly lose, what do you call it?
Chester?
Chester.
Oz needs Northampton. I mean, he needs Northampton and he needs Erie.
Bucks is only 35% in.
Yeah, Bucks is not... We don't have a good picture on Bucks, because right now Fetterman's up 20, and I have no idea what areas are even reporting. Or that could just be
how does that normally go?
Bucks was blue. Bucks is literally the purplest of purple counties. Like, it went narrowly to Hillary in 2016. I think Biden won it by 4. But in a lot of statewide races where Republicans win statewide, they win Bucks County. So it's like if Oz wins Bucks, it's good. It's a good sign for him.
But what's going on?
What is with New
York
York Times
New York
not
4?
showing their prediction right now? Well, like they have a prediction, but they don't have like the little thing.
I
Like,
know.
how many points? No, not the needle. Not the needle. It's like the individual thing for each race.
What's going on in New York 3 and New York 4?
All right,
Last time
so
I checked,
New
it
York
looked like we're gonna flip them.
3, Santos is up by 1.8.
Okay.
I think it was.
So we have it.
57% reporting. I'm not sure, but here's
no,
the thing.
Trust me. All the E-Day votes in New York are going to go big.
All right,
Especially
Molinaro
in Long
won,
Island.
but he only won by 1.9. So he did win. So what? I want to know what the. All right, I'm curious now. So I'll keep this. I'm gonna. Wow. Okay. Columbia, he lost by 8. Let me see what Zeldin got in Columbia. Oh wow. All right, about 8. Interesting. All right, so upstate is really weird.
Yeah,
it's really
upstate.
weird for us right now. In fact, Lewis County, New York, 81% for Zeldin. I've never seen a county in New York go 80% for a Republican ever.
Yeah, a lot of Western
that's a
New
good
York still
sign.
hasn't come in. Is
him.
Western New York coming in or what? Last time I checked, it was all empty. That's the biggest Republican.
All right,
counties.
Monroe is crazy though, because Zeldin's winning Monroe, which is Rochester. I mean, that's a Biden plus 20 county.
Astorino won Monroe.
Yeah, he did because of low turnout. All right, so Onondaga, it looks like 90% and Hochul is up by 8. So it looks like Zeldin's going to lose Onondaga.
What's happening here is Zeldin's path is opening, not through upstate like everyone thought, but through downstate. He's doing so good in the city that it genuinely may not matter that he's underperforming upstate, which is just really bizarre to think about.
No, it really is. I mean, Albany, 95% in, he's got 41% in Albany County. Schenectady, he's got 49.6.
He's forming a new coalition for Republicans. You know,
I mean,
yeah. Even if he doesn't win, he's giving Republicans the roadmap to win in the future. Just because he's forming a new coalition with minority voters in the city rather than upstate, the Pataki coalition, you know?
Yeah.
Who cares about the city? Just blow out upstate. That was the Pataki coalition.
I just got a call, but Jared Majewski lost in Ohio 9. Wow.
There was always gonna be the surprise Dean incumbent who held on, the Brian Fitzpatrick of this year. It was Marcy.
Oh yeah, because Brian Fitzpatrick 2018, honestly.
Yeah, he wasn't supposed to win in 2018, and then he did. Marcy Captor's this year's Brian Fitzpatrick. But Slotkin was down big last time I checked, right?
All right, let me check. I haven't checked Michigan in a while. Let me pull that up. So, yeah, they called it for Kiggins. Kiggins was up big last I checked, actually. So Whitmer is up by around 5 with 34% reporting. Let me look at the House races. So Slotkin is up 52-45, 26% reporting.
No, Slotkin's down 53-44. That's what CNN showed.
What percentage reporting are they? Does it say? I'm looking at New York Times. I don't have CNN, so I don't know which is ahead of the ball
I can't. I don't know, but I can't see it. I think the number's too blurry. But
the Attorney General candidate.
CJ.
What's up?
I think Mike's on.
Oh, is he? All right, let me bring. Oh, I see him.
We did really bad at
Stan.
We did really
All right, Mike,
bad.
what's up?
Hey, what's up?
Yo, so what are you thinking tonight, man? This seems to be pretty good for Dems right now. How are you feeling?
I would say it's a mixed bag. I would say Florida is pretty much fucked for Democrats in the future. But other than that,
this is not a red wave, though. This is not a red wave.
No,
it's not a red
not
wave.
At all. Not at all.
But we're still gonna win the House and the Senate. That's not terrible.
No, the Senate. That's
we are gonna. Yes.
The Senate
I'm
a little concerned about Chester right now. Fetterman's only up by 4.
Yeah, Chester, for you guys, here's the interesting thing. Oz is basically forming the Toomey coalition in PA. We were talking about this before, because if Chester flips and Bucks flips as well, then even though Oz is underperforming in the rurals, the suburbs have a much higher share of the vote. All right, this is big. 63% in Bucks, Oz is at 46, Fetterman at 52, with 63% reporting.
Yeah, Oz is gonna win Bucks.
Chester County 77%, Oz 47, Fetterman 51.
Yeah, I don't know if Oz will Winchester, but it's going to be.
It's going to be close. Allegheny, 90.
I mean, are we sure he's going to win back?
Oh my goodness!
It could go either way.
Oz got destroyed in Allegheny County, 35%.
Really bad.
Vote. That was bad, and he did bad in Lackawanna too, 41%.
CNN showed Fetterman winning Lackawanna, or not Lackawanna, but the one next to it,
Luzerne.
Yeah,
that's only 51%.
That's actually insane, though.
He might actually win that, though. If he got that, if he crushed Oz in Lackawanna like that,
no, it's not
really
impossible.
Close. He's going to get really close in Luzerne.
Yeah,
really
close.
These are the building blocks.
What's the margin of Luzerne? Excuse me.
So far, Luzerne is 12 point for Fetterman, but it's only 51% reporting.
Whoa! Fetterman's winning Luzerne?
He's winning Luzerne with half the vote.
How the hell did that happen? Okay, Oz is probably going to flip it, but not by as much as he should.
Yeah, no, Oz is struggling in the working class areas. It's going to be the suburbs in Philly, if he does win, that saves him. He's at 18% in Philly right now with 65% reporting.
The Philly suburbs.
Yeah.
At this point, with the Shapiro race.
CNN just projected Patty Murray wins.
Yeah, that's not a surprise. I'll take a look at that race in a second. Mastriano is...
With the Shapiro race, I think Shapiro will win Luzerne, and I also think he'll win Berks County, too.
Shapiro's going to landslide.
Oh, he's landsliding.
Clear.
Oh, you want to know what Mastriano got in Allegheny? 30%. 30%. This is a total bloodbath for the Pennsylvania GOP. And I'm really starting to think that this race is as close as it is because Mastriano's dragging down Oz. That's my prediction because Democrats were turned out way more than they should have because they were...
This is entirely the fault of the RGA for drowning Mastriano. Had they given him money to run ads and cushion his image, maybe he might not have won, but he would be doing a lot better right now.
Single Mastriano ad ever.
The problem with Mastriano is that the only person talking about Mastriano is an opponent. So his opponent painted Mastriano as like a Hitler, and Mastriano was never able to combat it.
I mean, that's not far from the truth.
Okay. Well, obviously you guys don't like Mastriano. But here's the thing, right? I have my criticisms. JD Vance underperforming like Trump at this point is
not surprising.
I had
me a little bit.
That surprises you, Mike?
No.
I think the thing is, Vance to win by 10. Just because of how our state's been trending.
Yeah, no, I see it. I definitely...
That is a bad sign for Republicans, though, that he underperformed Trump.
Well, it's 93% in, so I wouldn't say that yet. I'll see where the vote is left.
At what point, let's say Fetterman just stays like this, and it's like 1.5. At what point do you think they would call it? Like literally 100%?
It's gonna be late. It's gonna be late in the night because there's so many what ifs with the suburbs.
No, it's going to be in the morning.
So.
At the early.
We're at 79% though. Oz is down 1.6.
Shapiro got 45% in Westmoreland.
No way! Ouch!
What?
It's 46%. It's 46% now.
He has 40. What if he wins?
He's not gonna win it, but that's absolutely incredible. Shapiro got 46% in a county that Trump almost won by 30 points.
Jesus.
So the way I see it, Oz will probably take the lead around 2-3 in the morning. You can check me on that. It's interesting. Like this seems kind of similar to the primary, if you remember.
Yeah, I mean, if the primary was foreshadowing of anything,
Oz could be the new Rick Scott. He wins his primary by a couple hundred.
90% in Lancaster. Oz is up by 20. He's overperforming Trump by like 4 to 5 points there.
Makes sense. Lancaster's very established in TGFP.
It's not. You're right. It's not.
This isn't like. I don't know how you're trying to paint this as good for Oz because it's not.
It's doing.
It's Oz's fault though. It's Mastriano's fault.
I'm not saying whoever's. I'm not saying it's. I'm not saying whose fault it is. I'm just saying this is not good for him.
It's
like objectively.
once again, Trump did not take the lead in Pennsylvania until about 2 hours from now in 2016. If the election's close,
And it
probably
also
end up
wasn't
tipping
this
in
much
Oz's favor.
reporting in.
No, so
There-
Oz still
there
has a
was,
point. Oz
actually.
could still win because Oz is steadily gaining. So I'm not.
no, I'm not
really-
saying he
No.
can't.
I
I'm
know.
not
I know.
saying he
I know,
No,
I'm
it's
just saying.
not impossible,
Yeah.
but like
It's not looking like that's what's
it's
going to
a
happen as of
bold
now.
claim to say it's gonna happen.
Yeah, like you're like, oh, it's gonna happen. It's gonna happen. Like that's not. I don't think that's really a call to make right now.
Yeah. No, I get that. I'm waiting on Lehigh and Northampton to come in. Bucks, Chester. Those are the big bellwethers for me.
The race is a toss-up, but if I had to bet money, I would bet it on Oz. Just because Pennsylvania, this is pretty normal for Pennsylvania for the Democrat to have the lead all night and probably to take it
no,
at the end.
you're right. You're right. In that extent.
No, that's true.
He's right about that. In Center County, which is fully in now, Oz is at 45. I think Trump got 47 in Center.
Actually, no. Yeah. Fetterman outran Trump in center.
I mean, if you look, yeah.
Al Carbo, I have a question. If
What?
Fetterman wins, is it rigged?
Maybe.
All right, let me see. All right, so now the Oz lead has shrunk down to the Fetterman lead has shrunk down to 1.2. We're at 80%. So more of the vote is coming in faster than I thought it was going to come in.
It's gonna shrink for the next 2 hours.
It's all down to Philly. The Philly area is what's left. If Oz does better than Trump in Philly significantly, as he is in Chester, I mean, these Chester County margins are insane. Like, good in a good way for Oz. Like, I did not expect Chester to be this red. I thought Oz gets 45 in Chester, maybe. He's getting 47.
Quarter in.
What, in Chester?
I mean, that means
no,
it
Delaware
has a lot.
County's only a quarter in.
No, I know. But if
That's
Chester...
bad for Oz.
Well, no. Hear me out, though.
Wait, say that again.
Delaware County is only like a quarter in, like 25%.
What county is what?
Delaware County.
Yeah, considering how Oz is
Chester City is.
Considering how Oz is doing in Chester, he'll probably do surprisingly well.
All right,
in
Fetterman
Delaware.
gained a little bit. I don't know where that last dump came from.
Delaware's a lot.
Yeah, I don't know either, but I thought so.
Okay, so here's the thing, right? Yeah. If Chester County is indicative of suburban trends, then Delaware is going to come in redder than it did in 2020. If Chester County is just an outlier here, and Oz just happened to do really well there, then oh boy, okay. So Dauphin County, Oz is losing by 10. That's a bad sign for Oz. That's pretty bad.
Which county?
Dauphin County, that's Harrisburg.
Yeah, that's suburban.
That's a lean
Are y'all ready
Democratic
for
county.
Doug Mastriano's rally in Harrisburg when he loses?
Oh, oh no.
That's going to be attended by all three people.
Fetterman got 46% in Cumberland County.
That's really good.
That's
really
bad
good.
for Oz.
The margins in Arizona have been stuck for a while, which means when they start coming in again, it's probably all going to be day votes. So expect Republicans to shoot up like a rocket there.
They're going to shoot up a lot. I mean, they're down like 20 points, so they're going to go up significantly. I don't know what happens with at this rate. It looks like Kelly's going to win because I don't see Masters. I mean, Lake's at 43. Masters is only at 39.7. So he's running like 4 points behind her.
He's definitely going to head to a runoff.
You know, after this, we've got to fire like people like Tom Emmer and all the people running the GOP.
Yeah,
right
no.
now.
I totally agree.
There needs to be firing.
This should have been like a red tsunami.
What's happening here? Can I tell you what's happening here? I figured this out months ago. Where the GOP in our commercials and stuff, we're marketing ourselves like it's still 2010. We're talking wrong.
No, that's true. That's true.
So, someone like Youngkin, like that should have been the model. Instead, somehow we ended up using like the Tea Party 2010 people as the model, and it's like that.
We need that governor from Ohio that looks like Glenn Youngkin to come back to life.
Yeah, no, that guy.
Resurrect the GOP.
Yeah,
dude, they have to be related.
I know they have to be cousins or something. Now, what's? Well, go ahead, Al. Finish up.
It's obvious. We're not. First of all, crime education should have been a bigger focus, especially education. That's
they were
such a
hammering
winning.
on crime. They were hammering on crime.
Yeah, and the only people who are hammering on crime, Zeldin is doing really good.
Oz has been hammering on crime. Every single ad I see
You know what
here
the
is
problem
John
is?
Fetterman wants to release murderers into kids' bathrooms and have them drink fentanyl out of a cup. Like,
and it's working in the Philly suburbs. Because those were his running most of the
that's
ads.
true. It is. Get this. Mahoning County, where that's Tim Ryan's home county, it just went red in the Senate race.
Yeah, the Vance is
that's bad for Tim.
Say that again.
That's so embarrassing for Tim Ryan.
Yeah, Vance is going to win by a Trump margin.
Why did people think that Ryan had a shot?
Because they're delusional.
I mean, some of the counties here, you can kind of see. You can kind of see why you would think that, though, because some of the counties you think that he would do well in, or Vance would do well in, he actually really did terribly in.
How do you do in Delaware County, Ohio?
Yeah, terrible. Delaware County.
I'm not surprised by that at all.
Ripping off our state
That's
by
the
naming,
best county name.
by naming your counties after our state.
You know what I think is wild though?
Y'all want to be us so bad.
No, you know what I think is wild though is Al in Ulster County. Zeldin is getting 43. That's better than I had him, honestly. I thought Ulster was gonna have a lot of the college kids coming out, but
yeah, Zeldin might actually do this. Even if he doesn't win, yeah, he will. Even if he doesn't win, yeah. Look at the margin. How much votes left? I think 50% still left.
Oh my God, dude.
This is gonna be no. He's right. It's gonna be closer than it is now because Suffolk County isn't even in yet. Yeah,
Zeldin is not going.
Nassau County's not in by much either, right?
Zeldin's Nassau's in 67%. Zeldin's up by 8. I don't know what parts of Nassau are in though. I mean, if Hempstead's not in, which is very Democratic, it's gonna go down.
No, but I'm just gonna. Across
10
the board,
points.
Across the board,
Who are the Schumer Zeldin voters? That's what I want to know.
Apparently, there's a lot of
millions of people.
Schumer is a commodity up here.
Why?
Yeah, don't forget, there are also a shit ton of Trump Schumer voters back in 2016.
Why?
Because people like Schumer as a person, and he's an incumbent.
Yeah, and Schumer's been around for 500 years, so people know him and they like him. At least, I mean, the shocking thing is though is that Schumer is on track to lose Nassau. I mean, he's running way behind. Pinion's running way behind Zeldin there, but Pinion might actually win Nassau County, which I thought was iffy.
Schumer lost Staten Island, right?
Oh yeah, big time. He lost it big time, 63-36. It wasn't even close.
Yeah. I'm gonna make a hot take right now. The way Nassau County
actually
Trump will probably win Nassau County in 2024.
You think Trump would win Nassau County in 2024?
In 2024, the way Nassau County is bolted to the right recently, I think he would. Just if Schumer can't even win it.
But here's the thing, though.
Red wave year.
Well, here's the thing. In New York specifically, Republicans were hyper-energized, whereas Democrats weren't. I think that's why we're seeing this, and that's why New York and Florida are such outliers, because in those two states, Republicans were supercharged to vote, and in the rest of the country, they came out, but Democrats were also supercharged to vote.
Yeah.
All right, Pennsylvania, Fetterman's up 1.4.
Gonna win.
He's gonna lose.
78% in Monroe County. Oz is down by 9. He needs to do better than that. But if he can get 46, 47. All right, so 72% in Luzerne. Oz is winning Luzerne now by 0.3%.
Oh, there we go. I
knew Oz was. There's no way Oz was going to lose Luzerne. I'm just debate. I don't know what the margin's going to be. It looks like it's going to be a single-digit margin though, which isn't.
It's 0.27.
All the votes left in PA are E-Day votes, right?
I think so. I'm not an expert on how the votes are counted.
If that's the
I
case,
might be wrong, but I was hearing from lots of people that the mail-in votes are coming in last.
Really?
No. The way it looked, the mail-in votes came in.
No,
first.
for PA, I definitely think
that might be wrong. But that's
yeah. I definitely think at PA the mail-ins came in first because you had most of the rural counties deep blue in the beginning, and I was like, this isn't indicative of anything. I'm gonna just ignore this, but So
if most of the remaining vote is E-Day, Oz will take the lead. I stand by that.
Oh well, no, that's a given, because if we have over 82% reporting and most of the vote is E-Day, that's going to skew Republican. Then yeah, Oz would win in that scenario.
But that's a pretty like bold thing to just assume.
Yeah, I don't know for certain. I have no idea.
So even if Oz loses, let's just say Oz loses and Republicans win Nevada and Georgia, that still gives us a 51-seat Senate majority.
But that's still a train wreck.
If the Senate majority is a majority on Georgia, Warnock will probably win.
No, I'm going to tell you right now, incumbents never win runoffs in Georgia. Like, never.
Here's the thing about Georgia is that we still have 14% left. The votes left are mostly in the Atlanta area, so it really depends on what precincts are coming in, because...
Has it been projected as a runoff yet?
It's probably gonna be.
Oh, Brad Raffensperger is up by 10.
Even if Warnock took the lead again, which isn't a guarantee or likely because there's also a lot of rural vote left, but even if he did, he's not getting over 50. So we'll go to a runoff, and Walker will definitely win the runoff. Just because that's how runoffs
I'm not that confident in Walker's chances, but that's just me.
No.
I think it depends on how it goes. If the Senate is like still up in the air, then I think Warnock might be a slight favorite.
Yeah.
But if somehow, and this is a big if somehow Democrats get 50 seats, then I think that Walker will probably win. Because Democrats will be like, oh, whatever.
Yeah, no, I agree. Democrats will get complacent if they get 50 seats tonight.
Republicans are gonna be more energized, especially after this. If they will decide control.
And this is something interesting because Scott Pressler, who is a big get out the vote guy, he was warning about this for months, saying that this wasn't going to be as big of a red wave as a lot of people were expecting. And the polls didn't indicate that as we were closing in. Like, I thought, yeah, Oz is probably going to win by 1. I mean, that's still possible now that things should be narrower. I thought Walker was going to win by 2. We'll see if that happens. It might get dragged into a runoff.
Walker's going to win by 2?
That was my initial prediction. Because I had Kemp winning by 8. And Kemp right now, I think, is up by 8. He's up 8.3.
Yeah.
Who is voting Warnock?
I have no idea.
Suburbanites who think that Kemp is some never Trumper.
No, literally, suburbanites who think Kemp's a resistance hero. That's exactly who this is. Because Kemp did
at 43.
Yeah. Oh, did you see Maggie Hassan one?
Oh yeah, that was called a while ago. That's the margin is shocking. I mean, it's 12 points.
About that. I was getting scared about that one.
The biggest irony of the whole Kemp thing is, yes, Kemp didn't actively try to overturn the election. But from the stuff he said,
she won by like 12.
It's very obvious he didn't. He came to a lot of the same conclusions Trump came to about what happened in Fulton County.
Oh,
he just didn't try to overturn it.
And Kemp didn't even Kemp purposely went out of his way many times to not criticize Trump. He was not by any means a never Trump person.
And it was really Brad Raffensperger.
He was the one who leaked the phone call and stuff like that. Kemp never did that. All right, so now Walker's up 0.4. We've got more voting, 87% in. Let me go to Nevada. Did we even get any votes out of Nevada yet?
Yeah, we'll probably
do in Nevada.
Pennsylvania has gone.
We're not getting
on New York Times from likely betterment to very likely betterment.
Wow!
Yeah.
Wow!
I'm still pretty confident in Oz. It's so close, and there's so much vote left. I don't see how Oz doesn't take the lead. I've seen this movie so many times where it's incredibly close.
Well, to be fair, I guess to an extent. I mean, the New York Times needle goes all over the place. Is that the needle, or is that just what they're?
No, that's their rating.
Oh, their rating of it. Okay.
Yeah, I've seen this movie too many times.
Mastriano is a total train. All right, 6. All right, we got results in Bucks now. Oz is at 46. With around 63%, so that's not bad for him.
63%, that's a lot of vote left.
Yeah, no, that's good for him. If that's E-Day vote and he continues to gain, that's really good for Oz. Because he
CNN
needs
projects Hochul wins.
I mean, Sort of
I was
expected.
literally just gonna say, are you gonna project New York yet? 'Cause it's
I
pretty
had
fair.
that. Yeah.
You know what the good thing about this is? Zeldin
Yeah.
may not have won, but he will get, because of how close he got, there will be a lot of reform with the crime stuff.
Oh yeah, because
he's sho-
Hochul's gonna get scared because this
like what
should
happened
not
with
have
Phil
been
Murphy.
close. Yeah, with Phil Murphy. Yeah.
Phil Murphy, when he almost lost, before he lost, he was talking about vaccine mandates.
Yeah.
After
No, I
he
remember
lost,
that.
After he lost, he just hid in the closet and he just doesn't do anything anymore.
I have not heard much from Murphy since he barely won last time.
Murphy used to be one of the most vocal Democratic governors on TV. Now you rarely see him. I think a similar thing could happen with Hochul. She's embarrassed. She hides in the closet.
I mean, Hochul was a terrible candidate, objectively. She didn't even bother to campaign until the last month when it was clear that Oz was...
she got arrogant.
Yeah, well, not Oz. It was clear that Zeldin was... Yeah, no, she did get arrogant. And
what Zeldin's done that's so important here is he may not have won this time, but he's given Republicans the path to victory to win in the future.
I mean,
he's shown
Zeldin has 29% in Brooklyn. That's unbelievable. That's crazy high margins.
I have a question.
Yeah.
Since you're in New York, CJ, do you think this is more of anti-Hochul or pro-Zeldin or a mix of both?
It's definitely more anti-Hochul, but there is a lot of enthusiasm for Zeldin, especially here on Long Island. Like, there are Zeldin signs everywhere. I have not seen a single Hochul sign until today.
Well, he's from Long Island.
You know, but even upstate, I've heard the same things, that there's a lot of enthusiasm. But I think this was mostly anti-Hochul, and people just really stressed about the state of New York. I mean, the economy's bad, crime is up. A lot of people were just mad at whoever was in charge, and Hochul happened to be that person. And quite frankly, Hochul got arrogant and really didn't care very much. I mean, she said during the debate...
I haven't heard people talk about much at all,
yeah.
and I'm surprised that people aren't talking about this, is the fact that she was Cuomo's lieutenant.
Yeah.
And Cuomo basically resigned in disgrace.
Yeah.
And I do think that definitely made a lot of people go against her.
Oh yeah, because
if they
she's been
would've
exposed of her own
normal.
corruption stuff with the backroom deals she's making. So she ran this whole campaign of, you know, I'm gonna make New Yorkers trust in New York again, and I mean that didn't happen. Interestingly enough, though, Monroe County is still +2 Zeldin, and that's a +20 Biden County.
Did you guys see the Ted Budd one, or am I late?
Nah, you're a bit. Yeah, no, I saw that. It's a. I guess who called it? New York Times called it.
Now.
Bud is not leading by as much as he should, though. Bud is not up by as much as he should.
Gonna say that.
He should have been winning by 6.
Yeah, I'm not shocked, but I'm like kind of surprised that he's only leading by 3.
No, literally. Shapiro is up by 12. 12 points. No, I think it's fair to say if Oz loses narrowly, I think Mastriano really dragged him down in terms, because this Dem turnout is super high. I mean, Dauphin County going +10 for Fetterman. Biden didn't even get those margins in Dauphin County. Shapiro is winning by like what, almost 20 there?
By 20.
22. My goodness. The PA GOP is going to have to completely reorganize itself after tonight.
All right, guys, I'm going to bed. I'm kind of tired.
All right, man. Good night, Mike. Good talking to you.
So, Dems are going to net 2 seats in Ohio, it looks like.
Wow.
The Cincy district and the actually it would be 1 seat. They're going to actually have 5 seats in Congress instead of 4.
Yeah, it looks like the GOP majority in the House is going to be pretty slim because people are projecting a majority, but it's not going to be big. Wow,
and that was projected to go Republican, like very much so by 538. It's 95% in, and the Republicans losing by 5. So.
Yeah. Wow. I'm just in I'm in awe right now. I'm surprised because I'm really surprised that Democrats' abortion messaging resonated as much as it did. I really didn't think it was going to. And
he's probably having a night.
I'm gonna watch that stream later because I'm really curious of what his reaction is. But man, he's having a rough one. I can
Who'd
tell
you
you
say,
that.
Red Eagle?
Oh yeah, no, he's having a rough night.
On stream right now.
Oh, you watching it, Mike?
Did you say that Mastriano was going to win?
He thought Mastriano would make it close. Look, I never after like July and August when you had Mastriano getting crushed in the polls after that, I didn't see a path, especially when I was in PA talking to voters and them telling me they were voting Oz and then voting their quote unquote conscious in the other races. I knew exactly what they were talking about.
All right, I'm going to bed.
All right, good night, Mike. Talk to you later.
When do you think PA is going to be called, if you had to guess?
Either late tonight or early tomorrow morning. I mean, early tomorrow morning, considering we're 4 minutes from midnight. But I think by tomorrow we'll have a good idea who's winning, even if it doesn't get called. It all depends on Chester and Bucks. This reminds me, you know how Republicans probably feel right now? Like 2012, where a lot of Republicans actually thought they were going to beat Obama. I'm serious. A lot of people thought they were going to beat Obama. Yeah. And they were mortified when they realized that wasn't the case. And I think a lot of... I don't know what's going to happen. I really am curious what the GOP does forward. I don't know what you guys think. How do you think the GOP is going to react to this? Because this is a disaster. So what do you think they're going to...
They're going to try to spin it. They're going to try to say...
You can't... How can you spin this, man? This is so bad for Republicans.
You know, this is terrifying, but you know what they're going to say?
Yeah.
It was rigged.
I mean,
they're gonna say it was rigged.
I don't think that's gonna resonate. People are saying that the House is gonna be a toss-up. Everyone in Red Eagle's comments, is saying it's fraud. Oh my goodness.
Oh, no way.
I believe it. Because here's the thing, my fan base tends to be more. I mean, my fan base is very diverse, but it's mostly right wing. But Red Eagles fan base is very is very MAGA right wing. You know what I mean? So there's a difference in my audience compared to his, although his audience is a lot bigger than mine, obviously. But wow, I mean, us getting 35 in Allegheny is a disaster. I mean, even if he wins, oh boy. Good news for Fetterman. All right, ready? Al, this is bad for Oz. So Oz lost Erie County by 9 points. I think
did Erie get called?
Well, it's plus 95% in, so it's basically in.
Yeah.
The moral of the story here is we let the establishment Republicans do their thing, and they ran this whole campaign this year. And where did it get us?
Doug Mastriano was the establishment.
But Doug Mastriano was drowned by the establishment. The establishment Republican, maybe. But he could have done much better if he had money.
No, I agree. He would have done better if he had ads early on, because you wouldn't have all these.
Yeah, that's objectively
if he had ads, he wouldn't have become a toxic candidate and dragged down Oz.
Yeah,
Oz would probably be winning right now if Mastriano had funding.
Yeah,
this was entirely the fault of establishment Republicans who've been pulling all the strings here.
Yeah.
Since the beginning.
The only way Oz wins is literally not even Toomey 2016. He needs Toomey 2010. Because Toomey lost Erie by 8 to 9 in 2010, but he won Bucks and he won Chester.
Well, I remember correct. In 2010, Toomey was behind most of the night, and then took the lead in the early morning.
But the only thing about Toomey is that the Philly suburbs were a lot redder under Toomey. I mean, Toomey got 43% in Montgomery. I could never see Oz getting that.
But Oz is the perfect candidate for the Philly suburbs.
Well, Montgomery County, Oz is at 31% with 78% reporting.
This is exactly why people like Tom Emmer should never be allowed to have any leadership role in the GOP ever again.
Tom Emmer's a terrible RCCC. He's the leader of the Republican fundraising apparatus for House candidates.
Doug Ducey, what he did, if Oz loses, it's literally entirely his fault. Just Democrats are much more competent when it comes to the campaigning. Just when it comes to financing.
And also, I think Democrats recently, because definitely not in 2016, 2018, but recently, the Democrats, the progressives, and the centrists have gotten a lot more united against Republicans. Thank you very much.
Wow,
they've gotten a lot more united.
Yeah.
And Republicans are still splitting over like stupid stuff like DeSantis versus Trump.
I'll tell you right now, if Trump's people were running this, Republicans would be doing much better. Like, because they'd just be turning out the base better.
I mean, yeah, there's clearly an issue with turnout. I don't know how Republicans weren't turning out in larger numbers given, like, everything that was going on in terms of, like... And it looks like Cartwright's going to hold on in the 8th, which... Total disaster if that's true for the GOP. I mean, I can't stress enough how bad that is.
I'm going to make a hot take here. 2024 is probably going to be a more Republican year than 2022.
It depends whether or not Trump is the nominee.
The most interesting thing about Republicans is I think Republican voters do much better when they have a national figure at the top of the ticket to rally around.
I mean, that's why 2018 wasn't a total disaster. I mean, you had Kemp win Georgia, which, I mean, look, given how Georgia is now, Kemp should have lost Georgia in 2010. Abrams should have won.
Stacey Abrams fumbled the ball in 2018.
She did, and she definitely fumbled the ball this time around. I mean, big time if she's down by 9 points. I mean, that's crazy.
Stacey Abrams is a really bad candidate.
No,
for the suburbs.
I think she was a good candidate in 2018, but this time around they should have picked somebody else.
No, she should have won in 2018. She was even bad.
I'm saying in 2018 she was a good candidate.
A good candidate would have won in 2018. Like everything.
Well, it was
right,
very close.
But it should have been a win.
All right, more news out of Pennsylvania. Fetterman's lead drops to just 1 point.
Oh, thank God.
Let me see what all right, Montgomery's not looking good for Oz. Delaware's looking better for Oz. Interesting. Now, Montgomery's not looking good. Delaware's looking better.
I had a feeling Delaware would be surprising for Oz. It's right near Chester, and it's on the New Jersey border.
Yeah, interesting. Yeah. York County, Oz is underperforming right now, 57-40. Cumberland County, he's up by 6. That's a big underperformance. It's all coming down to the Philadelphia suburbs. That's the whole name of the game. If Oz does well there...
Is that in yet or no?
No. The Philly suburbs are mostly not in. So that's going to be the determining factor.
I find it crazy how much this is mirroring Oz's primary. Right? Remember the primary? He was down big, and then he slowly willowed it down. Oh, wait, what's the word? Willowed? No, not
he whittled it down.
That's it. Whittled. He slowly whittled down McCormick's lead, and then it became stagnant. McCormick had a small lead for a while, and then around 3 a.m. he took the lead. Wouldn't be surprised if we see something similar happen.
I mean, can you imagine how much of a nightmare it would be, though, if Oz is only up by 800 votes or something like that was last time?
God.
Because the lawyers and just the total mess you'd see.
A win. That's all I'm going to say.
No, a win is a win, absolutely. But Red Eagle kind of calm but unimpressed. Real America is dooming like a French soldier. Oh, boy.
Yeah, Real America.
Real American is definitely raging right now.
Who's that?
He's he's basically like Red Eagle. He's a sort of right-wing election guy.
Well, I keep calm and carry on, and I'll probably end up burying my head in something non-political related as soon as this election ends, to get my mind off it.
I mean, I'm just...
When is Nevada coming in? Has it come in?
Nevada... No,
it's not even in. What is going on?
I don't know what's happening. Nevada polls closed 2 hours ago.
Dude, do you remember back in 2020 that one meme where it was
my goodness,
Nevada poll workers after they count 3 votes and it was a sleeping Donald Duck?
Oh my, no, literally.
How are we feeling about Nevada? Do you think Laxalt still wins? I'm pretty sure.
I think he will.
I think Laxalt will win narrowly. My final prediction was Laxalt 1-2.
I think Laxalt will win by like 2. But
honestly, I wouldn't be surprised in Nevada if you see a similar thing in Florida, because Nevada was a state that keeps slightly trending right every cycle, and I feel like this cycle might be the time it actually happens.
If Laxalt wins, that opens the door for us to pick the Senate.
Oh yeah, no, because if Republicans want to get the Senate, we just need Nevada and PA. That's it. Nevada, PA. Everything else,
even that. It looks like we have Georgia. Whether it's through a runoff is irrelevant.
Who's leading right now in Georgia? I actually haven't checked.
Walker's been leading for a while because Georgia counted all the what do you call it? Georgia counted all of the early votes, and now just all E-Day votes. So, I think it's probably going to go to a runoff.
Oh wait, no, I read that. Wait.
No,
wow. PA 6,
Fetterman-
which is the Chester
Fetterman just
County.
expanded his lead.
Yeah, how close?
So the Democrat is only up by 6 points.
Really?
So that's
I guess
good for
Where?
Republicans in Chester. The Pennsylvania 6, it's the congressional district with Chester and then a little bit of the surrounding area. Republicans are
Mike
doing really
Congressman
well
doing?
there.
Osmentum's real. but only in Chester
64-36 for Lloyd
Doesn't-
Smucker.
okay.
I think his name
God, I
is.
hate him.
Oh boy.
He's a nut job.
Well, Osmentum's real, just only in Chester County.
In Chester and Bucks, apparently. All right, let's see. So Bognet is down by 4 with 87% reporting. Looks like he's...
What I think we're seeing here is a lot of people who were Republicans in before Trump are coming home, but a lot of independents.
That's what we're seeing, yes. And a lot of the hardcore Trump types didn't really seem to come out this cycle. I mean, I could be wrong, but wow, Claudia Tenney is winning by Claudia Tenney is a chronic underperformer, and she's winning by over 30 points right now in her district.
It's Zeldin.
It is Zeldin. No, that is Zeldin. Why do you know why Claudia Tenney's so unpopular? Because she's representing a double-digit Trump district, and she barely wins every time she runs.
I don't know. I really like her. I don't get it.
I don't know much about her. That's why I asked. 80% in New York. Zeldin's about to get 46% of the vote.
Whoa! Could you imagine if everyone calls for Hochul and then Zeldin takes the lead in the middle of the night?
Oh my goodness! I mean, if that happened, that would be historic.
You remember when Lacey Clay versus Cory Bush, and all the outlets called it for Lacey Clay, and then Cory Bush ended up winning.
No, I remember that.
It was so funny.
I remember that.
Wow! If Zeldin keeps.
Go ahead.
That
Go
sounds
ahead.
like a good wow.
No, it's a good wow. District 25, Republicans are only down by 2 points with 76% reporting.
Oh my God!
The Republican
Zeldin
is carrying GOP candidates. This is the only state where Republicans are outperforming massively, is New York of all places. I think it's hysterical.
I swear to God that if we keep the way we're going in the House,
Zeldin is going to do better than Mastriano. I can't believe that. That's wild.
I expected that.
I thought it was possible, but yeah.
If Zeldin keeps kicking up the way he is, he could literally prove all the pundits wrong already called the race.
Yeah.
20% left, and it's, 46 Zeldin, 52 Hochul, 53 Hochul?
Yeah.
Okay, then he could take the lead. He could take the lead. It's where the remaining votes are, it's mostly Suffolk, right?
Suffolk is it all depends. If Zeldin wins Suffolk by 20-something points, he's still in this race. Absolutely.
This could be the biggest failed call since Gore 2000 Florida.
I mean, what I'm so surprised by is Zeldin is getting basically 30% in Brooklyn. Again, that's wild.
Orthodox Jews.
He's getting 37% in Queens, which is kind of where he needs to be. Yeah.
That's Asians.
He's getting 18 in Manhattan. I never expected Manhattan to move that much to the right, honestly.
Manhattan's all white.
Bronx, 22%. That's kind of where I had Zeldin. So Albany County, Hochul's up 18. Schenectady, she's up by 2. She won that county. Votes are done there.
I can't believe she won Schenectady.
I didn't think she would. Marinara won. Yeah, exactly.
Well, what seems to be happening here is that Zeldin's underperforming upstate, but he's overperforming so hard downstate that it doesn't matter.
I see that, yeah. That's wild.
But he's doing good in Western New York, right? That's the only place upstate is really doing good.
Yeah. Steuben County. No, not yet, but he's very close.
Mm-hmm. He probably will flip Erie at the end.
Steuben County is 72-28 Zeldin. Allegheny is 76-24. I believe Allegheny in 2020 was 68-29 Trump. So overperforming
Random
there.
question.
Yeah.
If Oz ends up losing, do you think the Stroke comments had anything to do with it?
What?
I know they weren't directly from him, but they were.
Well, you had an anecdote, didn't you? Say one of your Republican friends voted for Fetterman because of the Stroke comments?
Yeah, she voted for Fetterman because of that. Yeah,
that's wild. That's wild. And did she vote for Mastriano?
I don't know, actually.
Oh my goodness, that's crazy.
You know what? I'll happily sacrifice the Senate if it means a Zeldin victory.
Oh, me too. Absolutely.
That's understandable.
Sorry, America, but I don't
New
care.
York.
No, I'm serious, but I'll take a Governor Zeldin and a blue Senate. I will. I really, because
what would Zeldin even do? Like,
New York governors have a decent amount of power, and I have no idea what the state Senate is looking like right now.
But it's not pretty, I guarantee you. I guarantee you Republicans are probably only a few seats from taking it. They won't take it, but they're probably very close.
I mean, but all they need is to get rid of her veto-proof majority.
Yeah. If they get rid of the veto-proof majority, then Democrats can't pass a lot of legislation, even if Hochul wins.
Yeah.
If Zeldin wins, and there's no veto-proof majority, Zeldin can literally do whatever he wants.
Well, think about redistricting, right? Because in both chambers of the state legislature in New York, you need 2/3 majority to get a consensus on the maps, and Democrats had that this time around. That's why they proposed that monstrosity that got struck down. So,
but that doesn't matter. The state Supreme Court said that the legislature actually can't make maps.
Interesting. All right. Well, that's a good precedent then. That's a really good precedent.
Like they said that the independent commission has to fail twice before the legislature is allowed to make a map.
Interesting.
Basically, what this means is in 2023, as long as Republicans don't let a second vote happen in the commission, which is split 50-50, the map will be court-drawn.
All right, so
this is... Do you remember when there was that one Democrat in the New York Senate who caucused with the Republicans?
Yes, no, that's why we had the majority. Yeah.
Yeah, Stelter is still there. And
but now, why is Stelter a Democrat now, though? Because he switched over.
He's a Dem. Do you know why he's a Democrat? Because the Orthodox Jewish rabbis put in conservative Democrats so they have more power in Albany. Because if it was a Republican, they couldn't do anything.
Yeah. No, I see that.
They can legislate if it's a Democrat.
Yeah.
But if Republicans say we're one seat away from a majority in the state Senate, Felder would probably caucus with us again.
Yeah. I mean, that's interesting. I mean, here's the thing. All right, I'm looking at some of the on Twitter. So this is what Rufus said. So he said, my theory on the midterm ended up being right. Trump, crime, Dobbs, and COVID resulted in GOP doing well in statewide and local offices while underperforming in Congress.
Who is this?
Rufus. Voters rewarded competent conservative governors but weren't comfortable with Trumpy congressional candidates.
It's not really true. We're doing really good in the congressional races for the most part.
It looks like it's not going to be that big of a majority, right?
No, it's happening.
Yeah,
it's gonna be
my one Republican friend has texted me. He's like, "Dude, this is a disaster."
Oh no, this is a train wreck. This is gonna be like some reckoning, like after the 2012 election, where the Republicans got shellacked. I mean, and the Romney people really believed that Romney was gonna win. They thought Romney was gonna win.
Well,
have you watched Mitt?
Oh, did we watch Mitt together, Cameron, or we never watch it? Because if we didn't watch it, I didn't see it. I want to watch Mitt.
It's so funny. He was so confident he was going to win.
Yeah. Well, go ahead, Al. What were you going to say?
The thing is, the Republicans made the complete wrong conclusions in 2012. Like they thought the main reason they lost is because they were too hardline in immigration. In reality, it was the opposite, and that's what I'm worried about. We could end up making the wrong conclusions again because the establishment fools who led us into the mess we're in now will be the ones doing the retrospective.
Cryptid Politics tweeted out, too many Republicans moved to Florida. Redistribute yourselves. I mean, dude, honestly, we could have used those Republicans up here in New York.
No, that's very true. I don't like when people just say give up on this state and move to Florida. That's a problem.
No, because I mean, I'm going to still be in New York for several more years. So it's like, I want to,
I'm going to say this. I'm never leaving New York.
Really?
Maybe at some point.
What part are you from?
Staten Island. I will never leave. I was born here. I will die here.
Wow.
Maybe at some point in my life, I'll move somewhere else for a little while, but never permanently.
Yeah.
I never want to leave.
I mean, look, I'll tell you this. I technically lived in Pennsylvania for a month while I was working with the Oz campaign. And, I mean, I'll say it again.
No way that's real. That has to be a parody.
What?
I'm not going to say anything until I make sure that's real.
Wait, you have to say it. What is it?
Some people are saying that Michaels called Evers to concede.
No, I don't believe that. Michaels is probably going to win.
Wait, what is it at right now?
It's at 80%, and there's a
82%, 50. Oh wait, yeah, no. Evers is ahead by exactly 1 point. Michael's called Evers?
No, this is exactly what happened.
It's a rumor.
Okay. In 2018, it basically looked exactly like this in Wisconsin, except it was Walker and Evers took the lead at the end very narrowly.
Yeah, I remember that. I remember all the Democrats were dooming over Walker winning, and then Evers ended up winning.
Yeah, the opposite will probably happen here. I'm very, very confident.
I mean, wasn't Walker supposed to win though, or what?
No. Evers was supposed to win.
No, it was a pure toss-up.
Well, yeah, but Evers was leading in the polls, narrowly leading.
I think so. Yeah, I think.
Somebody said the Real American Politics stream is ending. Prepare for a surge. Oh boy. Well, we'll see if that surge happens.
I'm not going. But
I got you. I'm probably not going to stream too much longer because I mean we already have kind of the sense of where the night's going. Besides Pennsylvania,
I think the way it looks right now is we're going to have there's a little bit of a blue mirage. Not as much as the red mirage in 2020, but there's definitely a blue mirage going on. So in the morning we'll probably wake up and find Republicans winning a lot of races we are losing right now.
Okay.
Just because of where the remaining votes are coming from. Like, the remaining, for Arizona, it's a great example. Right now, Kari Lake's down by 20. She is going to win at the end of the day, just because the remaining votes are going to go to her like 9-1.
Yeah. I mean, here's the thing. Like, we got some more results out of PA. So, Northampton is 92% in. Fetterman is up by 3. Lehigh is... Well, Lehigh is 94% in. Fetterman is up by 9. That's not good.
Is Lehigh a swing county?
It's a lean blue county. It's a blue county, but it's always sort of close. But it's kind of a working class sort of county.
Yeah. So, Line's about to barge in Biden one. Right?
What now? Al, I want your thoughts on this. How do you think Trump reacts to this?
I think Trump blames it. Basically, says what I say, and he blames it on Mitch McConnell and Tom Emmer and all the people who mainly ran our
and takes zero responsibility.
Right.
Even though he rallied so much recently for Oz and Mastriano.
Trump was really only rallying for Oz. He just invited Mastriano because
well, it's not looking great for Oz.
Yeah.
I'm not saying he can't win.
If Oz loses, the only reason he will lose is because Mastriano was left to drown and drag down the whole.
No, that's true. Look, I got another tweet. What is it? Penn Enthusiast or whatever just tweeted out. He basically said, "I really don't think it can be denied. Shapiro absolutely pulled Fetterman across. Mastriano really screwed over Oz."
Who said that?
A conservative from PA.
I don't even think it's Mastriano who screwed over Oz. It's the people who screwed over Mastriano who screwed over Oz. Even if Mastriano always had a slim chance of winning, this could have been way closer, and it should have been way closer.
New York Times called Shapiro. They actually didn't call it yet. Yeah. They just called it now. I can't believe that margin in Westmoreland. That's wild. That was a Trump plus over 30 county, and Shapiro came within single digits.
Mastriano's problem is he never had a soapbox. He didn't even get to the debate. Shapiro wouldn't debate.
Yeah,
well,
that's true.
He was too extreme. I as much as I hate Rufus, he made a good point on this. He said that Republicans in PA didn't understand that Pennsylvania is not Ohio. And
no, he's right. He's right about that.
Yeah, and
he's right about that.
And they're not going to vote for extreme people like Ohio can.
If Mastriano had a soapbox to stand on, and television, or even on a debate, I'm telling you, there are a lot of working class voters who would have been receptive to his messages. Mastriano is very charismatic. That's what people don't realize.
Bro, what?
Mastriano is a
super
very
socially awkward.
No, he's not.
Did you see his victory speech in the primary?
Yeah, have you listened to his speech? Did you see him on Tim Pool?
I did watch him on Tim Pool.
He's a very
you gotta stand up for my side here.
No, I'll say this. I definitely don't agree that Mastriano is very charismatic. He was well spoken on Tim Pool, but he's not exactly a rally type guy.
But he's a likable person.
No, did you see his rally recently where he was like, during the Senate debate, Fetterman said that I'm rolling with us. That sounds good. I like to roll with you. I was just like, what?
Watch. I'm telling you, watch the Tim Pool episode. Mastriano is a very likable guy. He comes off as very genuine. he doesn't come off as like some big angry extremist as you think if you just watch Josh Shapiro ads. The problem was he never.
Well, he's against gay marriage.
Yeah,
in the year
like,
2022.
So, do you
in
know
Pennsylvania,
Americans are against gay marriage.
It's about 50-50.
That doesn't make. Do you know? Oh, it's 50-50 now.
Yeah, I think so. It's half and half from the polls that I've seen in the last 2 years. So, all right, let's see. Trump. So wait, hold on. I got some news. So Trump came. He went on Truth Social. He said Don Bolduc was a very nice guy, but he lost tonight when he disavowed. Wait, hold on. When he disavowed after his big win, his long-standing stance on election fraud in the 2020 presidential primary. Had he stayed strong and true, he would have won easily. I'm sorry. That's I don't agree with that take at all.
But what was I saying before? Mastriano. If people are, first of all, just because he doesn't support gay marriage, like most GOP politicians and good 40%
they're not
of the
vocal
country,
about it like he is.
He's not vocal about it. Josh Shapiro found
he
one
was before
interview.
he ran.
Josh Shapiro's found one interview where he was asked about it and gave his real opinion.
Absolutely
and then,
not. That's a very strong
and then
stance.
ran it on. Yes, the stance.
Yeah,
of
because
most
he's
people.
smart.
No, he found one interview and he ran it on TV forever. Mastriano doesn't just walk up on the street. Mastriano goes, "I'm going to ban gay marriage. I'm going to ban gay marriage." That's not the only.
Oh, are you okay?
No, I'm saying Mastriano is not just walking around on the street talking about gay marriage. He was asked about
supports, it. He's against gay marriage. He supports conversion.
Okay, so let me jump in here. So the reason why Mastriano, in my opinion, lost by as much as he did, and obviously fundraising was a huge factor, but I really think it came down to the fact that he was running sort of this evangelical campaign in Pennsylvania, which is not an evangelical state. In the central areas of PA, maybe that works, but I mean, when you lose the suburban counties by as much, I mean, all right, so this is surprising to me. Doug Mastriano is doing better than Trump in Chester. I'll bring him back. All right, let me move him in here.
That's just probably because it looks like there was a mini red wave on Chester.
So Connie T is calling it for Fetterman. They're calling it for Fetterman. They're saying Fetterman won.
I think that's
Connie T.
Conservative election Twitter.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know about that.
Well, they're probably just dooming right now.
Well, no, they are.
Connie
Republicans are looking. Wow, they're looking bad in the state house of Pennsylvania. My goodness.
As someone who voted for Fetterman, they're probably just dooming.
Yeah, I'm not going on Twitter again tonight, but I'm telling you, it's very possible, if not likely, that Oz will be leading tomorrow morning. Just everyone needs to go to bed, and tomorrow the election.
Oz is not out of it, but.
It's not
looking good. I mean, he needs to win or get very close in Chester, and he has to win Bucks by a couple of points. It's non-negotiable. He has to win Bucks by a few points.
I remember all of this
right now.
It's 51-47 with less than 3/4 in right now.
Yeah, I don't know about you.
Yikes.
I've seen this movie before. It was the primary. Oz was supposed to lose right about now. He ended up winning. All I'm saying is history repeats.
I'm just interested in the autopsy nationwide.
Because this has been a disaster.
Apparently Valadeo is doing good, though, in California. I'll pull up California. I haven't looked at California
Yeah, Republican incumbents. I noticed our incumbents are doing great. It's the non-incumbents who are struggling.
Valadeo's up by a point with 23% in.
Has a single Republican incumbent
What's
lost?
Arizona looking like? I haven't checked that much.
They haven't counted any votes in a while. It's just been stuck at 50. They're getting ready to count the election
What the hell?
because now they're switching from the what do you call it? The early votes, the election day votes.
Yeah. Wow!
And because Maricopa County's a shit show. Wow! Good or bad?
Bad. Wow. The open seat in North Carolina, Wiley Nickel won by about 3 points.
Yeah, I saw that.
Bo Hines lost.
Yeah, no, he lost.
I think the Democrats have picked up 6 seats.
Wow.
But we're still got
no way. They have, but the Republicans have picked up 8, so it's a net loss.
Republicans are gonna win the House.
No, I think they already have. They already have in terms of projections, but it's literally like a 1 to 2 seat majority right now. I think they're at 219.
You know, to be completely honest, a small Republican majority might be better than a big one because it will stop stuff like Ukraine aid.
Well, you
Because the
think
Freedom Caucus-
you think a small Republican majority would be more cohesive? Is what you're
A
saying?
I
small
don't think it's
Republican-
going to
No,
stop
it's the
Ukraine
opposite.
aid.
A small Republican majority will make the Freedom Caucus like the whipping boy of Kevin McCarthy.
Interesting, because they
need
can
to
withhold votes, just like the Progressive
Exactly.
Caucus tried to do to Biden.
Which means that the Freedom Caucus will basically get everything they want, and they'll probably end up withholding Ukraine aid. Like that.
Yeah,
Like-
no, I got you.
Wait,
So-
people are saying I don't know, but people are saying Ron Johnson is losing ground.
Wow.
Yeah, Ron Johnson.
Yeah, it's narrowing.
51 to 48. It looks
Really?
like it looks so
I'm not saying he's
Evers
gonna win,
Evers
I'm
has lost ground, but so is Johnson, weirdly enough. I don't know how that happened.
Yeah.
A proud Republican is zooming about it.
Well, of course he's
He's
So
a troll.
funny.
I know,
but-
literally.
I know, he's just so funny.
Look, the way I see this.
His bio right now is registered Republican since birth.
Dude, I love Proud Republican.
No, the way I see this, how is Black Salt doing anything? The votes coming in Nevada?
Nevada. No, we've got nothing. We might not even have anything in Nevada all night. I mean,
If Black Salt wins, we have the Senate, so I can live with that. As long as
no. We need Republicans need Georgia and Nevada. If they
Yeah,
have
but
that,
we're
they
gonna
still
get-
win the Senate.
Georgia's gonna go to a runoff. We have
Yes.
Georgia, so I'm not concerned about the runoff. To be honest, incumbents don't win runoffs in Georgia. It's never happened.
Well, here's the thing, right? The only way I think the runoff goes well for the GOP is if it's down to 50-50 again. I think the GOP will get their act together in Georgia. I'd be shocked if they lost that. Then it's pure incompetence on their part.
If it sounds as bad for Oz as it is, then it will be 50-50.
Cartwright, the race is leaning towards Cartwright, but it
Andrew
hasn't been
saying to
called yet.
Adam again because I kicked him.
Wait, why did he get kicked? Hold on.
Okay, I think I'm gonna go, but everyone needs to go to bed. This is I wouldn't be surprised if this ended up like.
Yeah, I'm probably not going to stream too much longer because I don't think we're going to get a crazy amount of.
This could very much end up like 2020. Maybe not as big.
I
but,
mean,
like,
if PA is
Republicans
down to
losing-
the wire, it's going to take a while. But I mean, from my vantage point, Fetterman's got the advantage. I mean, Oz needs a lot. He needs a Hail Mary in the Philly suburbs. He needs to win Bucks. He needs to win Chester or get very close.
You remember in the primary, Oz ended up getting his Hail Mary in Bucks.
He did. No, he did. And Bucks is a very pro-Oz county. I've driven through Bucks many times. Oz signs
Oz
were
is
everywhere.
gonna win Bucks.
I think he will, even if he surprisingly. I mean, but if he wins Bucks, it still might not be enough. He needs to win Chester.
know.
He's got to get the Philly margins. We're at 18. He's at 18% in Philly right now with 74% reporting. If he could get 21% in Philly, win Bucks, narrow up Chester or win Chester, he wins. But that's sort of a narrow path right now. He needs everything to go in his favor.
All I'm saying is that happened in the primary.
Yeah, no, I agree. It could be history repeating itself, but it's a tall order. It's a really tall order, but it's not impossible. But
this race
man.
kind of reminds me of Florida in 2018, the Senate race.
Yeah.
You saw something similar happen where Rick Scott had a very narrow path to victory and ended up getting everything he needed and won by like 1,000 votes.
Yeah. Wow. Yeah, no, this is crazy. This is a crazy night. I did not expect the results that we're seeing. I don't think anybody did. Even liberals who were we thought were wish casting.
Very disappointing.
Yeah.
Unbiased election predictions was going to be doing circles.
Oh
This
my
is
goodness.
basically exactly what he
Well,
predicted.
because in a normal year though, he would have been clowned on because he would have been wrong. But everything went right for Democrats this time around.
I feel like all the political rules have just thrown them out.
This is a failure.
No, literally.
This is why I hate
this is literally defying history. Like this. When was the last time this happened? Well, 2002, right?
Fetterman is at
Wasn't that the last time?
96 cents in PA. It's almost solid D for the Senate.
Even if the elections go the way they are, it's still a small red wave. Republicans win the House.
Democrats are projected to get a 51-seat majority in the Senate.
Yeah,
according to Predicted.
Yeah, but that's because everyone's saying, "Oh, if the other states went bad for Republicans, then Nevada's going to go bad." I don't think it is.
Yeah,
I think Black Salt is going to win probably.
If Laxalt wins,
oh,
then
Golden lost.
Yeah, I told everyone Golden.
Wow, I did not think Golden was going to lose. Jared Golden in Maine.
Who?
Jared Golden was the Max Rose of 2022.
Oh,
told
he
everyone.
lost. Good riddance.
Nobody listened to me.
Actually, no, wait. He's currently down by he's up by 3 rather.
He's
and the rank choice hasn't kicked in yet though.
I don't like him.
Well, I know you don't because he's a centrist Democrat.
He's a conservative Democrat.
Well, he's pro-gun, but he's pro-gun and maybe I don't know if he's
conservative.
Isn't he
not a conservative? He's just a normal Democrat who votes on a couple big who votes with the Republicans.
Listen to what I am saying. Listen to what I am saying. Stop screaming. Calm down. I would call Lisa Murkowski a liberal Republican. Does that mean she's a liberal? No. I am just saying that she is on the liberal wing of the Republican Party.
I would say Lisa Murkowski is a liberal.
Oh, okay.
All right, so wow, no, Connie T is dooming hard. They're like the Republican Party can never recover from this. That's their.
I think the election denial has really hurt them.
I think it was more of the abortion than anything.
Honestly,
no, I agree.
I don't think it was abortion.
Really?
Like, I think it was more just a failure of the GOP to connect with voters. And what's happening is it's not that people are turning to Democrats. It's like neutral. People aren't going to either side. And that's going to give the GOP their House majority. It's probably going to give them the Senate majority, just not by the numbers it should be.
Wait, there's no way. Wait, hold
on. Let me see. Somebody said Sean Patrick Maloney is losing.
Yeah, he is losing.
He's
losing by a lot.
Wait, what did you say, Cameron?
People are saying Lauren Boebert lost.
Whoa. Let me look at that.
My Republican friend just texted me. He said
51-49, 76% of the votes in.
He
Boebert's losing?
She's down by 2 right now with 76% in.
How the fuck did that happen? That's a Trump plus
I have no idea. And we're losing district. Actually, funny thing is we're doing better in the open district, Republicans are, than Boebert's.
No, she'll probably take the lead at the end.
Wow, this really was... Wow, Heidi Ganal got destroyed. I mean, I knew she was going to lose, but I did not think she was going to lose by... Joe O'Dea got destroyed by 13 points in 65. I know, everyone saw O'Dea losing, but...
No, but... Well, some people did. Remember, like, there were people who thought that he was going to win. I literally saw them. There were a lot of them.
I don't understand. Biden is so unpopular. Nobody likes Biden.
I mean, his approvals are like pretty average right now for a president.
No, his approvals are worse.
They're average compared to Trump, but they're 41%.
No, he's at like 45. That's not that low.
No, Joe Biden's at...
Yeah, he's at like 45. It's not. The student loan debt reduction definitely helped him in approval wise.
Biden's approval is at around 52. Trump's approval is around 54 this time.
No, I'm looking at it right now.
No, I saw an NBC graphic from a couple of days ago showing
this is
Biden.
They were both at 41 at this point.
I still think this is wild, though.
Obama was at 44.
Wow.
Yeah, I'm just going to say this. Republicans are probably going to be looking prettier tomorrow morning than they are now.
They're going to look better, but they're still going to lose a lot of these races.
We're still going to win the House.
Wow, yeah, a lot of Connie T is... There's mixed reactions. Some people are going all against Trump. Others are saying Trump wasn't involved enough. I mean, what do you think... But realistically, what do you think Republicans are going to take away from this now that they just had an utter disaster in what was supposed to be like a red wave?
I don't think they'll accept it. I think they'll just say it was rigged.
I mean, that would be really foolish if they were to do that. I mean, obviously, because I mean, this is happening in red states. It's happening in blue states. It's happening everywhere. There's
except New York and Florida.
Except New York and Florida somehow, and it looks like Kelly is going to hold.
Decided not to go with the rest of the country.
I mean, New York is really
going to win.
46% for Zeldin, and Suffolk County is still not even in.
Oh my God, Zeldin.
Nassau is still not in. I wouldn't say Zeldin's going to take the lead, but he's going to make it very close.
I'm saying the mat's there for him to take the lead. Not that he will, but he could.
I mean, Zeldin, to his credit, he worked for this. He campaigned everywhere. All over the state, all the time for months.
This really pisses me off. Just, like, this is just the utter incompetence of Republican leadership to let this happen. And we
I totally agree. Oh, so a bright spot is Oz is winning Luzerne by 9, which is better than Toomey.
Oh, if he's winning Luzerne by 9, he's in this game.
I mean, slightly, yeah. Lackawanna, though, was devastating, I think.
That's a big vote, but that's a big shift to go from losing it an hour ago to winning it by 9.
All right, another bright spot for Oz, too, is he's at 46 in Monroe. That's around where Trump was in 2020.
Okay, I'm back to not dooming on Oz, if both of those are true.
Oz can still, objectively, Oz can still win. Of course, the path is narrower, but he's getting better margins than I expected in Monroe. I mean, Monroe's that was a Obama plus like 16 county in 2008.
The signs, the tea leaves are showing that the remaining votes are all E-Day votes, and that could put Oz over the top.
Yeah, if that's the case, I mean, it's gonna be super close if Oz wins this. It's gonna be really close.
Oz could be the new Rick Scott. Win by like 1,000 votes, maybe 100 votes.
I mean, it's gonna be wild. And I guess Fetterman was all lawyered up for a reason. I mean, but I'm not going to lie. These third-party candidates certainly aren't helping Oz out. The Libertarian getting 1.4%. Keystone getting 5.5%.
We need to do the Democrats to the Green Party.
Take them off the ballot. That's what they did that's what they did in New York. They kicked the Green Party off the ballot so Hochul can...
Wisconsin, too.
I know. Third parties are a pain in for both parties. They really are, because both parties, Dems will blame the Greens if they lose, and Republicans blame Libertarians when they lose.
Well, Democrats successfully genocided the Green Party, quite frankly, after 2016.
Especially in New York State. I mean, Howie Hawkins got like 4% in 2014.
The Green Party used to be on the ballot of every state. Now it's about 21. That's pretty impressive. The Republicans need to do the same thing with the Libertarians.
Yeah.
This is another.
I mean, it depends on whether or not you want to.
Oh my God, Brooklyn Dad Defiant. No, Brooklyn Dad Defiant is cracking me up though. He's like, imagine seeing these words, Governor Beto O'Rourke. He's
he a troll account?
I think he's a real person. He was at the White House with Biden. I think he's a real person. But he's like an extreme Democratic. He's like Occupy Dems. He just like Brooklyn Dad Defiant. He knows nothing about electoral politics. He thought DeSantis was going to lose. He thought Beto was going to win.
I've seen this guy.
He's a real person. I'm telling you. I've seen him at the White House.
Know what the difference between Republicans and Democrats are?
Yeah.
Democrats are ruthless about winning. They will lie, they will cheat, they will do anything to win. Some Republicans don't even want to win. They'd rather just be in the minority and collect money.
Red trickle is trending.
Red trickle. I mean, objectively,
a red trickle is better than a blue trickle.
I mean, look, the only silver lining for Republicans is if the following happens: they win PA narrowly. They win Georgia. I don't think they're going to win Arizona at this point, Senate-wise. And they win Nevada. If they still win Nevada, and the reason why I predict it is so against Republicans as of right now is because of what we're seeing right now. But if Nevada has a different trend, then Republicans would have a Senate majority. Because if Laxalt wins, that's a flip. And then if Republicans flip Georgia, they'll still take the Senate.
I have something significant.
What?
What's up?
What?
Cuellar won.
I knew Cuellar was going to win.
Everyone knew Cuellar was going to win. Or how's Myra Flores doing?
Myra Flores is... All right, let's see. Because this will be...
Do you guys know Reagan Republican on Twitter?
Flores got crushed. She's down by 9 with 92%.
Do you guys know Reagan Republican on Twitter?
Yes, I do. What do you say?
He said, I'm projecting that Fetterman wins. And then Proud Republican Stan replied saying, finally, we're saved from the Muslims.
Dude, I love the troll account sometimes, especially Proud Republican.
Okay, I've got to go, guys.
All right, man. Take care. Good night. Thanks for joining us, by the way. Yeah.
Nice talking to you. Hopefully things will look better in the morning.
I hope so too, man. Good night. Take care.
Good night. Good night, or rest, everybody. Bye.
All right, I'll probably cut the stream. You guys could stay and call because I'll talk to you guys for a bit. But we'll probably end the election night stream here. We're not really getting results out of Nevada. It's already 12:40, so we've been streaming over 5 hours now. So if you've got any last-minute comments, super chats, whatever you want to say it now. Any last-minute races. But other than that, we're probably going to end the stream in about 5 minutes or so. It's almost 1 a.m. And I think we're not even going to get results out of Nevada yet. But Cameron, Andrew, what are you guys thinking? I mean, I think Fetterman has the edge in Pennsylvania. I think Nevada is iffy because I have no idea based on how the nation trended.
I mean, we don't even have results.
We literally have no idea.
It's Nevada. They're going to take a month again.
Oh, jeez. Yeah. Well, I really hope Pennsylvania gets their act together with counting the votes now. I don't know what's happening in suburban Philly. Like, these votes are not coming in. I want to see what the results are. Oz is doing better in Delaware County than I expected.
Why is Chase Oliver, whoever that is, why does he have 2%?
I don't know. Oh, so Oz underperformed Trump in Montgomery County. Huh. Doug Mastriano got 30% in Montgomery County. I thought worst case he got 30.
That's bad.
That's bad, but Montgomery County is different than Chester and Bucks, I will say. But Oz is.
It's still
now he's up by 1.2. Do we know what counties just came in?
I don't know, but it was good for Fetterman.
No, I know that, but I'm trying to see what it was.
It's just crazy. I did not expect Fetterman to do this well.
Yeah, I'll cut the stream here. All right, so everyone, thank you for joining us. Really turbulent election night. Thank you guys for joining. Like, subscribe, share this stream, I guess. But we've had a really crazy night so far. We'll see what happens tomorrow. Pennsylvania looks like Fetterman is probably going to win narrowly based on the results. We'll see what happens. Arizona, I think Mark Kelly's going to win based on the trends that we're seeing, especially since Lake is outperforming him by 4. So really, really crazy
Another
night tonight.
Dump just came in for Fetterman.
What's it now?
I think it's the same.
Wow. All right. Anyway, good night, guys. Thank you all for joining. Like, subscribe, share, and we'll talk about this in the morning certainly because we've got a lot to go over.